The story begins with a wide-open scene, the vast blue sky. But in some corner, there are gurgling sounds, revealing 3 young men hiding behind the bushes. One of them angrily smacks the head of the disruptor, trying to speak quietly. Are you looking to die? I'm in the middle of an ambush here, can you be quieter? The other one tearfully stammers, sorry, Brother Nyo, I didn't mean it. Hearing this, Brother Nyo continued, the group this morning was scared off by your noise. The young man continued to defend himself, mainly because you said we could only rob the rich, so we've been hesitant to act. The guy next to him also tried to rescue his comrade. Brother Nyo, you can't blame him. We've been starving for days. Seeing them like that, Brother Nyo said, we're not real bandits, we were forced into this by the natural disaster. Robbing ordinary people is no different from pushing them to their deaths. But with those rich merchants, it's different. We can take from them and owe them, and when we get through this tough time, we'll pay them back. Hearing this, the comrades nodded in agreement, silently admiring, as expected of Brother Nyo Z. After that, Brother Nyo flashed a bright smile to encourage everyone, hang in there, we finally made it out. Better days are ahead of us. The young man next to him agreed. Yes, Brother Nyo is right, everyone, stop complaining. Everyone perked up, thinking, if we pull off a big score, we'll have everything. With that, they returned to their hiding positions. Suddenly, Brother Nyo grabbed the machete next to him. He moved closer to the young man, shocking him. Then he questioned, who are you? I've never seen you before. The young man, cornered, nervously explained, Brother Nyo, don't get excited, I'm Kotan Hoa, I just recently joined. At this point Brother Nyo's eyes were full of murderous intent as he said, you're lying, all the brothers are from the same village, and I've never seen you. Tan Ho worriedly thought, I wonder if these guys are easy to fool, then boldly said, I'm a distant relative of the neighbor of second uncle's house, introduced by the elder from the village next door. I joined halfway, so I didn't have a chance to ask you yet. Hearing this, Brother Nyo gritted his teeth and said, the elder from the next village? The atmosphere became more tense. Suddenly, he happily patted the young man on the shoulder and said, ha ha ha, so you're related to that kid from next door? You should have said so earlier, I almost mistook you for a government spy. The game disruptor chimed in, that guy's close with our Brother Nyo. Suddenly someone said, Brother Nyo, there's movement, it seems like a merchant group. He quickly regained his serious expression and said, our chance has come, everyone get ready. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the distance, and the group discussed, fortunately, we outnumber them. Wait until they get closer, then strike before they can react. By this time, everyone was already masked up like ninjas. Brother Nyo said, new guy, make sure you perform well later, but when he turned around, the guy was nowhere to be seen. It turned out he was already charging ahead, confidently shouting, Brother Nyo, let me block them. Seeing this, the brothers widened their eyes and thought, wow. Is the elder's relative that brave? Suddenly, an old man on horseback appeared and ordered them to stop. By this time, a large group had approached from the front. The leader said, whoever dares to mess with the goods of the Wuji sect won't end well. Our main character thought. So, it's the goods of the Wuji sect. This is a bit troublesome. The atmosphere fell silent. Seeing no response, the old man asked, why aren't you speaking? He confidently put his hands on his hips and said, I don't care what you're doing, but this road was built by me, so if you want to pass, you'll have to pay a toll. Hearing this, the old man's comrades burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen someone robbing here. Young brother, you've got guts. Tan Hoa also laughed and said, ha ha, open your eyes and take a good look. My boss is still hiding in the bushes over there. As he pointed, Brother Nyo and the others behind him jumped in surprise. Damn it, this brat just exposed us. He didn't stop there. Tan Hoa continued to boast, and there are others hiding behind those trees. And a few more behind those big rocks. Then he proudly spread his arms. They're all my brothers. Seeing this, Brother Nyo could only helplessly scold, is there anyone who sells out his brothers like you? The merchant group members, each wielding a fierce machete, said, you dare target us? Charge. With no way out, Brother Nyo and his brothers charged forward. He said, new guy, you've stirred up our group. We're exposed now, might as well charge straight ahead. He thought to himself, this time, I must succeed. Watching his comrades fighting hard, he kept thinking, if not, someone will starve to death. The battle was intense, and voices rang out, brothers, look for a chance to grab their goods, don't let them near the cargo. Meanwhile, our Tan Hoa sat calmly, laughing as he watched the drama unfold. He casually ate a banana and thought, these people don't look like bandits. The things in their hands are either sickles or hoes. They look more like farmers. Suddenly, a young man with a sword prepared to chop off his head, but he easily dodged and slowly chewed the banana in his mouth. Then he looked over at Brother Nyo. who was practicing his skills, with a young man behind him about to ambush him, though Brother Nyo seemed unaware. He kept giving orders. Move their goods, I'll deal with them. Meanwhile, Tan Hoa finished his banana and threw the peel carelessly. Unfortunately, a young man stepped on it and slipped. It turned out to be none other than Brother Nyo. Furious, he said, "New guy, don't throw banana peels around." But thanks to that, he dodged the sneak attack from the guy trying to trick him. His comrades, seeing this, worriedly asked, "Brother Nyo, are you okay?" The trickster was exhausted and gasped, "How did I miss?" Meanwhile, Tan Hoa, fiddling with something, said, "I advise you all not to provoke Brother Nyo, you're no match for him." After that, he struck a match to light the fireworks in his hand. Within seconds, lights burst around them. That caught the attention of the warriors, who had to pause their fight, turning in curiosity to ask, "Who fired the sky-piercing arrow?" Looks like it came from their side. Tan Hoa raised his hand and said, "Stop fighting, the disciples of the Tienda sect are on their way here." Then he raised the Tienda sect's emblem and added, "I know you all have your struggles. Obey the rules, and the Tienda sect will give you a way out, and food too." Hearing this, Brother Nyo, furious and nearly mad, gritted his teeth. "So from the beginning, you were playing me, making me hold a grudge against that kid." His comrades, seeing him like this, stopped him, saying, "Brother Nyo, the goods are more important." Someone came over and asked, "Sir, if this stirs up the local sects, what should we do?" The old man drove the carriage and said, "Withdraw first, or we'll die here. Go back and report to the Wuji sect." Seeing this, the young men on the villain's side immediately said, "Brother Ngo, those people ran away." Without much thought, he ordered, "What are you waiting for? Quickly move the goods." Looking at the brothers who were eagerly transporting goods a few minutes ago, they said, "Haha, all of this is ours now, hurry and move it." Tan Hoa was confused, thinking, what are these people transporting goods up to, seeing bandits and not running? But upon hearing about the Tienda sect, they immediately fled. Strange. His face was full of bewilderment at this moment, not knowing what in the world was going on. Suddenly a voice rang out, "You are a disciple of the Tienda sect, right?" Turning around, Tan Hoa immediately recognized that it was Ngusie. He was now holding a machete, charging toward him, saying, "Your so-called righteous sect isn't anything good." Tan Hoa easily dodged the attack and said, "It seems you have deep resentment toward righteous sects. Where do you come from?" Not stopping there, Ngusie continued charging and cursing, "Talking to you won't do anything, you are all just the same bunch." He gritted his teeth and continued, "Your righteous words of morality. But you seize our lands, forcing us to pick spiritual herbs." Tan Hoa dodged while replying, "Huh, then why don't you come to our realm to live?" Then he teasingly offered advice, whispering to him, "I know the sect leader of Tienda sect. If you're willing to join, I can ask him to take care of you more." Upon hearing this, Ngusie got even angrier. He swung his hoe and shouted, "I don't want to stay with someone who played me." A lethal slash was delivered. The one who made that slash was none other than our main character, cutting off the sickle. Seeing this, Ngusie furrowed his brow, thinking, when did he draw his sword? I couldn't even see his movements clearly. Is this guy pretending to be weak? Over there, Tan Hoa was cluelessly saying, sorry, I got tense for a moment and drew my sword. "Did I hurt you?" His brothers approached and said, "Brother Ngo, we've almost finished moving everything, let's retreat." But he stubbornly ordered, "You guys go ahead, I'll stay behind and cover." Tan Hoa, on the other hand, looked bored and said, "Oh dear, don't leave, come to our Tienda sect and start a career." Ngusie angrily cursed, "Shut up, you despicable fool." Suddenly, a fishing net fell on his head. He looked up at the net. But his body was agile, and within seconds he dodged it, though unfortunately, his comrades got caught in the trap. They screamed, "Ah, what is this? It's a net. We're trapped." Their leader immediately realized, saying, "It's the Tienda sect people." Seeing this, Tan Hoa cheerfully said, "Finally, they've arrived." A voice rang out, "All members of the Tienda sect are here, not a single bandit will escape." Looking at the group in front of him, Ngusie worriedly said, "It must have been the Xian Van Arrow earlier." The group took turns saying, "Impressive, you came here to act recklessly. Did you really think you could toy with us like monkeys?" "Brothers, calm down, calm down." At this moment, Ngusie had no choice but to take a risk. He got into a ready stance and shouted, "Come on, at worst, I'll fight to the end with you." But deep inside, he kept feeling guilty. The killing intent is too strong, it seems I might die here today. It's all my fault for causing trouble for them. But unexpectedly, the group didn't aim at him but instead walked right past him, leaving him dumbfounded and bewildered. They all wore dangerous expressions as they approached Tan Hoa and said, "You clearly agreed to help Antini build the latrine, but instead, you ran off, leaving all the hard and dirty work to us. Is this what the leader of a sect should do, sect leader? Say something, please." Tanhua, scared, had no choice but to make up a story saying, I had heard that there were bandits nearby recently, so I came here to patrol. While the righteous side was fighting, they shouted, I don't believe you. This is the umpteenth time you've run off to slack off, and there's still a pile of work waiting for you to handle. Taking advantage of this, Ngusie decided to flee. He ran back to his comrades, who, despite being in a precarious situation, still maintained their camaraderie, shouting, Ngusie, you run, don't worry about us. Nonsense, I'm going to save you now. But within seconds, Tanhua appeared behind him, saying, such a good chance to escape, but you gave it up, just because you didn't want to leave your brothers behind. Brother Ngu, why don't you and your brother stay, so you won't have to do anything against your conscience anymore? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, thinking, there are still family members waiting for them to return. I can only do this. Then he said, if you're going to pressure me like this, don't blame me for not holding back. Immediately, his entire body burst with the power of celestial arts, invoking the fire control technique. Seeing this, Tanhua remained standing, unafraid, thinking to himself, as expected, I guessed it right. Over there, 3 members of the Tienda sect were chatting with each other. Among the bandits, there's actually a celestial practitioner. No wonder the sect leader kept getting tangled up with him, so cunning. Returning to the intense fight between the old brothers, Ngusie, whose power kept rising, said, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. At this moment, Tanhua could only retreat. Suddenly, the box behind him started to shake uncontrollably. He had to turn his head to look back. As the power was about to strike him, he still stood there calmly, his eyes watching. He chuckled inwardly, calling out, Finey. Immediately, a green fairy appeared. As soon as she landed, the girl used her celestial power, invoking the wind control technique. In an instant, Ngusie was blown away, screaming, Ay! Seeing the beautiful girl, the villainous side's comrades no longer thought about the imminent danger but could only blush perversely, thinking, wow, such a fresh young lady. A fairy. Ngusie got blown away, and you're still gawking at beauties. The box over there also got smashed. The green fairy was none other than Finey. She approached the main character and said, brother, you're hard to find. He chuckled and replied, hee, with Finey guarding the sect. I dare to go out on patrol. She threatened, next time you run off again, I'll have to tie you up. Over there, Ngusie lay in pain, crippled, with a grimace on his face. Tanhua walked over and said, it's a good thing I noticed you knew celestial arts from the start, otherwise you'd definitely have been roasted like a chicken. Suddenly, Finey realized something. She hesitated and said, Master, these goods? His expression also became serious. He said, do not make a scene. Both approached the box. He continued, I did not expect the infinite sex goods to include this. Vo Dao is truly a headache. Looking towards the broken box. It seems there is something inside. So the 2 children look very pitiful. The Ngudong group simultaneously shouted, where did you get these provisions for us? Tanhua laughed, and pointed to the basket of provisions neatly placed in a corner, saying, besides the provisions, there is this piece of land, which will be handed over to you later. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, thinking to himself, although it has been abandoned for a long time. Ngu seemed unable to believe what he had just heard and stammered, is this really possible? We, the remaining ones, looked at the pile of provisions with shining eyes and cheered. Wah, fantastic! Tanhua clasped his hands behind his back, turned to look at the vast land ahead, leaving everyone a silhouette, and then slowly said, upon reaching the boundary of our heavenly Dao sect, you can settle down, no need to become bandits anymore. Then he turned back with a kind look, rubbing his hands together, and said, of course, if you Ngu and your brother feel reluctant, you can also come to our heavenly Dao sect and become our members. When he turned back, he no longer saw anyone. He shouted, where is everyone? Behind him, only Finey was giggling and said, Master, you are just mumbling. Your true intentions have been deeply buried in the fields. Look, I already said that these people are genuine farmers. Then he pointed to the other group of brothers, who were so happy that they were tearing up, and said, moreover, with these seeds, there is no need to worry next year. Wow, look, the land is so fertile. Finey, while looking at the other group, asked, but they fled from the heavenly crane sect's territory, do we need to warn them? Tanhua shook his head and said, no need. He explained that it is now a year of natural disasters, and the sect has many lands intertwined with the government, seizing provisions to save lives at all costs. The poor families can only sell their children. He recalled the tragic images of killings everywhere and continued, many people have gathered into bandit gangs, reaching out to those who are even poorer. The entire Xinzhou was in chaos like a porridge pot, with hardly any places as peaceful as ours. Then he shrugged and smiled, saying, we can help as much as we can, after all, it is just a piece of wasteland. Finey walked beside Tanhua, then turned back to look at the group that had just left and asked, Master, do you not intend to accept Thinga? He glanced back, curled his lips, and replied, Do not worry, sooner or later he will come to find us. Unaware of Tanhua's true intentions, Thinga and his loyal brothers were still indulging in their happiness. They shouted, We have a way to survive, that's great. Thinga and everyone finally left happily. The sky was no longer early. Let's go home. Leaving behind, Tanhua was also happy. Finey said, Master, you are in a good mood today. Hearing this, he smiled and replied, Hee, Finey still understands me. After walking a while, Tanhua suddenly recalled his thoughts from the past, or rather, 10 years ago, such a situation would not have occurred. At that time, the forces of the demonic Tao suddenly rose, and the shameless ghost monk sect caused harm to Xinzhou. Therefore, the 12 main sects allied to punish them, but did not expect the great battle against the main demons to be extremely tragic, with the main sect paying a heavy price to destroy the demonic Tao. Countless disciples of the main sect died on the battlefield. Among them were also my beloved parents, and the outstanding disciples of the sect. In this way, the heavenly Tao sect was completely defeated overnight, leaving only those disciples who could flee. Standing at the gate of the heavenly Tao sect, Tanhua could not shake off the terrifying and sorrowful memories, only that Bai Tich could not be without the sect's protection. I was only 8 years old and had to inherit the position of sect leader. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed, and establishing a sect was not easy. Fortunately, I still had them by my side. Seeing Tanhua return, the disciples with not very happy faces quickly ran out to welcome him. Behind them was a young girl hugging her masters, always saying, Do not provoke, do not provoke. He knew nothing, happily spread his arms and approached his disciples, cheerfully saying, I am back, my beloved senior brothers and sisters. Finey, seeing everyone's angry faces, shouted, Hey, master! The two people rushing with fists in hand felt something was wrong upon hearing these words and slowed their steps. The young girl still maintained her rigid embrace of her master. Provoking was the demon. However, the anger in his heart could not be extinguished. A gray-haired disciple with his hair tied high threw a punch directly into Tanhua's side, sending him flying meters away. Tanhua painfully sat on the ground, holding his swollen cheek, looking pitiful and crying, You, all of you, how could you treat your respectable and beloved master like me? The other disciple loudly replied, Run, run, run. One day without warning is gone in the blink of an eye. Do you know how terrifying it will be when the 12 children aged 5 or 6 wake up? Do you know? He immediately tried to justify, but I did not tell you to give them the provisions you had collected, considering it as a tribute, laboring for their help. The other disciple grabbed Tanhua by the collar and snarled, Giving, giving, giving? Our boundary does not have many people, only a few households with surplus provisions. You only have to deal with a few fat goats. But after a few days you want them to help. Your conscience has truly been eaten by dogs. Tanhua looked sternly at the other party and said confidently, If you say that, then all the provisions have been embezzled by you. Great rebellion against the Tao. We are a main sect after all. The disciple only stammered, You, shameless person. Then, unable to bear it, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and helplessly said, Oh, I cannot continue. The person behind ignored the sister's obstruction and continued to charge, wanting to punch Tanhua a few more times. Let me go, kill him. Finey behind immediately pulled him back, glared at him, and said, All right, master, do not deliberately provoke them anymore. Why would you want to infuriate them to ruin their work? Tanhua laughed awkwardly, Oh, I was wrong. The sister holding the other person hurriedly said, Master, it's not that we don't allow it, but Yang Tam, they do not want to accept it. The image of Yang Tam holding a crying child appeared, her hands forcefully slamming into their faces, scolding the three of them. This month alone it has been 3 times. You let old Tanhua come here to ask me, see if he has any dignity, every time you send the 3 of you, thinking we are very idle. The 3 sisters trembled and stammered, but Yang Tam, as a master, suddenly felt there were more children, fearing that the provisions were insufficient because of that. Upon hearing this, she angrily shouted, Even bringing provisions here, planning to cook them all for your feast. Then, her gentle face turned to the child in her arms to soothe. Oh dear, good child, not that you must eat a lot and grow strong. There is no second heavenly Tao sect in the world. Then she instructed, telling young master old Tanhua that if these children do not return, leave them here to raise. The 3 sisters heard this and sighed with relief. Yang Tam hugged the child, turned her back, and left, closing her eyes and saying, Do not worry, we are not short of people. This place already has few people. Perhaps we can even select good juniors for the sect. From afar, sounds of play echoed, Captured you. After all, from the beginning until now, it has been the heavenly Tao sect that you protect us. Then she looked at the three sisters with a smile. The three of them took turns recounting what had happened to their master. Young Tam said like that, it seems our efforts in these years have not been in vain. After hearing this, Tanhua sighed and said, in this way, how can I owe their kindness? It is truly a headache. Then he ran his fingers through his hair, proudly said, it seems I still need to go there personally to see. All right, you are all tired today, go home and rest first. The three siblings made their way back to the room, and a brown-haired junior disciple turned back to point at Tanhua and reminded him, don't forget you agreed to sweep the yard for a month. Tanhua squinted and waved his hand, saying, I know, stop nagging. After the three left, he also trudged back to his room, exhausted, and laid down in the chair, exhaling a deep sigh. Finally, after a busy day, he could rest. A soft hand from behind rested on Tanhua's shoulder. Finey gently massaged his tired shoulders and slowly spoke, Senior brother, I didn't say anything earlier because they were present. With your swordsmanship, you could clearly handle and go with ease. Why did you take the risk of almost becoming a roasted pig? Tanhua laughed heartily at her question, saying, well, if I didn't do that, how could I confirm he knows the immortal technique? He then sweetly continued, moreover, I have Finey here. Who could possibly harm me? Hearing this, Finey pinched both of Tanhua's cheeks hard until they resembled a round bun, speaking sternly, I've told you so many times not to wander and act recklessly. Where's the demeanor of a sect leader? He cried out in pain, it hurts. Finey chastised, that's right. Stopping the playful antics, Finey said seriously, but I must reiterate, those human traffickers dare to use the name of the Wujik sect for evil deeds. They are quite audacious. This matter relates to the honor of the Wujik sect. Senior brother should inform the sect. Upon hearing this, he glanced over. Then he placed his hand on Finey's hand, saying, it's fine. His action startled her, causing her cheeks to flush. She shyly thought, Senior brother is holding my hand. While Tanhua continued to talk incessantly, that trafficking group is likely impersonating the Wujik sect because there are no obstacles. Since the Great Battle, the Wujik sect has been the leader of the righteous path. Such situations are likely to occur frequently. Hearing this, she added, but I still feel that this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Suddenly, he looked up at Finey, cheerfully continuing, Finey, right now I just want to be alone with you and not discuss those mixed-up matters. Upon hearing this, her face, which was already red, flushed even deeper, and her heart raced. Alone together? Seeing something unusual in her, Tanhua asked. Finey, what's wrong? Your face is a bit red, just like a monkey's bottom. Puff, ha. Hearing this, Finey's mood instantly plummeted. She was furious and felt like she was going to explode. In her anger, she fiercely squeezed both sides of Tanhua's shoulders, making him cry out in pain, Why, Finey, be gentle, I can't take it. Night fell. In the dense forest, a group of people was stopping to set up tents and light fires to rest. In a nearby tent, flickering candlelight reflected two figures, one old and one young, sitting and talking. The elder said they need someone to do this dirty work for them. They won't turn against us for one failure. The old man, wiping his sword, replied, As you said, this collusion must not be known to others. If you were them, what would you do? The young man worriedly said, But if we don't explain clearly and return to the guild, what if they come looking for us? The old man replied, They wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of it. If they mess up again, they'll make up an excuse to get by. The young man nodded in agreement, then let's do as the elder said. After that, both stepped outside, but the scene before them made them terrified. Unbeknownst to them, a commotion had erupted outside. The bodies of their comrades lay scattered on the ground, blood splattered everywhere, yet they had heard no strange sounds from within the tent. They wondered, why are the brothers, could it be? Suddenly, a voice called out, attracting the attention of the two. Finally they came out. The middle-aged man sitting atop the pile of corpses angrily said, I told you not to wait anymore. Waiting until dawn, the food will be cold. You didn't listen and kept waiting. Look, waiting and waiting until they've eaten their fill before coming out? We haven't eaten anything yet. The curly-haired man standing before him laughed, Ha, aren't you curious? He lifted his straw hat, his sharp gaze fixed on the two trembling prey, smirking as he said, How did you trick us? Tanhua stood amidst a wide field, confronted by the sight of dismembered corpses, blood everywhere, the stench rising thickly and disturbingly. Tanhua fearfully thought, Is this place hell? Then, a weak call echoed from behind Tanhua. He immediately turned his head. He slowly moved toward the source of the call, hesitating, the voice was. Before him stood two familiar figures, covered in injuries, sitting and hugging each other amid the chaos in this desolate field. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Calling out loudly, Father, Mother. he shouted, Tan Hoa has come to save everyone. Suddenly, Tan Hoa sat up abruptly. He looked around. The familiar scene was his daily bedroom. So it was all just a dream. He gasped for breath, sweating profusely, then irritably rubbed his head, thinking, it was that damned dream again. Then Tan Hoa got out of bed, approached the table, and poured himself a cup of tea to calm down. He thought, each time I'm restless, I have such dreams. It has been many days. That incident must have ended by now, right? He furrowed his brows tightly, his face full of contemplation. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by the voice of the junior sister from yesterday. Senior brother, are you awake? Tan Hoa opened the door, greeting the morning with a smile. Are we having breakfast early today? The junior sister gently shook her head, saying, No, there are 2 others who arrived early this morning to greet you. They claim to be disciples of the Wujik sect and are now waiting at the Grand Hall. Tan Hoa nodded. All right, I will wash up and come over. He silently cursed. Wujik sect, damn it, they are still coming as expected. At the Grand Hall at that moment, Finey and 2 junior brothers were receiving the guests from the Wujik sect. The middle-aged man with a beard cheerfully said, Oh dear, I said we came too early, it's just dawn, and everyone must have just woken up. Oh, I'm sorry for making the junior brothers and sisters greet us before they even had breakfast. Finey smiled politely, saying, Senior brother is too humble. The man saw that the 3 of them were just standing there, so he stood up and said, Oh dear, don't just stand there. There's no need to be overly formal. We're all from the immortal sect. So don't mind this social etiquette. Now, everyone sit down and wait, come on. Finey skillfully declined, saying, It's all right, senior brother, please have some tea. A mischievous junior brother quietly remarked, Oh dear, this senior brother hasn't stopped talking since entering. The elder sighed in response, slightly. The junior continued quietly, Perhaps it's because his master usually doesn't let him speak, so he's holding it in until now. The elder raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Sure, don't say any more, don't say any more. Finey, who was in front, heard this exchange and coughed lightly twice, signaling the 2 junior brothers to be quiet. Then she spoke up, Earlier we already sent the junior sister to call the senior brother. Please have the 2 senior brothers wait for a moment. The bearded man stood up and laughed politely. Ha ha ha, how could we dare, we are guests, waiting is only natural, as long as the sect leader junior brother does not find fault with us. Tan Hoa finally appeared and said, No blame, no blame. He smiled hospitably and said, It is I, the junior brother, who made the 2 senior brothers wait for too long. It has been a long time since our Tienda sect has had such esteemed guests. I am more than happy to host you. The young man, who had remained silent until now, slightly curled his lips when he saw Tan Hoa enter, and let out a faint grunt. The bearded man immediately said, Yo, this talented young man must be the sect leader junior brother of Tienda sect, right? Tan Hoa happily spread his arms wide, ready to welcome. Senior brother flatters me too much, junior brother dares not, dares not. Come, come, senior brother, let's embrace. He glanced behind him and said to the younger man, Junior brother, quickly stand up and pay your respects to the sect leader junior brother. The other man forced a fake smile on his face. Slowly step forward, here I come, sect leader junior brother, the 2 of us arrived in haste without prior notice, please forgive us. He suddenly staggered, tripping over his own feet. The teacup in his hand spilled, flying toward Tan Hoa. Aya, be careful. Tan Hoa squinted his eyes as if he had already predicted this move, thinking to himself, Damn it, playing this trick on me. Before he could take action, Finey had already swiftly flown forward to block in front of Tan Hoa. The 2 guests squinted their eyes as they saw this scene, attentively watching Fi with a hidden meaning. She waved her hand, and the water immediately moved according to her graceful commands. Tan Hoa extended his hand to catch the teacup. The water followed and slowly flowed back into the cup. He smiled and said, It seems the 2 senior brothers have had a rough journey and are a bit tired. The 2 junior brothers witnessing this scene seemed to have their eyes opened, clapping their hands and exclaiming, Wow, senior brother and senior sister coordinated so well, indeed, indeed. The bearded man whispered to his junior brother, That girl isn't bad. He then quickly changed his attitude, pretending to be angry as he shoved his junior brother with his shoulder and scolded, Hey, junior brother, you're embarrassing us. Quickly apologize to the sect leader. The other junior brother hastily agreed, hurriedly speaking, Io, it's all my fault for losing balance for a moment. I hope junior brother doesn't blame me. Finey squinted her eyes, her tone unfriendly. Obviously, you did it on purpose. But before she could finish speaking, Tan Hoa laughed loudly, interrupting. No blame, no blame. I still don't know how the 2 senior brothers should be addressed. The young man and the bearded man spoke in turn. I am Huin Duong, I am Huin Nia. We are both 3rd-generation disciples of Vo's CUC sect. At this moment, Tan Hoa ordered his junior brother to bring tea to greet the two guests. Senior brothers, let us sit and chat. Tan Fong, pour hot tea for the two senior brothers. Tan Fong, the junior brother with gray hair tied up high, swiftly carried the tea to the table. Tan Hoa sat down in a chair, took a sip of hot tea, and happily began chatting. I am the sect leader of Tienda sect, a junior, so I should have come to greet the senior grandmaster long ago. It's just that there are always troublesome matters in our territory to handle every day, truly very busy. It's really a bother for the two senior brothers to come here. When Nia interrupted, No, junior brother, there's no need to be so polite. In fact, our master has long thought of coming to greet the sect leader junior brother. But like you, he has been too busy with matters to make the trip. At this, he smiled and said the senior grandmaster is truly thoughtful, but in his heart, he mockingly laughed at those hypocritical words. Haha, so busy to the point that for 10 years no one has seen him. 10 years ago, he even said he would take care of a hero like me. He secretly observed the two guests, making his own assessments in his mind. The purpose of Vo's CUC sect sending them this time is not simple. One acts frivolous and weak. The other chatters on, but in fact is extremely cunning. Let's see what moves they will make next. When Nia continued speaking, oh dear, these years our master has always mentioned Uncle Luong then and Aunt Luong in front of us. Every time he gets so emotional he even sighs and sheds tears. The people he mentioned were none other than Tan Hoa's father and mother. He said back then, Uncle Luong and Aunt Luong's sacrifice was what led to the hard-won victory for our righteous path. Our master wants us to never forget the glory of Tienda sect. Tan Hoa raised his hand to scratch his head, looking embarrassed. Haha, the senior grandmaster's words truly moved me, but inside he was secretly anxious. Haha, disgusting, let's get to the main topic already. Only then did he get to the point. This time we are here under our master's orders, to bring a disciple from Tienda sect back, so that this disciple can train at Vo's CUC sect for 10 years and then bring what they learned back to Tienda sect. Upon hearing this, he was utterly shocked, his eyes wide as he stared at him. He continued, and after observing earlier, my junior brother Wen Duong and I have found that this junior sister has an extremely high aptitude, fitting the profile of the chosen one. This time, it was Fine Ni's turn to be shocked, unable to believe what she had just heard. After Wen Nia finished speaking, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this is our master's good intention. Sect leader junior brother, don't be distant with us. The two junior brothers standing on the side, upon hearing these words, found them hard to swallow, feeling aggrieved. Damn it, they want to take senior sister away, based on what? Fine Ni didn't dare to speak, only looked at Tan Hoa with extremely worried eyes. Senior brother, you must refuse them. At this moment, under the worried gaze of his junior sister and junior brothers, he spoke. Tien Cuc sect is the leader of the righteous path. Countless people are fighting to enter its gates, but only a few are chosen to be disciples. This goodwill of the senior grandmaster is truly. Wen Duong's eyes were meaningful, attentively listening to these words from Tan Hoa, not knowing what his insightful response would be. More unexpectedly, Tan Hoa became spirited, his eyes sparkling like stars, his hands clenched showing his determination. He continued, it's truly admirable. If I were not the sect leader, I would want to go too. No one had anticipated this move from Tan Hoa. Fine Ni behind him was so shocked she couldn't speak, while Wen Duong spat out the tea in his mouth. Afterward, he quickly sat up straight, wiping the tea that had spilled with his sleeve, awkwardly saying, Sect leader junior brother really knows how to joke. Wen Nia seemed anxious to hear Tan Hoa's response. He asked, so about this matter then? He sighed and lamented, but to say it is truly regrettable. I've already entrusted Fine Ni to Bai Lin Swang at Hoa Du sect. This time I fear I have let the senior grandmaster's good intentions down. Upon hearing this, Wen Nia stammered, Hoa Du sect, could it be that sect leader junior brother has always been in contact with Hoa Du sect? Upon hearing him ask, Tan Hoa nodded repeatedly saying, yes. He reluctantly said, I have always been corresponding with Bai Lin Swang. Although Hoa Du sect is not as prestigious as Vo's CUC sect, it is still far better than our Tien Dao sect. Moreover, all the disciples there are women. I truly cannot think of a sect more suitable for Fine Ni than Hoa Du sect. When Nia didn't know how to respond to Tan Hoa's subtle rejection, he could only stammer, well, this. Tan Hoa scratched his head in frustration and said, what a pity, if I had known earlier that the senior grandmaster had this in mind, I wouldn't have asked Bai Lin Swang. But inwardly, he calculated, now I can only use Hoa Du sect as an excuse to make them wary. He glanced at the two guests and thought further, we've been talking for so long and they still haven't mentioned the merchant convoy. They even want to use Fine Ni as a hostage. They're playing quite the hand. Fine feeling a great weight lifted off her chest, secretly sighed in relief. Senior brother is truly clever, this issue was resolved so easily. Then she gently clasped her hands and bowed to the two senior brothers of Vo's CUC sect. Since sect leader senior brother has already made arrangements, I, Finey, will naturally comply. I hope the two senior brothers can understand. At that moment, Hun Duong suddenly spoke up, oh dear, I almost forgot about this. Before we came, our master also instructed us to bring this item. Hun Nia lightly tapped the table as if frustrated, look at my memory, oh dear, quickly take it out for the sect leader junior brother and junior sister to see. Yes. Hun Duong quickly obeyed and took something out from his sleeve. He introduced, this is the most prized treasure of Vo's CUC sect. Tan Hoa and Finey both frowned slightly upon hearing this, sensing a bad omen approaching. Hun Duong took out a small box. Inside was a red elixir radiating an intense allure. He smiled and said, this elixir was personally crafted by our master. Only disciples of our sect can possess it. Upon seeing the gleaming elixir, Tan Hoa couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, this is the most precious elixir of your sect, personally refined by the senior Grand Master. Hun Duong immediately boasted, that's right, this golden pill not only contains the effects of many rare spiritual herbs, but also gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with the power of the Master. He dragged out his words to Finey, junior sister, not everyone gets an opportunity like this. Hearing him speak, Hun Nia suddenly sternly rebuked, Hun Duong, what you're saying is wrong. With junior sister's aptitude, her coming to our Wujizong is the true honor for us. The two junior brothers standing on the side were trying hard to maintain their image, whispering quietly. Tan Huin said, I feel a spiritual energy swirling around. This golden pill is not simple. Tan Fong also trembled, saying, I really want it. Tan Hoa glanced at them, feeling like their drool was about to fall. Is it really that attractive? He turned to look at Finey, silently wondering, could this golden pill have a strong attraction for practitioners? Upon closer look, her whole body was trembling slightly, as if she was holding something back. Sure enough, Finey was also reacting to the golden pill, but she was just trying to suppress it. He flashed a probing commercial smile. Oh dear, such a precious golden pill from your esteemed sect, clearly meant only for inner disciples, how could my Finey receive it? Hun Duong ignored him, focusing solely on Finey. Every word he said was aimed directly at her. Many cultivators reach the stage of perfected chi refining and stop progressing. But just consuming this golden pill can easily help them surpass that barrier. Finey stared at the golden pill, and he slowly added, I believe you have also felt the spiritual energy within this golden pill by now. He held out the golden pill again, its dazzling light making his face appear terrifying. He seductively said, the higher your cultivation, the more resonance you can create. She immediately trembled, saying, Take that golden pill away. Suddenly, a hand reached out to grab Hun Duong's wrist. Kotan Hoa stood in front of Finey, his words sharp like a hidden knife. Senior brother, if we've politely refused, there's no need to resort to such intimidation. His smile didn't change, but a murderous aura emanated. Humph, are you not afraid of disrespecting our master's goodwill by rejecting Wujizong again? Hearing that, Tan Huin and Tan Fong gritted their teeth in anger. Damn it, always using the master to pressure senior brother. Senior brother is strong. Senior brother is strong. Outwardly, he respectfully said, of course, I don't want to disrespect our master's goodwill. The decline of Tiandao sect continues, and I'm deeply grateful that he wants to support me. But the hand gripping Hun Duong's wrist secretly applied force, making him tremble. He slowly continued, but if you force others to take something, I don't have to accept it with joy. His face suddenly hardened. I don't like being forced, and I absolutely won't allow anyone to force my junior brothers or sisters to do something they don't want to. Finey was deeply moved by him. Hun Duong laughed deeply. Ha ha ha, sect leader junior brother is very decisive. Then, he forcefully pulled his hand back, domineeringly saying, but not showing it, do you even have the right to refuse? Finey suddenly widened her eyes, and a purple light flashed in them. Her face filled with green veins, her hand gathering spiritual energy before angrily charging at him. She furiously said, don't be disrespectful to my senior brother. Tan Hoa hurriedly tried to stop her. Finey, don't. But it was too late. She had already struck Hun Duong with a palm. His hat fell off, hitting the pillar behind him with a loud crash, leaving a crack. Hun Nia was shocked and terrified by the sight. After striking, she swayed slightly, and he quickly caught her, worriedly shouting, Finey, are you okay? The two junior brothers also rushed over, asking, Senior sister, are you all right? Her face was pale, her breath erratic, and she said in confusion, I don't know either. In an instant She trailed off, not finishing her sentence. Tan Hoa couldn't help but be furious, That golden pill is definitely not something good. It can make even gentle Finey lose control like that. When Nia was equally angry, well done, we sincerely tried to recruit you, and you dare to hurt others, how disrespectful, so disrespectful. Tianao sect. You truly look down on others. A cut appeared on Huan Duong's face, but he still smiled, waving his hand, don't be angry. He stepped forward a few steps and said, Master has instructed us to promote the alliance between our two sections. His voice dragged on, we've shown goodwill, but if sect leader junior brother does not accept. He paused slightly. Although he was still smiling, the surrounding atmosphere became oppressively terrifying, and he slowly added, then we won't insist. Kotan Hoa and Finey both frowned. He silently calculated, the killing intent is becoming harder to conceal, but at this moment, I must not show weakness. He opened his mouth cautiously. It seems the two senior brothers are. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Tan Mai suddenly opened the door, announcing, Senior brother, there are two more guests outside, they say they are disciples of the Flower Jade sect. Huan Nia's face darkened, and he silently repeated the name Flower Jade sect. Finey also asked blankly, Flower Jade sect? Only he was happy, saying, they've come at just the right time. Finey, it must be Aunt Bai Ling Shuang who sent someone to pick you up. Go invite them in. Then, he affectionately reached out to grab Huan Duong's hand. Just now, Finey was acting childish and collided with senior brother Huan Duong. I hope senior brother doesn't hold it against her. His actions surprised him. He pretended to sternly scold her. Finey, hurry and apologize to senior brother. She immediately clasped her hands and bowed, saying, Finey was disrespectful. Please forgive me, senior brother. He then turned and smiled ingratiatingly at him. Ah ha ha, senior brother, you're magnanimous, don't take it to heart. He was momentarily speechless at this shamelessness. After a while, he pulled his hand back and made an excuse to leave. Ha, it's a small matter, if junior sister doesn't want it, we won't force it. He and Huan Nia clasped their hands in farewell. Then we will take our leave, we must return to report to the sect. Tan Hoa immediately tried to keep them. Don't leave in such a hurry. Both Flower Jade sect and Wujizong are honored guests. It's rare for us to meet. Let's get acquainted before you go. They dared not stay long. So Huan Nia quickly declined. Thank you for the offer, sect leader junior brother, but master didn't give us much time. It's best we leave now. Hearing this, he regretfully said, I wanted to keep you two senior brothers for one more night. He pretended to hesitate, but inwardly he was jumping for joy. Go, and hopefully never come back. He politely responded, no need, sect leader junior brother, no need to see us off. So he ordered junior brother Tan Fong to fetch senior brother's hat and return it to him. Huan Duong paid no attention to them, his face darkened as he turned away. Suddenly, a wave of energy stirred, and the hat pinned to the pillar was pulled out. Then it flew precisely into Huan Duong's hand, and he coldly said, no need to trouble junior brother. He put on his hat, speaking deeply, we shall meet again. Kotan Ho's group watched their backs as they left. The atmosphere in the room slightly heavy. Tan Huan wiped his sweat, breaking the silence. That was really dangerous just now. He also sighed wearily. Phew, finally sent those two troublemakers away. Suddenly, Tan Fong shouted in surprise, senior brother, look quickly. He stared at the golden pill box on the table, stammering, the golden pill is still here. He quickly put on a serious face and reached out to grab the box. Tan Huan and Tan Fong were drooling over it but still weren't satisfied. They reluctantly pleaded. Come on, this is good stuff, senior brother, please, let us take a look, just, look. He ignored them and put the box away, thinking to himself, this thing is very suspicious. Those two deliberately left this pill, clearly with no good intentions. He decisively told them, no, you can't handle this thing, let me keep it. Finey had been silently watching the entire time. At this moment, she suddenly spoke sorrowfully, senior brother, so you really have told Ho Du sect and planned to take me away. Her face was filled with disappointment, and she questioned unwillingly, do you really want to send Finey away so eagerly? Hearing this, Tan Ho gently smiled, silly girl, Finey, haven't we talked about this long ago? Once you reach the peak of chi refining. He hadn't finished speaking when Tan Huan interjected unhappily, senior brother, didn't you just say you don't want anyone pressuring us? How come now you're rushing to send senior sister away? Tan Fong chimed in as well, senior sister isn't leaving, senior sister is staying. He sternly responded, raising his voice, do my words as the sect leader hold no weight anymore? What gives you the right to keep Finey here? Seeing him so angry, she was startled, and the other two were frightened into silence. He continued, do you want her to stay stuck at the chi refining stage for the rest of her life? What you're doing is only harming her, do you understand? He turned and walked away, saying, this is settled. Later, don't let outsiders see any sadness. Tan Huin angrily held his head and screamed, "AAA, if only I could know the methods of the Foundation establishment stage." Tan Fong sighed dejectedly, "We're still too weak." Too weak. Only Finey stood there in a daze, remaining silent. After that, she lowered her eyes in sorrow. "Senior brother, do you really not understand my feelings?" In the end, everyone parted in unhappiness. Kotan Hoa decisively walked away, never looking back. As the people from Vocuc sect were leaving, they happened to run into Tan Mai leading the group from Hodu sect. "Two senior sisters, please, this way." Among the two girls, the one with platinum blonde hair was beautiful and soft, while the one with brown hair was bold and strong. As they passed by the Huinduong brothers, the platinum blonde girl couldn't help but notice them. She curiously asked the other girl, "Senior sister, why do you think two disciples from Vocuc sect came to Tienda sect?" But the other girl coldly replied, "Why are you paying attention to them? Focus on yourself." By this time, Huinduong and Huinnia had already quietly made their way to the gate of Tienda sect. Somewhere in a wide field, the sky was clear, and dragonflies were flying everywhere. Someone gently extended their hand, and a dragonfly flew over, landing on their fingertip. Then it flew away again. Huinduong looked up and smiled, muttering, "Looks like there will be heavy rain tonight." Huinduong glanced at him and grumbled, "I say, when will you ever fix your bad temper? Didn't the master tell you to handle things with harmony? With your bloodthirsty aura, who knows how much trouble you'll cause?" His face twisted, and he pointed at Huinduong, continuing, "Even though I play the bad guy on the outside, it's so you can play the good guy. And what happened? Look at you, spilling everything in a second. Seriously." Huinduong smiled menacingly, "All right, stop nagging. I've already held back enough. This Tienda sect is really full of hidden talents. Never mind that girl for now." He paused slightly. He recalled Tan Ho's harmless smile and continued, "Normally, any cultivator seeing that golden core would have a reaction, but Ko Tan Hoa managed to keep his aura completely normal." Huin Mia didn't find this surprising and said, "Well, he's the head of a sect, and a descendant of Ko Luong then. It's only natural that he has such cultivation." Hearing this, the bloodlust around Huin Duong grew even thicker. He grimly said, "That's exactly why I can barely control myself anymore. Do you know how unbearable it feels?" Huin Nia twitched the corner of his mouth, seeing that familiar look again. Seeing the wounds on his face starting to heal, he brought up the main issue. "All right, let's get back to the task at hand." He slowly continued, "There's a village nearby. It seems it's hidden there." Looking down at the peaceful village at the foot of the mountain, he sighed, "This is so exhausting. Next time, let Huin Lim and Huin Kao handle this." But Huin Duong cryptically said, "I actually quite enjoy this kind of work." The warm glow of the setting sun enveloped all of Tiendao sect. Inside the room, Ko Tan Hoa carefully examined the golden core. Afterward, he placed it back in the box. He had made up his mind. Taking Finey away would mean that Vocuc sect could no longer use her as a hostage. He put the box back on his person, his thoughts continuing to churn, but keeping those kids was not a long-term solution either. With this in mind, he was about to open the door to step out, thinking it was better to go down the mountain for peace of mind. But suddenly, he seemed to notice something, and his eyes widened in surprise. Then, he abruptly opened the door. Tan Mai, who had been eavesdropping with her ear pressed against the door, was caught off guard and fell right into him in a sneaky position. He asked in confusion, Tan Mai, what are you doing here?" She looked up at him, her face flushing with embarrassment, stammering, "Say senior brother." A second later she jumped out, stuttering with her head down, well, it was Tan Huin, no, we. She kept stumbling over her words, unable to finish a sentence. Behind her were Tan Huin and Tan Fong. When they saw him step out, Tan Huin pretended to whistle nonchalantly, looking at the sky and humming, "The evening sun is so beautiful today." Meanwhile, Tan Fong stood frozen, holding his wine jug, muttering, he's out. First, Ko Tan Ho looked down at the lunchbox in Tan Mai's hand. Then he shifted his gaze to the wine jug in Tan Fong's hand, the wine that Tan Fong had always kept stored away. He suddenly felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that they still cared about their senior brother, and besides, now he had an excuse to go down the mountain. So, he put his hands on his hips and joked, how did you know I was planning to go down the mountain? You've even prepared wine and meat." Hearing this, Tan Mai asked in surprise, "Go down the mountain? Senior brother, are you going to see Aunt Duong?" He half-jokingly replied, "That's right, who told us to trick? Who told us to bother her so often?" Tan Fong immediately protested, Ha, that was you. Don't drag us into this." Seeing that this teasing was enough to mend their bond, he said, All right, let's go. Let's find Aunt Duong and have a drink or two." Meanwhile, Finey was with the people from Hoadu sect. After flying for a while, the platinum blonde girl couldn't help but ask her, "Today, we saw the disciples of OCUC sect. What were they visiting Tienda sect for?" She openly answered, they said they wanted to strengthen the alliance between the two sects, so they planned to send a disciple to transmit techniques. The brown-haired girl seemed displeased with her junior's actions and reminded her, "Why are you concerned with matters of other sects?" The platinum blonde girl, seemingly used to this attitude, just laughed and said, "Hee, I just found them strange. We passed by each other today." She paused slightly. Then, out of nowhere, she added, "I heard you were talking about something involving virgins or something. It's really disgusting." At that moment, Finey seemed to sense something. Her eyes widened, and her expression turned unusually dark. The brown-haired girl turned around and said, "Today, Finey is already a disciple of our Hoadu sect. Between Tienda sect and OCUC sect." She hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly realized that Finey, who should have been right behind her, had vanished without a trace. She exclaimed, "Huh? What happened?" The platinum blonde girl also panicked. "Oh no, we must have flown too fast and left senior sister Finey behind." The night had grown late, and the cold moonlight filled the air with unease. The small village at the foot of the mountain was engulfed in flames, so devastated that it no longer resembled its original form. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Aunt Duong lay motionless in a pool of blood, barely able to move, but she could still faintly hear someone calling her name. "Aunt Duong." She struggled to open her eyes. Another call for Duong Tam echoed, and she saw several indistinct figures running toward her. They drew closer, and she finally recognized who they were. Weakly, she called out, Tan Hoa." His face was pale, a mixture of shock, worry, fear, and anger. He rushed to support her, urgently saying, "Don't say anything more, we will treat you immediately." His junior disciples were horrified by the brutal scene around them. Tears streamed down their faces, their once calm eyes now wide with rage, veins bulging. One of them furiously shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go. We're going to find the culprit." He quickly shouted back, "Stay calm." But they were consumed by hatred, unable to hear his words, and charged ahead. He shouted again, urgently, "Don't act on your own, come back." Suddenly, Duong Tam extended her bloodied hand to grasp his shoulder and weakly called, "Tan Hoa." He immediately responded, "Yes, I'm here." Her body trembled uncontrollably, and tears began to flow as she tried to speak, "Oe, Oe ni." He didn't understand and asked again, "Oe." But then he noticed a little girl lying a few steps away. He immediately understood, tears welling up as he reassured her, "Oe Oe ni is fine, she's okay, just sleeping." Hearing this, Duong Tam was relieved, whispering softly, "That's good," and then her eyes lost focus, gradually fading away. Kotan Hoa watched helplessly as her hands slowly slipped down. Unable to hold back anymore, he finally wept. He called out in anguish, "Duong Tam!" Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. In the figure's hand was a sharp sword still dripping with blood. It was Huin Duong, who said in a deep voice, "Sect leader junior brother, we meet again." Hearing this voice, his expression darkened. He turned to look, seeing him smiling, though his entire being exuded a terrifying aura of death. Huin Duong continued, "I actually wanted to greet you all one last time." He ignored him, staring only at what Huin Duong was holding, his eyes widening, his whole body going numb as he struggled to speak. "You, in your hand is..." Huin Duong raised Tan Huin's head and nonchalantly replied, "Oh, are you referring to this?" Without waiting for a response, Huin Duong lamented, "Honestly, I didn't want to harm them, they were such good junior brothers." Scratching his face awkwardly, he continued, "It was just a matter of killing these commoners, but they wanted to fight me. Really, it was exhausting." Kotan Hoa said nothing, and in a flash, he charged with his sword, aiming to kill Huin Duong, who quickly sidestepped. His face filled with hatred, he hissed through clenched teeth, "Put them down." His earlier strike barely missed, but he managed to cut Huin Duong's neck, causing blood to spray. Huin Duong cried out, "Even you? I've explained already, the Tienda sect has gone too far." Then, he threw the heads of the two junior brothers at him. Quickly drawing his sword, Huin Duong readied himself for battle at any moment. Kotan Hoa caught the heads of his two junior brothers, while Huin Duong's voice echoed again, "Oh dear, I think I've finally figured it out." Gently placing the heads down, he listened as Huin Duong rambled on, "Me and Huin Nia were fools, thinking you had been hiding your spiritual power." At this, he suddenly burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, you don't have any foundation at all, so you've poured all your effort into mastering swordsmanship." Kotan Hoa remained silent, his face obscured by shadow, his expression unreadable. The more Huin Duong thought about it, the funnier it seemed. He laughed until tears flowed, mockingly saying, "Ha ha, two heroes of the Demon Dao sect produced something like you. Finally, Kotan Ho responded in a flat tone, "You're right, I can't use immortal techniques." His grip on the sword tightened as he added, "But my sword." He left the sentence unfinished. Instead, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye, he charged forward with his sword. Huan Duong was shocked, so fast. He could only catch a glimpse of a blood-stained blade flash through the air. A beautiful arc sliced across his neck, and his body instantly stiffened, dead in the blink of an eye. Kotan Hoa stood, radiating a murderous aura, his sword drenched in the blood of the enemy who had killed his junior brothers. His face was terrifying, like a ghost from hell, and with disdain, he finished his sentence, "You can't block it." With one swift strike, Kotan Hoa had severed the enemy's head cleanly. His face glistened with sweat, briefly weakened, breathing heavily as he thought, "Fortunately, he underestimated me and didn't use advanced immortal techniques, allowing me to kill him." But suddenly, before he could fully recover, someone with blood-red eyes appeared behind him, whispering into his ear, stunning him, "TSK, you're not bad, kid. Even without any spiritual power, you're more dangerous than a cultivator." As soon as the words were spoken, the person attacked, slicing at Tan Ho's arm. Despite his effort to dodge, he was a step too slow, and blood sprayed from his wounded arm. Tan Ho thought in fear, so fast. He winced in pain, staring at his injured arm, then immediately grabbed something to stop the bleeding, stabilizing his breath, still with a chance. Ko Tan Hoa, now with one arm severed, was in excruciating pain. His opponent, far from relenting, charged at him again, shouting, even after losing an arm, "You remain firm. Truly, the sect leader's junior brother is exceptional." It was Huan Nia, holding a blood-soaked sword, eyes blazing red, rushing toward Tan Hoa. He shouted, "Letting you live will only cause trouble for our master." In the midst of the intense situation, Finey suddenly appeared, her entire body radiating a formidable green spiritual power, causing Tan Hoa to exclaim in surprise. "Finey," she said, "I knew they had sinister intentions, but I didn't expect them to be this ruthless." With that, she immediately cast the Wind Seal spell, unleashing her terrifying power toward Huan Nia, sending him flying back, unable to approach the two of them. Faced with such overwhelming power, Huan Nia could only stare in shock, mouth agape, as he flew backward in agony. Once finished, Finey turned back with a worried expression and said, "Senior brother, I'll help you reattach your arm immediately." Ko Tan Hoa, still in pain, managed a weak reply, "There's no time, other disciples of Vo's CUC sect are probably already on their way." Finey, undeterred, insisted, "No rush, let's fix your arm first, then we can escape." But as she spoke, something suddenly pierced through her chest, blood spilling from her mouth, her eyes wide in shock as she let out a small gasp. Witnessing the unexpected ambush, Tan Hoa furrowed his brows and caught her, calling out, "Finey." His eyes followed the direction where the object was shot, surprised, saying, This is." Before them was a horrifying scene. Huan Duong, the man whose head Tan Hoa had just decapitated, strangely came back to life. His body crawled on the ground. His head floated with a long tongue. His entire being was cloaked in terrifying dark energy, that of Ma Dao Min. Seeing this, Tan Hoa immediately retreated with Finey, both injured, now relying on each other to fight. He thought, this isn't right, if it's Ma Dao Min. Why are they cleaning up after TNCUC sect? Could it be the righteous and evil war from 10 years ago? As he pondered this, a strong, firm hand suddenly grabbed Ko Tan Hoa, causing him immense pain. It was Huan Nia, he wasn't dead. He lifted Tan Hoa up, and with a painful grunt, he let go of Finey, dropping her to the ground. He said, "TSK, the disciple of the sect master is indeed as strong as our senior brother Huan Lim." Under the pressure of Huan Nia's large, strong hands, Tan Hoa refused to give in, thinking, "No, I must figure this out." Despite the pain and blood trickling from his mouth, he gritted his teeth and said, "Disciple of Ho Du sect, we met you. Our sect was destroyed, and you won't escape the consequences." Hearing this, Huan Nia nonchalantly continued, "Naive, Tisk, so naive, no wonder you're a useless person raised in a sheltered environment. If we wanted, we could easily swallow up your lowly sect in the blink of an eye without leaving a trace." As for Ho Du sect, before he could finish, Huan Duong, who had just stood up, reattached his head and added, "Their final fate only has two possibilities." His grotesque, inhuman face showed a slight smile as he pushed his head into place and said, "1, you end up like us, or 2, like you." Huan Nia spoke again, "The fun is over, no need to say more to him. Once Huan Lim and the others arrive, we will report back to the master." Hearing this, Huan Duong nodded in agreement with a smile. True, this was an unexpected harvest. Finey remained motionless on the ground. Huan Duong said, "Take her back." Huan Nia chimed in, "All right, she's not completely dead yet. With the golden elixir, she'll survive." Hearing this, Tan Hoa grew extremely worried, clenching his teeth and gripping Huan Nia's hand tightly, thinking, no, I can't let Finey become a monster like them. I must stop them, I must kill them. His eyes now filled with fury, veins and blood vessels bulging, his gaze intense. He made a decision, it's not over, I can't end it here. I won't let these beasts get away, I will kill them all. Sensing Tan Hoa's determination, the system appeared, detecting his intense mental waves. The dimensional channel opened. Tan Hoa seemed like a different person, his eyes opened wide. But Tan Hoa was now in a completely different place, sitting up in shock, asking, am I still alive? He was sitting on a circle, surrounded by strange lights. He thought, could this be Vo's CUC sect? No, they have no reason to let me live. Around him were different Earths, various planets. Tan Hoa looked around in awe and marveled, this place is truly magnificent. Then he wondered, where is this? What purpose do they have for saving me? Tan Hoa's face showed clear panic, as he turned around, questioning, do they want me to do something for them? Just as he reattached his left arm, suddenly something with long tentacles clung to his face. Startled and terrified, Tan Hoa shouted, ah! What the hell is this? Why has my arm turned into this form? One by one, the surrounding green flames were ignited. Suddenly, there was a voice calling, Ko Tan Hoa. After that call, his body seemed to undergo some sort of change. Tan Hoa stood there in disbelief, an uncomfortable feeling rising within him. He said, this feeling is unbearable. Tan Hoa, trembling in fear, shouted, are you a demon? Tan Hoa thought to himself, it's him who brought me here, I can sense his presence. He then said, or are you an immortal? Slowly, he directed his fearful gaze behind him. Tan Hoa felt paralyzed, unable to move his body, even his heart seemed to stop beating. Behind him was a gigantic figure, its face indistinguishable, and a voice echoed in the space, you are smart. Whether I am an immortal or demon is for you to decide. A series of images of righteousness and evil flashed by, and the massive figure continued, despair, light, God's truth, hope. The figure continued, these are all titles I have been called across many dimensions. With your current knowledge, you cannot understand me, but you may call me Fuang Chu. Hearing this, Tan Hoa grew more puzzled and asked, but how can I know if you're a god or a demon? Isn't it difficult to discern? At this point, Fuang Chu slowly replied, well, after saying that, everything began to shake, and the image of Fuang Chu and Tan Hoa started to blur. Fuang Chu calmly continued, then try it. After saying that, everything began to shake again, and the image of Fuang Chu and Tan Hoa became increasingly blurry. Tan Hoa, in pain, felt the unbearable discomfort from earlier returning, but this time it was much more intense. He clutched his head, groaning in pain, and said, enough? It seemed like he could no longer bear it and collapsed, shouting, enough. Fuang Chu then spoke, therefore, you should communicate in a language you can understand. You cannot resist now. Tan Hoa, with blood still on his lips, looked around and thought, are these worlds beyond Then Chao? Suddenly, countless notification panels appeared before him, swirling around. The one named Fuang Chu said, these are all battles where outsiders invaded the locals, occurring across many dimensions. And your dimension has already been infiltrated by outsiders. You cannot resist now. Tan Hoa, with blood on his lips, looked around and thought, are these worlds beyond Then Chao? His eyes now glowing red, he said, if Fuang Chu doesn't intervene, your future is only extinction. Hearing this, he frowned, his eyes flashing with an indescribable red hue. He thought to himself, could Vo's CUC sect not simply be a demonic cultivator sect? Tan Hoa stood there silently, listening to Fuang Chu's words, and you are the chosen one, destined to change this future. The system notification that Fuang Chu set up appeared before him with numerous rules. He continued, but to borrow Fuang Chu's power, you must adhere to 10 rules. His eyes scanned the rules one by one, his gaze filled with extreme doubt, thinking, to borrow their power, but from now on, I must submit to them. Fuang Chu began reading the rules. First, you cannot betray. Desiring power that does not belong to you to fulfill your wishes, offering your soul marked by their brand, becoming a prisoner of Fuang Chu. Tan Hoa's strange hands kept moving, listening for the second rule, you cannot reveal it. No thoughts, no words. After hearing this, Tan Hoa suddenly laughed mockingly. This enraged Fuang Chu, who shouted, what are you laughing at? You are dead, and it is Fuang Chu who gave you the chance to be reborn. He gave you the power for revenge. Hearing this, Tan Hoa lowered his head, letting out a cold hum. Tan Hoa continued laughing as he said, if this is a ship, how can I be the only one aboard? Why not find dozens, hundreds of people to come aboard with me? Then, he said, if Fuang Chu is so great, why not directly intervene, and instead rely on someone like me, who is already dead? That question almost completely angered Fuang Chu, and the person replied, your life and death do not matter to Fuang Chu. Unrelenting, he said, is it that it doesn't matter? Or is it that the great Fuang Chu cannot reach Shenzhou? When Fuang Chu heard those words, he couldn't help but be angered and shouted, ridiculous. Are you doubting the wisdom of Fuang Chu? He quickly denied, of course not. He continued, Fuang Chu certainly has wisdom that I cannot comprehend. At this point, his eyes turned red, and he firmly declared, precisely because of this, Fuang Chu calculated that I am the only destiny of Shenzhou. If that is the case, then we are undoubtedly partners, not master and servant. Hearing this, Fuang Chu seemed completely enraged. The person's eyes turned red and said, how dare the Anvo try dream of equaling Fuang Chu? Then, with his giant body, he opened his mouth wide, and pointed his giant finger straight at Tan Hoa. He had no intention of backing down, and pointed straight at him, shouting, if you want to cooperate, then drop that rotten price of yours. Tan Hoa's face was resolute. He furrowed his brow and shouted with all his strength, to let me speak so long with my head held high is already showing you great respect. He kept pointing at Fuang Chu, showing his determination. At this moment he spoke, should I call you ignorant, or should I praise you for being clever? It seems that this time, Fuang Chu has made the right choice. It was not in vain to be so persistent. It seems Tan Hoa has successfully shown him his determination and worthiness to be a destiny. Another voice echoed. Your courage and spirit have been acknowledged by Fuang Chu. From now on, I will be the bridge of communication between you and Fuang Chu. It was an all-seeing eye Roigo. It began to introduce itself to Tan Hoa. My honorific title is Roigo. You can call me by this name. Now I've come to sign a pact with you. Seeing Roigo, he was extremely excited, sitting down, waving his hand back and forth between himself and Roigo and said, Wasai, so this is your original appearance. Right. It's so different from before. Hearing this, Roigo became very agitated and loudly exclaimed, it is not. I have no fixed form, you insolent. Suddenly, Tan Hoa bit his hand, causing it to bleed. He immediately wondered, what is this about? Seeing this, Roigo said, look, you can't withstand the pressure of our ancient gods. Hearing this, he laughed and said, haha, it was indeed scary earlier. I thought I was going to die a second time. But still, being able to deceive you isn't bad. Hearing that, Roigo was puzzled and furious. Deceive me in front of the all-knowing, all-powerful Fuang Chu. And you dare to be insolent like this? Then he wiped the blood from his mouth and hand and said, no matter what you all are, this rare opportunity must be grasped. Also, those 10 rules are too strict, I won't sign. Hearing him negotiate like that, Roigo only said, you can sign if you like, but if you don't, you can't borrow Fuang Chu's power. Just after speaking, Roigo turned to look at Tan Hoa, seeing he was about to jump into the universe. He said, do you think if I jump from here, I'll die a second time? Seeing this, Roigo panicked and shouted, hey, come back to me. Fuang Chu is not entirely inflexible either. He continued to hem, Fuang Chu's tolerance is still quite strong. If you feel the agreement is too strict, then you don't need to follow all 10 rules. Those words made Tan Hoa suspicious. And he asked again, really? Then, Roigo continued, but I sincerely remind you, 3 of those rules must absolutely be followed. If violated, you might very well die again. Hearing this response, Tan Hoa, with a face looking quite sly, said, if you've conceded this much, then I reluctantly agree with you. Seeing this, Roigo said, shameless brat, deceiving again. He continued, however, your choice is correct. What Fuang Chu can give you is absolutely beyond your imagination. Hearing that, he replied, no need to speak so pleasantly. I understand everything comes with a price, just look at those 10 rules, and you'll understand. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, thinking about Finey, wondering if she was still waiting for him. His face full of determination, he thought he could pay any price. Then, Tan Hoa cheerfully said to Roigo, what are we waiting for? Let's sign the pact. Waiting only for these words from Tan Hoa, it immediately did something and said, then let's begin. Though this process is uncomfortable, you'll have to endure it. Roigo's little discomfort was truly terrifying. Tan Hoa's entire body trembled, she screamed in pain. The uncomfortable feeling engulfed him. Tan Hoa clutched his head, feeling as if it was about to split. Even his newly regrown hands with strange tendrils began to melt. These tendrils melted away, revealing his newly formed hands. His new hands looked like they were made of steel with a strange logo. Images of robots holding guns against prisoners appeared in his mind. Tan Hoa clutched his head, wondering what this was. One by one, his right hand then his left hand, he looked at them in confusion. Why is even my left hand like this? Noticing Tan Hoa's confusion, Roigo said, this is proof of the existence of the great ancient gods, so you can witness the presence of a god. It was the god Igo with a head like a dragon's, but with many eyes, glowing and looking forward. Then, Tan Hoa gritted his teeth and pulled off his shirt. He continued tearing the shirt he was wearing in a strange manner. On his chest, a strange, deep blue figure imprinted on his flesh and skin appeared. It was Vo Trangia with a terrifyingly bizarre shape, a long tongue, and many eyes darting around. Another strange figure also appeared on Tan Hoa's back. It was the immortal, the silhouette of a person with many arms behind, sitting motionless. The image of zombie-like humans, crawling on the ground, also appeared in Tan's mind. At this point, Tan Hoa seemed to transform into another person, screaming in pain, his eyes turned white, and a strange shape continued to appear on his forehead. It was the all-seeing eye. The image of the all-seeing eye in the form of a human with 4 arms, with countless strange figures bowing in reverence beneath. Then Tan Hoa gasped painfully and said, "Is this how you greet people?" Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, but a smile appeared on his lips. Tan Hoa said, "This is truly something special. I feel like I'm really in another world." Suddenly, a deep pit appeared, and Tan Hoa fell into it. Perhaps this was a way for him to return to reality, and save Finey. Roigo didn't forget to remind him, "Remember, there are 3 rules you must follow." Roigo once again reiterated, 1. Never betray, 2. Must understand. He looked at the hole where the man fell and read the 3rd rule, be brave. Just like that, the figure of Tan Hoa grew more distant. He fell into the hole, and the figure of Roigo there gradually faded, then shone like a small star in the night sky. Back to reality, torrential rain poured down from the sky, and thunder tore through the heavens. At this moment, Tan Hoa lay motionless under the rain. Huinia said, "Oh wow, it's raining after all? Was it the dragonflies that told you?" Huin Duong asked again, "Guess." Huinia, irritated, said, "Guess my beep, say it if you want." At that time, Tan Hoa still lay motionless, without any reaction. He continued, "This rain came at just the right time, it can wash everything clean." At that moment, raindrops fell on Tan Hoa's cheek. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, burning bright red. At this point, Huin Nia and Huin Duong still didn't know that Tan Hoa had woken up. Huin Nia complained, "Again me, why me? How many times has it been? Why are all the hard jobs given to me?" Huin Duong heard this but didn't explain, just hummed a few times. Huin Nia, not getting a response, shouted, "It's unfair. I've done it so many times, why are you being lazy this time? In terms of seniority, I am your senior disciple." Huin Duong still didn't explain, just smiled and said, "Too noisy." Meanwhile, they both hadn't noticed that Tan Hoa was slowly recovering and standing up. It seemed like Huin Nia somewhat sensed the movement behind him and asked, "Who's there?" Huin Duong also asked, "What's wrong?" They looked at the pool of blood where Tan Hoa had been lying motionless, and Huin Nia asked curiously, "The kid is gone." Huin Duong, equally confused, said, "Since when?" Then, as if sensing something, he quickly turned around. In front of the 2 of them, Tan Hoa appeared with his body completely healed, sitting beside Finey. He took out a purple-pink pill and put it in Finey's mouth, saying, "Finey, here, eat this, they say this pill can preserve your life." He sat there in the pouring rain, talking to the still motionless Finey, "Be good and eat, I will immediately take you away." Meanwhile, the 2 Huin sect members just stood there, stunned by the scene in front of them. Huin Nia exclaimed, "No, impossible." He was extremely shocked, and in disbelief shouted, "I clearly crushed his throat." But Huin Duong, on the contrary, showed excitement and said, "His body has a strange aura, something is off." The figure of Tan Hoa, with 1 arm severed, his back turned, emitted lights and strange-colored auras that made even Huin Duong exclaim, "Such strange auras." At that moment, he turned his face, his eyes blazing red with anger and killing intent, and said, "You." Realizing something was wrong, with such strange auras, Huin Duong immediately knew something was up. Seeing this, he and Huin Nia quickly retreated backward. At this point, he smirked as green veins slowly appeared on his face and neck. On the other side, Huin Nia, extremely worried, thought, "This has caused both of us to instinctively jump back. Dangerous. Huin Duong is about to reveal his true form." As he thought, Huin Duong began to reveal his monstrous form, his whole body exuding a terrifying green demonic aura. With angry purple eyes, his body deformed. Growing an extra arm, he said excitedly, "Interesting, the last time I felt this was when I faced that old man. Interesting, interesting, interesting." At that moment, he rushed toward Tan Hoa and said, "In just a short moment, your entire being has changed. You aren't a proper immortal cultivator either." Huin Nia, standing behind, tried to stop him. "Huin Duong, don't be reckless." Tan Hoa stood there, his arm gradually regenerating, and said, "Disciple of Huang Chu, when granted grace, you will remember the scriptures of the old god." After that, he seemed to activate the law of the prisoner, controlling the false great sun, the Lord of Darkness. His face resolute, his eyes ready for battle, he continued chanting, asking for wisdom for the lost. Seeking truth in the midst of confusion, Huin Duong charged at him like an arrow, his arm regenerating as fast as possible. He showed no fear, standing and looking up at him. Empowered by the strength that filled him, Tan Ho's regenerated arm was entirely different, his hand containing an unfathomable power. Huin Duong rushed toward him, his arm transforming into a sharp scythe, aiming to strike him, but Tan Ho was faster, using his newly regenerated hand with impressive strength to block it. The two weapons clashed, either yielding, causing a small explosion, a bang. Witnessing this, Huin Duong gritted his teeth, thinking. His hand grew longer. Meanwhile, Tan Ho, using his hand to block the sword, thought to himself, so that's it. As long as I chant the scripture, I can use the power of the old god. Then, Huin Duong retracted his sword, preparing for the next strike, gritting his teeth, shouting at him, "Don't think that this will stop me." Without hesitation, he activated the second power, the true eye. His entire being gradually adapted and merged with the powers. In his eyes now was the full view of Huin Duong's body, with nerves and meridians clearly visible. He thought, it's clear, the true eye can see the meridians of others' bodies. At this moment, Tan Hoa focused on one part of him with a green light, thinking, his chi in the sea of energy has already formed a golden core? Suddenly, that part lit up, and Tan Hoa seemed to realize something. No, this isn't a golden core, it's something else. His fist clenched, something slowly emerging, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Could this be his weakness? From his hand, tendrils grew out like before. Tan Hoa thought, if cutting off his head can't kill him, then let's try this. The thing that emerged from his hand was the embodiment of ego. Another power was activated, the tendrils grew larger and larger, rushing forward. That ego rushed toward Huin Duong, piercing through him, blood splattering everywhere, extremely horrifying. Even though his body was cut in half, Huin Duong, in his demonic form, gritted his teeth and asked in bewilderment, what are you really? Tan Hoa coolly replied, starting today, I am the nightmare of your Vo-Cuc sect. Huin Duong's head was mercilessly severed, and at that moment, Huin Nia rushed forward, shouting, release my junior disciple. He used an immortal technique, and seeing this, Tan Hoa frowned and looked up. He followed, jumping to the ground, causing a 1,000-pound fall. As he landed, the ground shook, splitting into fragments like a massive explosion. After that leap, the ground caved in, smoke billowing all around. Huin Nia with his gigantic body, holding half a person in one hand and the lower half of his junior brother in the other, stood in the rain. His face was filled with worry, repeatedly asking, Huin Duong, you underestimated the enemy too much, how could you recklessly charge in like that? Look, you've been cut in two. You have to hold on, as long as there's one breath left, Master can still save you. Although Huin Duong was cut in half and drenched in blood, he didn't feel any pain or fear. His whole body trembled, but a delighted smile appeared on his face as he said, Bah, I don't care, is that damn Tan Hoa dead yet? Seeing his junior brother still so careless even in death, he exclaimed, damn it, can you say fewer words? You're still worried about someone else's life and death. Look, your chi-si is already shattered. At that moment, rats appeared from somewhere, hiding behind rocks, eavesdropping. They gathered in large numbers behind the two Huinman brothers, climbing over the rocks, listening to their conversation. Suddenly, something rose from the ground like a mountain, startling the group. Tan Hoa wasn't dead, he couldn't die so easily, he continued using Vo-Tran. A strange shape appeared on the ground, from which cries and sobs emerged. Hoo-hoo-ay-ay. Finey slowly appeared, that strange shadow gently lifted her. It was Tan Hoa. He cradled the small girl Finey in his arms, surrounded by scattered rats. His face soaked in rain, breathing heavily, but Tan Hoa's gaze was incredibly sharp. At that moment, Finey's eyes slowly began to move. Her eyes gradually opened very gently. Huin Nia immediately appeared in front of Finey and Tan Hoa, shouting, look at your current state, you're completely drained of strength, aren't you? Tan Hoa looked exhausted, sweating, his mouth bleeding, thinking he couldn't argue, his heart felt as if a hand was squeezing it, his entire body was drained of energy. Finey's eyes were still half open, but she remained motionless in Tan Hoa's arms. Suddenly, her eyes flew wide open. Her entire body floated up, surrounded by green spiritual energy. Seeing this, Tan Hoa panicked and called her name, Finey. Facing the light, Huin Nia gritted his teeth, thinking, this feeling? The spiritual energy surrounding Finey formed a powerful vortex. Lying on the side, after being cut in half, Huin Duong struggled to watch. He followed the spiritual energy and wondered, what is this terrifying spiritual power? Then he recalled earlier when Tan Hoa fed Finey the golden pill and somewhat understood, but he was utterly confused. This woman just took the pill, yet she successfully completed the process? Finey, along with the strong spiritual energy, soared higher, creating a storm that scared both Tan Hoa and Huan Nia into covering their eyes. Under that power, he shielded himself while shouting her name loudly, Fi Ni. At that moment, Fi Ni seemed to have become someone else. Her eyes were completely white. Seeing her like this, Tan Hoa couldn't help but worry. Huan Nia also watched in bewilderment and thought, what's going on? She swallowed the pill. It's the same as us. But why is this oppressive power so strong? In front of him, it seemed like a strange danger was about to arrive. He thought, this is definitely something I need to report to Master. His eyes, once bright red, suddenly turned a strange green when he looked at Fi Ni. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly fled, thinking, the killing aura is already pouring out, I can't tangle with her. Indeed, at that moment, Fi Ni was being controlled by something. Her hands slowly lifted, droplets of water began to form on her head. She was using immortal magic. She didn't hesitate to use water control magic to create a whirlpool. Those whirlpools shot straight into Huan Nia, catching him off guard, his body spurting blood. He gritted his teeth in pain and thought, to think it pierced through my armor so easily. Tan Hoa watched in disbelief, wondering, can Fi Ni really use such powerful water control magic now? He continued to use his true seeing eye, and before him was the entirety of Fi Ni's meridians. He looked at the center of her abdomen and realized, it's that golden pill that's given her stronger spiritual energy. But it also caused her to lose her mind. Realizing this, and just as Fi Ni was about to fly off somewhere, Tan Hoa immediately called out, Fi Ni, come back. It turned out she was chasing after Duong Nia. Seeing her determinedly following, he became extremely terrified and confused, fleeing. He thought, a true hero doesn't suffer a loss in front of him, retreat first, and then deal with it. So, he opened his gaping mouth wide, mucus dripping, looking utterly disgusting. From his mouth shot out something enormous and bizarre. But there was no escaping. Fi Ni had already caught up behind him, grabbed his head with one hand, and slammed it into the ground, spraying blood. The path after the slam looked like it had exploded. Rocks flew everywhere, smoke billowed. What Huan Nia had just shot went straight toward Huan Duong, who was lying there, continuously screaming, Huan Nia, brother, what are you doing? Hurry and kill them. It turned out to be a cocoon, and from the cocoon emerged a terrifyingly grotesque creature. That creature slowly crawled onto Huan Duong, making him scream in fear. Brother, you idiot, surely you don't want to escape, do you? Don't touch me. Surprisingly, could it be that Huan Nia had turned into this creature, saying, shut up, blame yourself for playing too much, delaying the important mission. This time when Master punishes us, think about how you'll explain it to him. Without allowing Huan Duong to resist further, Huan Nia quickly clung onto him to do something. Huan Duong disagreed and continuously screamed, no, I don't want to run away. If you want to run, run yourself. I don't need to explain to anyone, I don't need to. But how could he resist, let alone say no, as he vanished along with his senior brother Huan Nia. Fi Ni was still standing, stomping the ground. Seeing this, Tan Hoa thought, they're gone. Fi Ni's transformation scared them away. Feeling somewhat safe now, he approached and said, Fi Ni, let's take this opportunity to leave here. If they bring reinforcements, it will be a big problem. However, Fi Ni was no longer the same as before, she had completely lost her mind. Upon hearing a voice calling her, her body once again released powerful spiritual energy. She quickly used a move to strike directly at Tan Hoa, leaving him standing there in shock. He coughed in pain, utterly astonished. Could Fi Ni not even recognize him? Fi Ni, with a strange expression and pale eyes, lunged at Tan Hoa with an excited grin. In that moment, his left arm automatically activated, ready to attack Fi Ni. Seeing this, he was horrified and fought against the automatic movement. He quickly restrained his left arm, pressing it down with all his strength, even as Fi Ni was about to strike. He told himself, I can't let it hurt Fi Ni. As a result, Fi Ni punched him in the chest, causing blood to spurt out. Tan Hoa's eyes glowed red, filled with extreme pain. Despite the painful attack, he didn't fight back. Instead, he spoke with all his strength, hoping she would awaken soon. He said, Fi Ni, it's me, I'm Tan Hoa. Even so, Fi Ni continued to laugh excitedly. His left arm was still preparing to attack, but he kept holding it back. Tan Hoa was preoccupied with thoughts of saving Fi Ni. No, she doesn't recognize anyone. I have to find a way to calm her down. Since his left hand had already automatically activated the attack, but he had pressed it to the ground, an explosion occurred, shattering the ground, and smoke billowed everywhere. Just as the smoke cleared, Fi Ni waved her hand. She gritted her teeth in frustration, angered by having lost her prey. Suddenly, one of Tan Ho's hands hurriedly reached out and wrapped around her waist. He quickly used one arm to hold her waist and the other to clasp her neck, making her cry out in alarm. His face full of worry, he said, I'm sorry, Fi Ni, wake up. I don't know what else to do. Please wake up, Finey. Out of control, Finey grabbed Tan Ho's hand and bit down. He patiently endured the pain, allowing her to bite, and said, "Bite all you want, I don't blame you. It's all because of that golden pill from Vocuc sect, or else you wouldn't have turned out like this." Tan Ho gritted his teeth through the pain, allowing Finey to bite him, hoping he could bring her back. Then, the two of them slowly collapsed, leaning against each other. Tan Ho vowed to remember this hatred. Vocuc sect, I'll never forget this blood debt. The next morning, the sun gradually rose above the rooftops, the remnants of last night still present, with smoke lingering everywhere. Tan Ho sat there holding Finey, no matter what the cost. His eyes burned red with resentment. "I'll make you all pay for this blood debt with blood." The two of them stayed there among the ruins from yesterday until now. The scene shifts to another region, with light filling the village. A girl with delicate lips is seen smiling. That is Ma Ko, sitting in a tree, enjoying the breeze, looking beautiful and alluring. In the desolate, remote city, in a shabby room, Ko Tan Hoa lay unconscious on a pile of straw. He slowly opened his eyes, muttering, "Phi." Suddenly, Ko Tan Hoa sat up abruptly, his face alarmed as he shouted loudly, "Phi Ni!" He looked out at the unfamiliar surroundings, thinking to himself, "Where is this? Did Phi Ni bring me here? No, I have to go find her." Ko Tan Hoa tried to stand, but his whole body trembled. He clutched his wound, his face showing deep pain, as if his internal organs were being crushed. He recalled the events of the previous day and thought, "I paid too high a price for borrowing this power. This deal wasn't worth it. I barely escaped this time. But next time they'll be prepared for me." He grimaced, a mix of anger and pain on his face. Ko Tan Hoa staggered to his feet, realizing that even the leader of the righteous sects was corrupt. There was nothing left in this world that could be trusted. The so-called immortals are laughable. Where were you when I was in trouble? He turned to look at the statue behind him, and thought. The towering statue was cracked, missing several parts, and looked ancient. Ko Tan Hoa gazed at it, thinking, or maybe you're all the same. He looked at his own hand, realizing that his current state was only temporary. You want me to become your pawn? Dream on, his face filled with rage. Ko Tan Hoa clenched his hand tightly. I'm the one playing the game. Suddenly, Ko Tan Hoa heard a strange sound. Behind him, the leader of the demon sect staggered, looking worn out. Ko Tan Hoa turned around in alarm and shouted, "Who's there?" He prepared to use his strength to fight back. Suddenly, he realized the person in front of him was a child. Seeing this, Ko Tan Hoa lowered his hand. He still couldn't fully control these abilities. It would take time to adjust. From out of nowhere, Lang Fai Ni came running, shouting, "Senior brother!" Ko Tan Hoa, surprised, responded, "Fai Ni!" Lang Fai Ni approached, her face filled with joy, looking excited. "Thank goodness, you've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Next to her, the leader of the demon sect was holding a basket of fruit. She ran quickly, throwing her arms around Ko Tan Hoa's neck, saying she was afraid he wouldn't wake up. He looked at her and replied, "Silly girl, aren't I still fine now?" Lang Fai Ni, still hugging him, her eyes filled with tears, said, "We can't return to Tienda sect anymore. I can't lose you, senior brother." At that moment, Ko Tan Hoa thought, Fai Ni hasn't mentioned attacking me, so she must not remember losing control. The two of them stopped embracing. He looked at her and said, "As long as we're still here, we can definitely return someday." Lang Fai Ni held his hand and asked, "Senior brother, what happened after I lost consciousness? And what about your arm?" Ko Tan Hoa thought to himself, I must adhere to the 3 rules that those eyes spoke of. I can't reveal them. He looked at her and smiled, saying, "This story is a bit long, I'll explain it to you slowly later. But right now, I'm more curious about." He looked back at the young girl, the leader of the demon sect alliance shyly hid away. He asked, "Where did this little girl come from?" "Surely not." Lang Fai Ni saw this and looked at the girl, responding, "Oh, I forgot to introduce her to you." She looked at the girl and said, "Little sister, don't be afraid, you must have met senior brother before." The girl fearfully hid behind her. Seeing this, Lang Fai Ni leaned in close to Ko Tan Hoa and whispered, "She is one of the children being transported. She hid in a pile of straw and escaped the massacre. So she's a bit scared now." He replied, "No wonder she ran when she saw me awake." He began using spiritual vision to examine her thoughts, thinking to himself, for a child to escape the massacre of those 2 demonic cultivators. Through spiritual vision, Ko Tan Hoa examined the girl's body, but couldn't find anything strange. Is it hidden too well? He bent down and asked the girl, "Little sister, how did you escape from those 2 demonic cultivators? Can you tell your brother?" The girl seemed shy. The girl, with a gloomy face, softly replied, "It was Aunt Duong, she hid me in the pile of straw. The leader of the demon sect alliance spoke while recalling the story. You heard them. You heard them say they wanted to eat all the children. The demonic cultivators looked so brutal. They were constantly killing in front of the girl. The girl continued, they also said that these children were the best chosen ones. At this moment, Kotan Hoa attentively listened to the girl speak. The girl trembled, tears flowing, and said not a single one should be wasted. Lang Fai Ni, feeling distressed, hugged the girl, looked at him, and said, Senior brother, don't bring up these bad memories. Kotan Hoa, feeling guilty, patted her head and replied, okay, my mind wasn't thinking clearly. The girl cried loudly, Fai Ni sister, I'm scared. Fai Ni immediately hugged the girl and comforted her, don't be afraid, we are safe now. Fai Ni's sister will protect you. Kotan Hoa stood by, expressionless. She continued, look, these are meat buns I just bought. While they're still hot, try one. She held a hot bun in front of the girl. The girl responded, Suddenly, Kotan Hoa had a feeling. He turned back to look at the girl and thought to himself, this little sister isn't simple, but for now, I'll let it go. Let's see what tricks you might pull. The girl held the bun and said, Sister, these past few days, every time you ate you threw up. Are you feeling uncomfortable? How about you eat first? Lang Fai Ni patted the girl's head and laughed, Don't worry, sister isn't hungry right now, you eat first, no need to worry. Kotan Hoa looked surprised, really? He looked at the girl happily eating the bun, could it be that Fai Ni will turn into something like those two demonic cultivators? He examined the girl's features, something was gradually revealing itself. It seemed like something was infiltrating the girl. Lang Fai Ni turned back to ask him, Senior brother, are you surprised? She offered the bun and said, Why don't you have some too? Kotan Hoa smiled and replied, Sure. His eyes were fixed on the girl, thinking to himself, this child. Criticizing me? He looked at the girl intently eating in front of him. Suddenly the girl let out a faint laugh, showing a strange expression. Rain began to pour down on the city. In a mysterious room, everything around looked terrifying. Two people stood there, and behind them, Huan Nia was trembling. Huan Duong was crawling on the floor, unable to speak. Huan Nia, shaking all over, knelt and said, Third senior brother, it's true that Huan Duong and I messed up. But please, out of consideration for our senior brother and junior brother bond, save Huan Duong. The third senior brother, with great power, stood next to Huan Kao. He said, The force that injured you is no small matter, but with your skill, you definitely shouldn't be struggling like this. His eyes suddenly turned menacing, and he continued, I'll let you go this time, but if it happens again. Upon hearing this, Huan Nia quickly turned back and said to Huan Duong, who was crawling behind, Huan Duong, what are you standing there for? Thank third senior brother. Huan Duong, with an exhausted face, barely had the strength to say, thank. His voice trembled even more, Thank you, third senior brother. Suddenly, the third senior brother raised his hand, summoning something with his power. He said, Now, take your medicine. A strange light appeared, and a massive container slowly emerged. He continued, There's no primer for the medicine this time, but I'll give you one pill, next time you'll have to make up for it. A pungent smell emanated from the container, there were hundreds, thousands of human skeletons inside. The medicinal pills gradually appeared and were extracted, their color gloomy. The pill flew out from the container. It fell to the ground right in front of Huan Duong, who quickly grabbed it, his face contorting. Huan Duong immediately swallowed the pill. Huan Nia turned back to look at him. He was now kneeling before the third senior brother, saying, Thank you, third senior brother. Huan Kao stood beside, with a cold smile on his face, scoffing. Suddenly, the third senior brother called out, Lao Bat. Huan Kao responded, Yes. She smiled lightly and continued, We've arrived at the Heaven Dao sect. Huan Kao looked towards Huan Lim standing by the door and said, With fifth senior brother here, everything is in order. Huan Lim replied, Don't flatter me. She laughed upon hearing that. In front of the Heaven Dao sect, two people stood there, and Huan Lim said, It's not the first time I've had to clean up after you guys. The rain was getting heavier, with only two people standing there. Huan Lim spoke to her, saying that this obstruction spell still lacked some elements. Huan Kao, upon hearing that, showed some hesitation, could it be that? Huan Lim continued, Don't worry, I guarantee you won't feel a thing. Huan Kao smiled lightly, and then suddenly he began to slash with his sword, blood splattering everywhere. With just one strike, he cut her into pieces, blood gushed out, and everything seemed torn apart. Blood dripped onto the ground, and her internal organs fell to the ground. Suddenly, they began to regenerate into parts with terrifying speed. Huan Kao seemed to be revived, her entire body started to regrow. Seeing this, Huan Lim remarked, This curse regeneration ability really makes me envious. Her body was still intact at this moment, her face showing a cheerful smile as she said, You acted before I even finished speaking, without any hesitation. She continued, Senior brother, You truly have no pity for the beauty in front of you. Suddenly, Huin Lim threw his cloak to her, saying, "Conserve your strength, go find some young people." She laughed. "Oh my." He, in a battle-ready stance, instructed her to gather the corpses nearby. Hearing this, she chuckled and replied, "An old man's scent is already heading toward the coffin." Suddenly, a loud voice caught their attention. They turned their heads to look back. "Is anyone here?" Outside the gate of the Heavenly Tao sect, a red-haired man stood waiting. He held a few fish in his hand, thinking to himself, "Although I was invited, can I really enter the righteous sect?" The gate opened, and Huin Kao came out to greet him. The red-haired man saw her and stuttered, I am." Suddenly, his face flushed red. He looked at Huin Kao and her alluring appearance before him, and she smiled and asked, "What business do you have here, brother?" He thought to himself, "My goodness. Are the female disciples of this sect always this generous?" The red-haired man's face turned even redder, stammering. He turned around and replied, I was invited by your sect master to come up the mountain to become a disciple." Huin Kao, hearing this, laughed and replied, "So you're here to become a disciple, please come in." The red-haired man shyly scratched his head, handing over the fish in his hand, and said, "My gift for becoming a disciple isn't much. These are the fish I caught today. I hope you don't mind." Huin Kao's voice lowered upon hearing him. You have others with you too." The red-haired man, his face flushed, turned back to look at her and replied, "Didn't your sect master tell you? He gave us a piece of barren land. After arranging things for the villagers, I came up the mountain." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a talisman was pulled out. Huin Lim immediately stuck the talisman on the man's forehead before he could react. The red-haired man, still in the midst of speaking to Huin Kao and Huin Lim, muttered, "Luckily, there's fish, and a big one at that." Seeing the scene before her, Huin Kao remarked, "This man has spiritual energy, seems like good material." Huin Lim continued, "Go down the mountain quickly. Find the villagers he mentioned." At that moment, the red-haired man's face stiffened, as if he had lost his soul. Then he turned around, brimming with murderous intent. He continued, "Don't leave anyone alive." Huin Kao reported that senior brother Huin Keim had already acted as instructed. Her master replied, "Continue to pass down the orders," and she answered, "Yes." In the eastern region of the Flower Allure sect, everything was in chaos due to the heavenly thunder. Everyone seemed to worship someone. Eternal bliss, free from the cycle of reincarnation. At that moment, the figure of Huin Kao and the sect leader seemed to be controlling the weather before the crowd, with some standing, and others wielding swords, summoning rain and wind. Meanwhile, in the western region of the kingdom, the Spider-Woman created many webs, trapping people and gradually draining their life force. She knew Huin Kao was watching, so she dared not make a mistake, her 6 golden eyes capable of sensing everything around her. At that moment, the golden roast pig was already placed on the grill. As it was brought to the mouth, it was bitten by a tongue. It was the large mouths of the creatures in the ghost realm that were eating. Huin Kao also went to inspect the northern region of the 9-Finger Sword Villa, where everything was bustling, with servants taking turns serving. "Hurry! Bring the dish up, the master is still not full, quickly, over here, over here." Meanwhile, at the southern border of the Great Sun Kingdom, under the blood moon, Huin Kao was talking to a mysterious figure obscured by the blood-colored night. Only a glimpse of his experienced, full face was visible, seemingly old as he wore a helmet, held a weapon, and was always in a battle-ready state. Those green eyes said, "Meet him, bring him back to the sect, he must live." It seemed to be the beginning of a life-and-death battle, or perhaps an alliance against something, with all 4 beings, either fully human nor fully demon, possessing unique powers and facing different circumstances. Meanwhile, in the quiet temple, a strange map appeared. Finey entered and saw Kotan Hoa drawing something on the ground. She approached and asked, "Senior brother, are you thinking about our next journey?" He replied, "Yes." Then he asked, "Has little sister gone to sleep?" Kotan Hoa was referring to the alliance leader. Finey answered, "Yes, she probably cried herself to sleep, so she fell asleep quickly." Without thinking much more, as he continued drawing, he explained to her, "This is where we are, belonging to the heavenly hidden temple. It will be a long journey to find the Flower Allure sect. Furthermore, the Wuji sect must have taken action, so heading south or east is not a good idea. The cause of everything is that we discovered the secret of the Merchant Guild, so you want to head towards them to see what is happening." His face was full of seriousness and he said, "Next, we will head northwest, the destination is—" He circled Van Keem's Sun Trang. Then he said, "We can conveniently find the family of the little sister." Finey understood and responded, Senior brother is indeed thoughtful, but—" Before she could finish, Tan Hoa said, "I know what you're thinking. You want to ask why we can't seek help from other Orthodox sections. I understand. After this battle, I can no longer trust any Orthodox sect. We cannot risk trying. He continued, right now we have so many issues in front of us that just understanding them is difficult enough. Finey replied, senior brother, why don't you explain everything to me? She added, and your hand too. Only then did Kotan Hoa notice. He added, what I am about to say might surprise you, but don't be afraid. Finey agreed, as long as it's not a ghost story, I won't be scared. The next day at the Flower Palace. Somewhere, a junior sister suddenly got slapped so hard her jaw flew off. They were constantly being scolded by a woman. You still have the face to come back? The first time I sent someone down the mountain for a task, and you messed it up. What's the use of bringing this corpse back? They, frightened, explained, Master, don't blame senior sister. We've searched the entire Heavenly Dao sect's territory and believe that senior brother Ko and senior sister Finey have already left. Lakni approached and softly said, before, it was always senior sister going down the mountain, but nothing ever happened. That caught the attention of senior sister next to her, Lakni. Senior sister lowered her head and said, Master, no one could have predicted that the Heavenly Dao sect would face a calamity. I just hope they haven't encountered the demonic Dao sect. She added, this matter is serious. Disciple believes we should inform our other orthodox allies now. That was Bok Lin Swang, sect master of the flower sect. She had long black hair, purple eyes, but a rather hot temper. She angrily shouted, you two will not rest. Immediately go report to the other sects. They both responded, yes. Afterward, Bok Lin Swan used her overwhelming power to control the position. It was so miraculous that even the person she struck was left speechless. The power created ice, wanting to shatter everything but narrowly missing the woman in that position. This wasn't a threat from Bok Lin Swan, but she wanted to show them the difference in power, with ice sweeping everything in front of it. They were a bit startled. It's the first time I've seen Master so angry, but some senior sisters tried to remain calm. Bok Lin Swan sensed it was the demonic Dao sect again. She was worried. Tan Hoa, please don't let anything happen. Fai Ni, disguised as a man, said, senior brother, what do you think? Do I look handsome dressed like this? The alliance leader standing next to them was now wearing an outfit even more beautiful than yesterday. The alliance leader of the demonic Dao sect joyfully said, little sister thinks that sister Fai Ni is the most handsome man I've ever met. Fai Ni then patted her head and replied, hee, sweet talker. Meanwhile, Kotan Hoa with a stern face said, this will make traveling much easier, but it will attract too much attention. Then he said, Fai Ni, did you return to the sect to get silver? Even the mule and cart are ready, why not buy a horse, it's faster. The alliance leader of the demonic Dao sect was about to say, there's not much money from the pawn shop, so sister Fai Ni, but Fai Ni quickly covered her mouth. Hey, didn't I tell you not to mention the pawn shop? Seeing this, Kotan Hoa questioned, pawn shop? Why go there? He suddenly realized, wait a minute. Kotan Hoa realized, don't tell me you didn't return to the sect to get silver, and the money we're spending now is all. Realizing this, he scratched his head, oh no, something that important, how could you pawn it? Making Fai Ni embarrassed, He seemed about to shout, are you out of your mind? And so, that morning was beautiful for their journey. Kotan Hoa had rented a new horse-drawn carriage for the trip, while the two girls sat in the back. The alliance leader of the demonic Dao sect, knowing he was angry, said, sister Fai Ni, brother Tan Hoa is still angry. Is that jade pendant really important? Fai Ni replied, when I was young I also lost my family like you, and at that time, the only thing I had was that jade pendant. The little girl asked again, so that jade pendant is the only keepsake of you and your family? Fai Ni replied, you could say that. Then, the alliance leader of the demonic Dao sect seemed to understand, and she said, no wonder brother Tan Hoa is so angry, but it also shows that he cares a lot about sister Fai Ni. Kotan Hoa overheard and said, you little girl know how to talk. Then she added, besides, if you can't find your family, it's okay because aren't we a family of 3? Hearing this, Fai Ni was flustered and said, a family of 3? Little sister, what nonsense are you talking about? The alliance leader of the demonic Dao sect asked, isn't that the case? One is brother, one is sister, and I'm the little sister. Fai Ni blushed and said, oh, so the family you were talking about is like that. The little girl added, or does sister Fai Ni want to be my mother? Before she could finish, Fai Ni pinched her cheek. Ouch, that hurts. Fai Ni stammered, no, little mischievous girl. Kotan Hoa found it amusing and laughed, haha, be careful or sister Fai Ni will use her demon claw technique. On the way, he noticed something strange. In front of them were 3 people covered in blood, something was happening ahead. Kotan Hoa got off to inspect and said, don't come over, I'll take a look. Seeing the scene before him, he thought, it's a robbery. The world is truly in chaos now. This is the territory of Tien Tang Phi, the thieves here must be so poor they're robbing monks. Then he lifted one person up, the wounds on this monk were too severe, and he said, "Master, wake up, hold on a little longer, I will." But the man groaned in pain, trembling and cried out, "Ah, help, help." Then he pointed towards the road ahead. Kotan Hoa saw the three people laughing and talking happily. "No way we can let them succeed, ha ha ha, so much fun, so much fun." The monk told his uncle to hold on tight to his sleeve. "They are all cultivators," Votri said. "Ha ha ha, don't forget you agreed to buy candied hawthorn for your uncle." Suddenly someone attacked them from behind. Although the monk was leading, he was still alert to the unusual situation. He was slashed by a tall, muscular man, but fortunately he dodged it. Votri worriedly said, "Nephew, you're bleeding." That man arrogantly said, "A monk like you has some skill, wearing such a heavy treasure yet still able to kill my two brothers." The two cultivators were surrounded. "Drop the treasure, and I will spare you and that fool." However, the monk calmly sneered and said, "The sacred relic of our sect, how could I let you defile it?" He raised his staff as if challenging and confidently said, "If you want me to drop it, you'll have to ask my iron staff first." The leader, as if provoked, furiously said, "What are you waiting for?" He ordered, "Kill them! Kill them!" and his subordinates rushed forward. The monk said, "Uncle, find a way to escape," but the boy kept laughing, too good, ahaha. Then, the iron staff counterattacked. With just 3 strikes, they defeated them all. The boy just smiled slyly, too powerful, too powerful. Suddenly the monk sensed someone attacking from behind. He quickly turned and struck back in time. They said, "Filthy monk, don't be arrogant, you can't provoke the lords." Even though he was hit by 2 swords, he still fought back with the iron staff. They took the opportunity to rush at him more fiercely, shouting, "Finish him, kill him." Votri didn't realize someone was sneaking up behind him. He kept laughing and said, "Keep going, nephew." Only the monk noticed the danger, trying to call his uncle. Suddenly, blood splattered on the road. Due to a lapse in focus, the monk was struck directly by the subordinates. His arm severed and a strike hit his chest, leaving him unable to stand. The leader had his weapon ready for the challenge. The monk fell, dragging the protective box down with him, exposing the important item inside. That red thing looked so bizarre. A disaster waiting to happen. What exactly was it? Votri could only cry out, "Uncle," but didn't realize there was still an enemy behind him. Suddenly, a kick sent that enemy flying. It was Kotan Hoa who came to the rescue, seeing someone in trouble must be helped. The subordinates said, "Wow, is this really pure gold?" They started to grow greedy. "With such a large amount of gold, it seems we're about to strike it rich, strike it rich, strike it rich." The greediest one was the leader at the back. In the end, he was the one who destroyed them all. The others whispered in fear, "What's wrong with the leader? How could he even kill his own brothers? We don't dare to say anything." And he went mad, having obtained the item he needed. "Mine, this is mine, mine, mine." Another brother said, "Leader, we've got the item, should we head back?" They didn't know he had consumed the whole item, gradually transforming into a monstrous being. His killing intent became clearer. "This is mine," he emphasized even more. The monk wasn't dead, just lying there. Kotan Hoa came over and said, "Don't move, I'll help stop your bleeding." Suddenly, he realized something. It was the leader turned into a tiger and charged at him. He wondered, how could such a monster appear here? While they screamed for help, "Oh no, don't come over here, help us." Kotan Hoa analyzed his body. No, this guy has no chi, unlike the insects from Tienda sect. He realized, it was because of the thing in his hand. The monk, struggling, said, "Young hero, please help us." He replied, "The world has indeed changed." Kotan Hoa seemed distrustful, even a monk couldn't be trusted. The monk, using his last bit of strength, painfully said, "That person's evil thoughts were magnified by the Holy Master. If he was a good person, he wouldn't be affected." Kotan Hoa, holding his staff, said, "The so-called Holy Master is the god you worship, right? If he really exists, why doesn't he intervene?" While around him, people were screaming for help. "Monster, oh no, run." The leader blocked Kotan Hoa. He said, "Now the person helping you is a disciple of Tienda sect, but he said, you came to steal the treasure." He roared like a wild beast, "This is mine!" as if trying to prove his mighty strength. Without waiting for the leader to move, Kotan Hoa had already leaped and struck with his palm. "Make him fall, drop that thing." The large hand gradually shrank, returning to its original form. Kotan Hoa thought to himself, "It has returned to its original shape, those hands are really sinister." Suddenly, he heard a voice, "Disciple, are you returning to the heart of the sacred lord?" It was the voice of Votri. "But you already promised to buy me candied hawthorn." The exhausted monk said, "Sorry, little uncle, the disciple has achieved perfection." He calmly said, "I must return to the heart of the sacred lord now." Suddenly, both Kotan Hoa and Votri saw a strange light in the sky. "The sacred gate has opened, you go ahead." He realized, the sacred gate. The sky suddenly transformed into a marvelous galaxy, and a large hole absorbed the monk's soul. The soul was gradually leaving the body. It glanced down at the human world. And then, the sacred gate shrank, shrinking until the sky returned to its original state. And it disappeared. Kotan Ho was shocked. The sacred lord truly exists, but Fuang Chu never mentioned it. The one who signed the contract with me was only the 5 ancient gods, and Tiancuc sect is the enemy of Fuang Chu, the sacred lord. After that, Vo Tri kept staring at Kotan Hoa. He was holding that treasure, and he said, "Does little master need to be this close?" To which he replied, "No need, even from afar I can see them." Kotan Hoa didn't understand. He said, "Isn't it just the 2 of us here now?" Vo Tri replied, "It's not just us, behind you there are 5 eyes watching this place." Their greedy eyes were staring at their prey, which was Kotan Hoa. "And you are the prey." Vo Tri didn't care. He held on tightly and said, "If it's none of my business, I'll just avoid it, running away, running away." Kotan Hoa found it suspicious. Is he really stupid or just pretending? 5 eyes, there's something wrong with this Tian Tang temple. Then, he glanced over at the monk. He said, "Little master, the bodies of your disciples." But he responded, "Rotting away, I don't care at all, ha ha ha." Kotan Hoa found it very strange. He then said, "Little master, wait for me, I still have something I want to ask." That night, they lit a campfire and grilled fish. Kotan Hoa, as if luring Vo Tri, said, "Little master, do you want to eat?" Making him excited, "Smells good." He said, "Does it taste good?" "You answer my question seriously, and I'll grill more fish for you. If not, I won't tell your disciple." Vo Tri stupidly replied, "Really? Kotan Hoa told him, "Look, do you see that little brother over there? Tell me if he seems strange." He replied, "That little brother is obviously a female bodhisattva. Not only did she heal my disciple, but she also gave me buns." He jokingly added, "Oh right, a female bodhisattva, and more." When Finey offered, "Master, drink some water." "Thank you, benefactor." Vo Tri didn't pay attention. He said, "There's a white cicada on her, but I'm not afraid." Kotan Hoa thought, "A white cicada? This little monk has some skill." Thinking that, he asked, "So, do you have a way to drive that cicada away?" He replied unhappily, "You only said you'd answer one question, not several." He sweated, "You seem sharper than me." Then, Kotan Hoa handed him a fish skewer, saying, take it, it's all yours. Big brother knows you surely have a way to drive the white cicada away." Vo Tri, while eating and praising the fragrance, said, "This isn't the first time I've seen this kind of insect, but I don't have the ability, my master does." The thief who stole the sacred lord's hand had bugs on him. Kotan Hoa suddenly thought, could it be a disciple of Vo's Cuc sect? Then he asked, "What happened next? How did you and your junior brothers manage to retrieve the golden hand?" He recounted, "We were chased all the way, luckily we managed to steal it back, but soon after we encountered bandits again." Hearing this, he thought, so Vo's Cuc sect also set its sights on Tian Tang sect, but Tian Tang sect is a bit sinister. On the surface, they are allies, but in reality, they are secretly competing with each other. The Heavenly Dynasty and Western Xia have been at war for over 100 years, and the court has always received support from Orthodox sects. To gain more protection, the court granted Orthodox sects the privilege to manage local areas, and the Orthodox sects flourished afterward. But later, the Orthodox sects not only controlled local administrative powers but also tightly controlled the lifelines. Especially for a powerful sect like Tian Hak sect, even the authorities had to obey them. In recent years, they have ignored our Tian Dao sect and continued to encroach on our territory. Kotan Hoa continued to think, so the so-called alliance is basically a lie. Suddenly, the leader of the Demon Path Alliance said, "Wow, big sister, you're throwing up again." The little girl worriedly said, "She can't even handle porridge, she hasn't eaten anything for days." Kotan Hoa rushed over and asked, "Is Finey unwell? Should I take you to see a doctor, little sister?" Finey felt a bit unwell and said, "I don't know what's wrong either. I was a little hungry earlier, but after eating, I felt nauseous. You know Finey loves to eat but now rejects all food. That bug must be causing trouble." Then you said, "Wait a moment, I'll gather some wild vegetables and make soup for you." Kotan Hoa was also concerned, wanting to go to Van Keim Manor to inquire about news of Dong Tu and Kim Dan, but Finey couldn't. He turned to look at Vo Tri, who was eating. He thought of Tian Tang sect. In the capital, the waters swelled. At the Golden Flower General Trade Association, the place was splendid. There was a general, Ka Fu Tu, and the prince consort. The 3 were playing chess. Ka Fu Tu was the oldest, and the prince consort was the youngest. She said, then the general moved the pawn, balancing the 5. The general advanced boldly, emanating strength like a tiger. "But if you are overly ambitious and don't consider the consequences, I will overturn this favorable situation." Inside, a figure of unfamiliar stature but commanding presence said, "Drop the 5th fourth." The chessboard remained unchanged. The general bowed and replied, "The chairman sees the strategy clearly. You can reverse it with just one move." "I have lost." That person said, "Ka-Fu too is deeply strategic. Understanding the way of aligning with heavens will better than the general. But if heaven does not favor humans, we are all chess players. Do I need to teach this principle?" Confucius didn't understand this. He inside raised his hand and said confidently, "Seize control of fate and move 7-9. Ka-Fu too clasped his hands and replied, "I humbly admit defeat." Chairman Bach stepped off the bed, full of meaning as he asked, "The prince consort used to be a chess master. Now that you're wealthy, have you neglected practice? How could you miss the best move? Is something troubling your mind?" The prince consort worriedly tightened his clothes, unsure how to respond, stammering, I. Chairman Bach suddenly picked up a chess piece with his fingers and said, "Upper 3-9. Then, with a click, he placed the piece on the board and casually said to the prince consort, "Relax, prince consort, you've come here, and I will do my utmost to assist you." Upon hearing this, the prince consort quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, not holding back his praise. "The chairman is truly a remarkable person, to win against the three of us from such a distance. I am deeply impressed." The general hurriedly echoed, "The chairman's intellect surpasses all. You saw through all our thoughts with just one move." Hearing this, he humbly sighed, "Ah. The general flatters me. I am merely a man with free time who meddles too much." Suddenly, he changed the topic. "I have everything prepared." Downy, upon hearing him call, immediately replied respectfully, "Yes." She quickly stepped forward with a tray, on which there were 3 small red pouches. He spoke evenly, "Here are 3 secret strategies. Just follow Bach's plan, and the things you 3 desire will be easily solved. However, please remember clearly that today, Bach gives his utmost help." He glanced over the 3, who were eagerly waiting for him to continue speaking. "So," he smiled and softly said, "if another day I need the 3 of you," then purposely trailed off. They immediately understood, loudly declaring their loyalty. "Certainly, we will repay the chairman in the future. Yes, the chairman's favor today, we will definitely keep in our hearts." A moment later, Downey personally escorted the 3 to the door. They respectfully thanked her in unison. "That's enough, Miss Dow, you've escorted us far enough." She promptly bowed and replied, "Farewell to our esteemed guests." Inside the room, Chairman Bach lay comfortably on a large bed. A towel draped over his face as he rested, with 2 beautiful maids massaging his hands and feet. One sweetly complimented, "Master, you're so impressive, conquering 3 prominent figures with just 3 strategies." He calmly replied, "Everyone has problems. So naturally, someone like me is needed to solve them." They continued to praise, "Truly worthy of the master." He remained silent. Suddenly, Downey entered to report, "Master, the Northern Merchant Guild has received a rare item and said it was immediately sent over." This news piqued his curiosity. He pulled the towel from his face and asked, "What is it?" She raised a green jade pendant and replied, "A jade pendant with an inscription." A while later, in a dimly lit room, a fat man was noisily eating, the sound of his chewing echoing, as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. Chairman Bach sat on a chair, with 2 maids standing by his side. Resting his chin on his hand, he lazily remarked, "I tell you, can't you eat a little more gracefully?" From behind, the fat man looked so big that he nearly covered the entire table. After a few more bites, he slowly responded, "What's the matter? Feeling bad? Afraid I'll eat all your money?" His table was piled high with stacks of empty bowls. It was unclear how many he'd eaten. Seeing this, he sarcastically smiled and teased, "Don't worry, even 10 lifetimes wouldn't be enough to exhaust my fortune. But in these past 3 years, you've grown so fat that you're unrecognizable. If we find your family, will they even recognize you?" The fat man's eating stopped abruptly. Chairman Bach picked up the jade pendant and continued, "If I remember correctly, you had a jade pendant like this on you." Suddenly, someone snatched the pendant from his hand. The fat man intently examined the intricate carvings. Then he opened the pendant, finding an inscription inside. His entire body trembled as he tersely asked, "The condition?" Chairman Bach sighed deeply. "Before this, I spent a lot of effort sending the trade caravan north to catch up with them." His face suddenly darkened, turning frightening, as he continued, "But now, it's been days without any news from the north. I fear the situation has worsened." He stopped talking after that. The fat man's face was hidden in the shadows, only his unusually bright eyes visible. In a grim tone, he said, "Understood, I'll investigate the Wuji sect for you." In a majestic mountain range, mist enshrouded a certain area. A caravan was traveling along the cliffside. Someone cheered excitedly, "Oh ye!" Vo Tri eagerly turned to look at the caravan behind him, pointing ahead and urging, "Hurry, hurry, we're almost at the sect." Kotan Hoa looked around suspiciously and asked, "It's already noon, but why is there still so much fog?" The monk explained, in the mountains, the humidity is high, and thick fog is common here. He looked at the monk and casually said, now that I think about it, the humidity on the mountain will be heavier. For some reason, he always felt more and more uneasy the closer he got to Tientang's sect, always sensing something strange about the fog, but even the Quan Chan eyes couldn't see anything unusual. They kept moving forward, Finey's body growing weaker and her face extremely haggard. Suddenly, she heard the leader of the Demonic Path Alliance exclaim, wow! Sister Finey, look! She weakly responded with a hum. The leader voiced his doubts, the two people in front are really strange, why are they walking and kneeling at the same time? Hearing that, everyone immediately turned to look at them, and the monk explained, little benefactor, don't be surprised, these people are all devotees of our Tientang sect. He added, they are climbing the mountain to pray for blessings by kneeling every 3 steps. At that moment, the two people saw him and respectfully bowed. The monk quickly returned the gesture, and Tan Hoa standing next to him couldn't help but think, truly a devout believer. To pray for blessings, they bow and kneel, yet they don't care at all, nor do they think of receiving protection. He suddenly felt that the power of faith was indeed very strong. After walking a little further, through a layer of gloomy fog, they finally saw the gate of Tientang sect. The monk and Vo Tri stopped in front of the steps and sincerely thanked Ko Tan Hoa. Thank you, young master, for escorting us back to the sect. The disciples will pray for blessings for good people. Like the 3 of you. He said nothing, just held his sword and smiled warmly at the monk. A minute passed, and the monk, feeling uneasy under his gaze, finally asked, young master, is there something else? It was only then that Tan Hoa thickened his skin and expressed his intention. Oh, it's rare for us to visit, shouldn't you at least invite us in for a cup of tea? Hearing this, the monk's lips twitched slightly, while Vo Tri laughed heartily, saying, sure, Vo Tri is the most hospitable. The monk was sweating inwardly, reluctantly finding an excuse to cover up. Truthfully, our sect rules that disciples are not allowed to have private interactions with disciples from other sects. This time, it was against sect regulations to trouble you by escorting us back. Tan Hoa nodded, while inching closer to the monk, showing great understanding and saying, Oh, that's exactly why we wanted to come to your door to apologize. Finey, seeing the monk in such a difficult position, felt they shouldn't trouble him further. She softly advised, brother, if this is the rule of Tientang sect, then let's not make things difficult for the master. The leader also blandly said, yes, what's so special about the monk's temple anyway? But he didn't think so, casually throwing his arm over the monk's shoulder, smiling warmly as he said, oh, come on, we're all righteous sects, we should interact more. Vo Tri laughed in agreement upon hearing that, but the monk's face twisted as he pleaded, young master, please don't make it hard for this poor monk. They made a commotion in front of Tientang sect's gate for a while, when suddenly a voice called out, Vo Tri, invite the guests in. Tan Hoa was taken aback upon hearing this. Vo Tri was overjoyed, raising his hand and loudly responding, all right. The monk also smiled as if he had been freed. Oh, if it's Brother Vo Min's wish, then please. Young master. At this moment, Tan Hoa's cheerful expression disappeared, replaced by an unusually serious and tense look. Across a long flight of stairs, he looked up at Tientang's sect high above, where the fog made everything look blurry and unclear, while an eerie silence created an atmosphere that was both mysterious and dark. He furrowed his brows and silently thought, Holy Lord, whether you are God or ghost, for Finey, I must investigate. Vo Tri and the monk, familiar with the way, led the group, while he carried Finey on his back and the leader hurriedly followed behind. After a while, the leader, short legs struggling to keep up, called out, Monk, wait for me. Behind, Finey weakly leaned on Tan Hoa's back, feeling guilty as she said to him, Brother, it's because of me. Hearing this, he couldn't help but tease her. You know? Carrying you is really heavy, but I'll keep a record of this, and once you recover, you'll repay me double. Her heart suddenly felt warm, and she smiled through the tears she held back. Okay, agreed. At that moment, the leader, who was chasing after the other two, suddenly stopped, confused, and said to him, It's strange, Brother Tan Hoa, I don't see those 2 monks anymore. There's only a deep pit ahead, with nothing in it. Where did they go? The road ahead was dark, the deep pit seemingly appearing and disappearing in the thick fog. More notably, there weren't just the 4 of them, but many others. Bowing and praying devoutly, they repeated the same words over and over. The Holy Lord reigns supreme, the light of the world shines, the Holy Lord reigns supreme. The light of the world shines, the Holy Lord reigns supreme, the light of the world shines. He couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to himself, who would have thought there was a mystery inside? We were invited in, but is this as far as we can go? He decided to call over a person nearby to ask for information. Brother, have you seen the 2 monks who just went up the mountain? Hearing someone ask, The man raised his head. A large bruise on his forehead. He replied in a daze, huh? All around were devotees like him, with no sign of the monks. So, the man replied, no, all there is here are us. Then, he curiously asked back, did you come from outside? The Holy Lord is truly miraculous. Hearing this, he didn't show any emotion, merely responding indifferently, is that so? Then I've come to the right place. After that, he kicked a small pebble into the pit. The stone fell without a sound, indicating just how deep the abyss was. The leader peered down and exclaimed, wow, if you fell from here, you'd surely die. She quickly looked at him and said, Brother Tanhoa, this place is too strange, we should leave quickly. Seeing him remain silent, she called out to him again in confusion, Brother Tanhoa. Suddenly he mumbled something incomprehensible, can't betray, must understand. Then, as if in a trance, he walked forward. The devotees behind, both shocked and worried, said, what is the outsider doing? That's an abyss ahead. Is he a follower of the Holy Lord too? By now, the leader was completely panicked, anxiously grabbing his sleeve and repeatedly calling out, Brother Tanhoa, what's wrong with you? Ko Tanhoa's face was resolute, his mind repeating the same thoughts. Must understand, must accept, cannot betray, must be loyal, must be brave, must believe. His steps brought him closer and closer to the edge of the abyss, but he remained unfazed. He thought to himself, it's absurd, hard to tell good from evil, that contract too. He stepped over the boundless abyss below, silently completing the second half of his thought, surely it's useful for you too, right? The leader stood helplessly, her eyes wide in shock, trembling as she said, no, it can't be. But shortly after, the devotees behind gasped in joy and exclaimed, it's a miracle. The Holy Lord has manifested. The Holy Lord, sob. What they saw now was Ko Tanhoa carrying Finey, walking on air as if on solid ground. The leader stood stunned by the edge of the abyss, while the devotees behind knelt frantically, chanting, he's crossed, it's the Holy Lord's miracle, the Holy Lord has manifested. The Holy Lord has manifested. Seeing that he was fine, the leader let out a sigh of relief. Then, timidly following his lead, she tried to step off the edge of the abyss. Just then, someone shouted, oh no, someone has fallen. The words startled her, bringing her back to reality. She quickly looked to the side, only to see several devotees gathered at the edge, looking down in fear and saying, he fell, he surely wasn't sincere, that must be it. Then they repeatedly bowed, pleading for the Holy Lord to forgive their ignorance. Suddenly, the sounds of accusations and curses mixed together. How dare he speculate about the Holy Lord? Please, Holy Lord, save us. The leader listened silently to it all. Then she suddenly smiled a strange smile. She looked toward the void opposite, softly muttering, well done, ignorant monk. She gently rubbed her lips, her face becoming bloodthirsty and frightening. Then she spoke with deep intent, I almost caught you. Here, a faint figure appeared amidst the thick fog. Finally, Ko Tanhoa carried Finey to the edge of the cliff on the other side, his feet standing firm like a rock. He looked straight ahead, unable to hold back his praise, indeed, seeing is believing. In front of him, hidden behind the fog, was a brilliantly shining golden statue. It was a statue of a monk in a meditative posture. The entire statue was made of gold, except for the red bracelet on its arm. It looked somewhat strange and unusual. He called out, Same Master. The statue suddenly slowly opened its eyes. The fog gradually dispersed, revealing the clear image of the Saint Master of Tientang's sect standing with folded hands on a lotus pedestal, with a dazzling halo radiating from behind the Saint Master's head. Ko Tanhoa stared at the Saint Master's hand and suddenly thought, the golden hand has been returned. Then, he regained his composure and said loudly, I am the sect leader of Tienda sect, Ko Tanhoa, here to seek enlightenment. He articulated each word clearly. A few days ago, disciples of the demonic sect Vo Cuc sect suddenly invaded and massacred both commoners and disciples of my Tienda sect, even disguising poisonous worms as golden pills, causing my junior sister to be afflicted. At this point, he asked harshly, if your sect knew the secret of Vo Cuc sect early on, why didn't you notify the righteous sects? The Saint Master remained silent. Suddenly, behind him, the shadowy figure of a person appeared in the fog. That person spoke, although my temple is a righteous sect, we do not share the same roots with you. He turned around to look, and the person continued, even knowing that my temple is an enemy of those who carry poisonous worms, you still had to force your way in. That person slowly stepped out. It was a nun, dressed in white, covering the upper half of her face, revealing only the tip of her nose and mouth. A golden eye was embroidered on her face cloth, making her appearance very mysterious. She coldly asked him, do you realize you have disturbed the Holy Land? After seeing her clearly, Tanhoa was secretly astonished. A nun. He immediately raised his guard. This Tientang temple was truly different from other temples, not only believing in heretical ways but also housing both men and women. The nun suddenly interrupted his misleading thoughts. The world is inherently impermanent. What you see is not necessarily real. Having a law or no law is the same. You only have yourselves to blame for binding your nature. Hearing this, he was once again surprised. She knows what I'm thinking? She continued emotionlessly. The images of gods and Buddhas that you create are merely your arrogant assumptions. With just a few words, he had guessed who the other person was, confidently saying, You know how to read minds, so at least you are at the foundation establishment stage or higher. You must be the ignorant monk. She still responded coldly. It has nothing to do with cultivation level. This humble monk is only blind in eyes but clear in mind. Kotan Hoa gently placed the unconscious Finey down with his tentacles, then looked at the ignorant monk and spoke deeply. Well said, blind in eyes, clear in mind. Stronger than blind in mind, unclear. The purpose of this trip is for clarity of mind. The strange tentacles behind him kept dancing, and he did not hide his intentions. I want to know more about Vocuc sect. Only then can I save my junior sister. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, activating his true vision, speaking firmly, Otherwise, I will not leave easily. He thought to himself, Let me see what you really are. Then, he looked at the ignorant monk, but she was not frightened by his pressure. Instead, she calmly said, If you want to see the truth, why borrow someone else's eyes? Then, the aura around her began to shift. In just a moment, a radiant light surrounded her. Everything on her body, including her hair and clothes, was stripped away. She indifferently said, His eyes that see through are nothing but flowers. In a mirror, the moon in water. Then, she immediately cast the endless void, and the surrounding scene turned black and white. Suddenly a string of golden characters appeared, rotating, and a cracked, ferocious eye emerged, continuously exerting pressure on the opponent. Tan Hoa felt as if a series of mantras were invading his mind, his face showing discomfort. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his sword, the chanting still resounding. Escape the sea of suffering, the wondrous law of the lotus, the misunderstood great emperor, the great compassion that saves everything, the great compassion honored across all times. No law becomes law, saving all beings, guiding us in our confusion, hatred and separation, escaping the sea of suffering, we calmly face it. He used all his strength to throw the sword forward, shouting, Break for me. The sword flew with incredible speed. The figure of the ignorant monk became distorted like a ghost, but she remained in her folded hand stance, continuously chanting. At that moment, the tip of the sword was just inches from her mouth. In that instant, a flash of white light engulfed the sword, and the ignorant monk disappeared into the thick fog. Everything returned to its original state. He looked around irritably. It was that strange fog again. He turned to look at Finey and suddenly discovered that, at some point, a layer of golden light had gradually enveloped her entire body. Her face was almost covered by it. He screamed in horror, Finey! Amidst the chaos, he still noticed, faintly, a shadowy figure in the thick fog. That person intended to strike him while he was off guard, delivering a punch. But Kotan Hoa quickly reacted, swiftly reaching out his hand. As he turned, he clearly saw the figure. It was a large, muscular monk, with eyes as black as ink, lifeless like a corpse. He gathered strength in his hand, stopping the attacker's momentum. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This time, there was no two-handed monk. At that moment, the golden light had already enveloped Finey completely. Seeing this, he became furious, veins bulging on his forehead. He released his tentacles, the intense aura shaking the air around him. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Target me instead. Then, thousands upon thousands of tentacles shot out, quickly entwining his arm, extending his punch to its fullest. He gritted out each word, Don't touch my junior sister. The monk's eyes remained as black as ink, with no emotions on his face. Tan Hoa swung his tentacle-enhanced arm toward the monk, the overwhelming force causing the ground to shatter, with a fierce wind howling. Then, he manipulated his spiritual power to wrap around the golden light, and pulled it toward him, though at that moment, for some unknown reason, his entire body froze. Suddenly, his entire body turned ashen, like a dead man, his eyes empty. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. Countless rats crawled out from his mouth, ears, cheeks, and hair. They swarmed out and rushed toward the monk, starting to gnaw at his golden feet. The monk was immediately terrified. A flash of golden light appeared, and he hastily retracted his feet. This person was an elderly monk, who had appeared at some point. After retracting his feet, he looked no different from a bizarre tumbler toy. At this moment, he was confusedly thinking, where did he go? Suddenly, a rat sneaked onto the old man's head, startling him. Then he quickly looked down at himself. immediately seeing countless other rats madly running all over his body. Half of his upper body was nearly buried by these rats. Terrified, he exclaimed, "Oh my God!" More than 100 years ago, the first cultivator, Lang Guin Tong Su, founded the righteous sect Tienda sect. After 100 years, his disciples split into 11 sects, now collectively known as the righteous sects of Shenzhou. Under his guidance, the disciples mastered different types of weapons. Tienda sect, which joined later, was not part of the Tienda lineage. They once supported the righteous sects in fighting against the demonic alliance, and later helped the court resist the Xixia at the border, so they were accepted into the righteous sects. Kotan Ho's mother gently looked at him, and he said, "Then today, tell me a story about that sect." Reflecting on the past, he thought to himself, "When I was a child, I always begged mother to tell me interesting stories about the other sects before bed. Most of them were stories of riding horses across rivers and rescuing the wounded. Only the origin of Tienda sect was bloody and strange. It is said that there was once a sage like this in the world, who was originally a wise master beside the emperor, later becoming a general due to his merits, attaining an extremely high status. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the people, upright and incorruptible, but became a target of public criticism time and time again. After praying for the people, even the emperor gradually distanced himself from him. The image of the sage darkened as a sword blocked his way in front of everyone. He remembered thinking, therefore, one day, the emperor had murderous intent. The emperor coldly ordered, "If you are truly concerned about the world, then show me your heart." That sage stood before the murmuring officials. Some said he intended to cut out his heart. This was too much. They wondered whether he dared to do it. Others gleefully said he deserved it. He has finally met his fate. Faced with these malicious remarks, the sage sternly responded, "If His Majesty wishes to see it, then take it." The sky poured rain relentlessly, as if someone were weeping. The sage became drenched, walking alone under the rain. He continued, "After losing his heart, the loyal minister was still alive, but he had lost his direction until he met an eccentric old nun. The old nun slowly approached and said to the minister, 'You have wandered here for many days, haven't you? Are you unwilling?' He replied, 'Please do not laugh at me, master.' The old nun, blind, silently listened. He was dejected, speaking in despair, 'Without a heart, where can I find unwillingness?' The old nun replied, 'The minister had given his sincere heart to the wrong person but received the true heart of the Holy Master. If the minister could accept it, he would be the first guide of the Holy Master in this world.' The old nun's eyes gradually opened, revealing stretched red threads above. She exuded an ominous aura, holding a mysterious wooden box, as strange noises rushed in continuously. He turned to her, puzzled, asking, 'What is that sound?' By then, the box in the old nun's hand had opened. Inside was a black heart, covered with intricate lines emitting dangerous red light. Tan Hoa thought in confusion, 'To this day, I still don't understand why mother wanted to tell me this story before bed. What child could sleep after hearing this? Afterward, father scolded me, and mother comforted me. They were a bit strange, but definitely not evil cultivators.' Returning to the present, the monk waved his hand, shooing away the rats swarming towards him, angrily shouting, 'What filthy beasts! Get out, get out!' The rats quickly climbed up to his collar, squeaking continuously without stopping. They quickly swarmed over him, even linking together to form an arm that gradually strangled him. Kotan Hoa, with a terrifying bulge forming on his face, angrily shouted, 'Where have you taken Finey?' At that moment, another monk rushed over, touched him, and urgently said, 'Elder brother, don't harm my senior brother.' The little brother, with a freckled face and a running nose, pointed ahead in fear, saying, 'The female bodhisattva is there.' He immediately widened his eyes and turned his head. Tien Luke, with one hand using magic to create a large circle for her to curl up inside. Tan Hoa sharply thought, he's protecting Finey. He immediately released his grip and let him go. By then, the monk had already fainted on the ground from being choked. Vomin looked at him and the remaining rats and said, 'Kotan Hoa, what makes you any different from an evil cultivator now? Everything you've done is merely driving the tiger to swallow the wolf.' The strange image of a bodhisattva with clasped hands appeared, and with it, Finey was encased in a golden circle. Held aloft by Tien Luke of Tienda sect, along with Vo Van of Tienda sect, and Vo Gon of Tienda sect. Leading them was Vo Min of Tienda sect. All of them clasped their hands in unison. Tan Hoa and the rat on his shoulder looked at them, radiating a divine aura, and said, 'It's easy to stand there and talk pain-free. You all have your holy master supporting you. What do I have? I'm just a lost sect leader of a failed sect. Aside from becoming their pawn, what else can I do?' He coldly spoke. 'I'm just a lost sect leader of a failed sect. Aside from becoming their pawn, what else can I do?' He coldly spoke. Vomin replied, Though you say that, in your heart, you think you've driven the tiger. The little brother quickly stood up and said, Vomin's senior brother, everyone here is good, let's not bully him, okay? Tan Hoa smiled gratefully and responded, don't worry, Vo try, your senior brothers wouldn't have bothered to bring me here if they didn't want to deal with me. The little brother suddenly realized, exclaiming, oh? Vomin added, Ko Tan Hoa, you've only seen a small part of the world, be careful not to entangle yourself. He thought back, annoyed. Tan Hoa suddenly turned and said, hey, Vo try, he disappeared without a trace. Suddenly a voice echoed, son of an old friend. He panicked and looked back, seeing a strange dark figure slowly approaching from afar. He was stunned, thinking of the person in the vase. The voice continued, you don't need to be afraid. Vo Vi Master smiled kindly, yet terrifyingly, revealing only her head from the vase, with wriggling tentacles under the vase. He said, when you were young, there was a brilliant golden pattern in your eyes, sagging skin, and gray teeth made everything even more dangerous. He added with a smile. This humble monk even held you once. Tan Hoa, surprised, pointed at himself and said, oh, the master knows me. Vo Vi Master laughed loudly and responded, back then, you were young, so it's understandable you don't recognize me. Your courage is not small, even your father was terrified when he first met me, but you can stay so calm. It seems you have some knowledge. He was dumbfounded, poking himself with his hand, saying, oh, that's because I've seen something scarier before, moreover. You went through all this effort just to bring me to meet him. He sternly recalled the statue from earlier and said, if I'm not mistaken, the holy master you worship is also one of the old gods, and the relationship between the old gods could be either hostile, friendly, or unclear. I don't know what your intentions are, but if you want me to listen to him, you must first remove the parasite from my junior sister. Vo Vi Master closed her eyes and replied, I do have a way to remove the parasite, but you are not a follower of the holy master, so you must first gain the recognition of the holy master. Tan Hoa gritted his teeth, thinking they couldn't possibly be asking him and his junior sister to become monks, then hurriedly said, but my junior sister is being tormented by the parasite. I don't have time to play games with you anymore. He responded that the parasite seemed to be residing in the GC, but the parasite's egg did not harm the host, in fact, quite the opposite. To achieve perfection with the host, the parasite's egg would do everything to enhance the host's abilities. He added that while making the host stronger, it would also change the host's habits, appearance, and eventually their personality. Tan Hoa silently listened without responding, furrowing his brows in thought, no wonder their appearance is so frightening, meaning they are no longer ordinary cultivators. He said I haven't seen their final steps yet, but I suspect they are no longer human. Your junior sister has only recently been infected with the parasite, so there's still time. Tan Hoa looked toward the sword, wondering, is this my father's purple gold sword? Vo Vi Master continued, the holy master is different from the other old gods. He only needs the understanding and belief of his followers to exist eternally. But the desire of the parasites is insatiable, and any temple they set foot in will eventually be exhausted. This is something the holy master does not want to see. He smiled kindly and said. He immediately asked, what should I do to receive the holy master's blessing? He responded, Van Keim Mountain Manor, nearby, was destroyed by the Demon Path sect 10 years ago. And the people there are living in extreme misery. Outwardly it seems like a battlefield between the Celestial Empire and Western Xia, but in truth, disciples of the Wu Ji sect are hiding there. A large but gloomy image of the manor appeared, shrouded by a towering figure, with no light visible. Tan Hoa pulled the sword from the ground. Gripping the sword tightly, he resolutely said, fine, I will depart immediately. I'll trouble you to take care of my junior sister. Vo Vi Master smiled in satisfaction. He replied, don't worry, I will ensure Finey is well taken care of. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, revealing the sun shining everywhere. Tan Hoa stood in the courtyard outside the tower. He suddenly turned his head, coldly looking back once more. Behind him stood the radiant tower named Tientang sect, and then he swiftly left. Tan Hoa used his magical power to fly out of the vast courtyard of the tower. Vomin stood high above, looking down, and said, Master, that cunning demon lord has already noticed him. If we don't warn him, something might happen. They gathered beneath the golden statue, its hands embracing Finey inside. Vo Vi Master was in the center, and the others each held their fixed positions outside, meditating silently. He replied, with his wisdom, there's no hiding from him, much less deceiving him. He radiated a bright, gentle golden light and lightly smiled, saying, those old gods are all watching. Finey had already fallen into a deep sleep within that sacred cocoon. The scene shifted to someone drawing an image of Ko Tan Hoa on the ground. The leader of the Demon Path sect was happily drawing him on the ground. Suddenly, a villager shouted in panic, wow, he's back. More cries followed. He must have been bathed in the holy grace of the holy master, Is he a saint? The little girl immediately smiled wickedly. Tan Hoa was slowly approaching, and she rushed over excitedly, calling out loudly, Tan Hoa brother. The other villagers repeatedly bowed, saying, Holy man, bless us, holy man, bless us. She immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing, It's so good, I thought the two of you were going to abandon me. The demon lord was teary-eyed and sobbing, That's right, Finey sister. Ko Tan Hoa was coldly terrifying, Little sister, do you know what the mortal obsession with cultivation is? He smiled menacingly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at her. After Ko Tan Hoa finished off the remaining enemies, he told the leader of the Demon Path sect that when the idea of cultivation first emerged in the Divine Continent, most practitioners shared one obsession. He smiled and said, That obsession is immortality. She asked, Immortality, isn't that for gods? Ko Tan Hoa replied, That's right, but for an ordinary person without a spiritual root like me, immortality is a distant dream. He looked out toward the horizon as he flew, saying, My obsession with cultivation is. Each stage of cultivation is divided into 8 levels, and in the initial chi refining stage, reaching the 5th level allows one to fly using objects. Since I was a child, I admired those cultivators who could fly using objects. At 6 years old, Finey had already easily mastered this technique, and she immediately became the brightest disciple in the sect. But I, without a spiritual root, could only look on in admiration. Ko Tan Hoa felt lost. No matter how much swordsmanship I practiced, if I couldn't fly, I wasn't a true cultivator. The leader of the Demon Path sect seemed not to understand and said, Tan Hoa brother, why are you saying such things to me? He looked at her. Because the young eagle is about to spread its wings and fly. So, Ko Tan Hoa used a throwing knife to carry her into the sky, making her scared. Tan Hoa Gij stop quickly. It was the engines attached to his legs that allowed him to fly. He said, I feel like I can fly even faster. The leader of the demonic alliance trembled and hugged Ko Tan Hoa tighter. She was so scared that she cried, Please stop, little sister is scared. He replied, That's enough. He said, There's only us here, no need to pretend anymore. She said, Little sister doesn't understand. Ko Tan Hoa stopped in midair, surrounded by clouds. It's high enough here that anyone who falls will be crushed to pieces. He said, But with your cultivation, this height is nothing, right? The leader of the demonic alliance was frightened. Tan Hoa Gij, have you been possessed? Why are you treating little sister this way? What exactly did I do wrong? Ko Tan Hoa said, Finey is also a woman, so she couldn't smell it, but I am a man. He said, Children love to play, love to run around, so they sweat a lot, but they don't eat as much as adults, so the smell of their sweat isn't as unpleasant as adults. Those words left the leader of the demonic alliance stunned. He continued, You clearly have the smell of a woman on you, and it's very mature. She licked her lips and said, Hee, I was planning to play a bit longer, but didn't expect you to notice from the beginning. She turned into Ma Ko on him, lightly touched his cheek, and asked, Then do you find my scent fragrant? Ko Tan Hoa coldly said, It's fragrant enough, but I prefer your previous appearance. His eyes seemed to transform into something else, as if Ko Tan Hoa were holding a demonic serpent. Truly terrifying, it seemed she had been suppressing it for a long time to hide it. He said, I know you're with the Wuji sect, why did you approach me? Mako seductively said, It's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you. She exhaled softly, You want to deal with the Wuji sect, then I'm the best ally you could have. Suddenly she tried to lick his cheek, but everything comes with conditions. Unexpectedly, Ko Tan Hoa dropped Mako suddenly. She fell without even realizing it. Ko Tan Hoa wiped the mark off in disgust. Crazy woman, if you don't want to talk then don't, why would you lick someone's face? Mako was falling and laughing, Ha ha ha, interesting. She said, Ko Tan Hoa, we'll meet again. But he didn't care and flew away. I spit on that. That night, the sky was dark, there were bird calls, but no stars. Ko Tan Hoa felt sore, Mother, finally I've reached the border of Van Keim Manor. His whole body ached, the 3-day journey took just 1 hour. How convenient. But thinking back, looking at his hands every time he used the power of the old god, his internal organs would ache terribly. They must have been wiped out recently, the entire mountain peak was empty. A vast forest had withered away, and there were no people living nearby. So, Tianxing sect had its eyes on this place. Ko Tan Hoa stopped to cultivate his inner energy, resting for the night before heading to town the next morning. While he was resting, there was a red light in the distance. They were moving in a group. It seemed to be a group that tormented children. Hurry up, the master has been waiting for a long time. Move faster. There was chaos when someone tried to escape, and others stayed behind. They tried to catch the boy. You can't escape. The boy had short hair and freckles, and his body was small and frail. He ran as fast as he could. Aha, I see you. Suddenly he was struck by a sword right through his body. Those who were chasing the children caught up with him, he was hit, and the weak boy collapsed. But he hadn't lost consciousness, curled up and trembling, too scared, too much pain, he cried. They said, "Run, keep running, little brat, making us search for you." They looked around. It seemed that the protectors weren't following. "So, how do you want to handle this girl?" The two of them started to change, their necks swelled like two lumps. "I haven't eaten meat for days, so let me say first, this girl rolled down the mountain by herself." Such a terrifying voice. "Got it. I don't want the master to scold me either." The freckled boy saw their faces, full of fear, terror. Their faces were like mutated mushrooms. "This form is comfortable." They were about to grab him. "Hurry up a bit, got it, wait a bit, don't suck too much later." A strange figure appeared behind them. They turned around. "Who's there?" That figure only showed an angry face, but his cheeks were a bit chubby. He asked, "Are you disciples of Xianji? The smell of blood on you stinks like him." With just a few strikes he cut them down, green blood splattered everywhere. But the boy was almost exhausted, the blood loss was too much, leaving him lifeless. After that, he burned the scene, telling the guards to rest. The little mouse seemed to have witnessed everything. It ran quickly, running and running. The village was completely silent. It was Van Keim's son Trang, the old address. The mouse investigated. This area had become a land without an owner. Although dilapidated, it didn't look like it had been abandoned for long. You could still see traces of the people's lives. Unlike Nga and the others, the people here didn't leave because of famine. Kotan Hoa, in his current form, was inspecting. It felt like only a moment had passed. All the people in this place had disappeared. The pack of mice gathered again. Kotan Hoa had transformed into a human, observing, and he just mentioned the name of a disciple with the title Huin. Following him might lead to an unexpected reward. That person, the fleeting feeling, huh? He turned to look around. What was that commotion? Meanwhile, at Trang Nguyen, the disciples reported to their master, saying they had prepared the medicine guide this time. Someone mentioned Huin Cao, have you heard? Huin Cao responded, even if it's prepared, so what? If the tunnel isn't dug within a day, it won't be returned to the sect. She also said, you're really comfortable, sitting there without moving, while I've been digging from morning till night. That guy has huge hands, grabbing food with his bare hands, saying the third senior brother didn't have to find a helper for you, right? Huin Cao replied, that Huin Nia is fine, very diligent, but the stinky mantis is quite arrogant. That guy paid attention, his red eyes glaring. He said someone had entered our territory. They asked if it was Tientang sect. He said it didn't seem so, just instructed a person of supreme benevolence to meet him. 2 disciples had prepared themselves. They responded with obedience, and set off immediately. Huin Cao said, what's with your disciples? Hearing about an intruder, they get so excited. He replied not to be surprised. His face was ominously dark and terrifying. After all, they hadn't smelled blood in a long time. Fatty wandered around and suddenly stumbled into a mysterious area. The surrounding trees had no leaves, not even a blade of grass could grow, making it look like a desolate drought-stricken place. Suddenly, a short man with Buddha ears appeared behind him and said, what are you searching for, wandering around here? His voice was soft, his tone like a righteous person speaking to an outsider. Lost in a desolate place. Fatty was surprised by the voice but didn't flinch. He turned around mysteriously, his sharp eyes flashing purple light, and snorted lightly as he replied, finally came out to meet me. Making me wander lost for so long. Then, Fatty fully turned around, revealing a face with small whiskers, and continued, your master and I are old acquaintances. Take me to see him. The short man with Buddha ears smiled strangely and casually replied, really? That's odd, the master didn't mention any visitors today. However, we always warmly welcome those of unclear origin like yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, shadows appeared below. In a moment, many people surrounded Fatty, and not only that, they all looked the same and always had strange smiles. After seeing his reinforcements arrive, the short man with Buddha ears dared to continue bragging, stay here, don't go back. Immediately, 6 identical people surrounded Fatty, forming a hexagon. Seeing this, he shouted, is this how you treat guests? Before they could explain further, the 6 people emerged from the ground, drew their swords, and began attacking. Fatty saw this and got into a defensive stance, saying, looks like Huinchi has kept you starving for too long. Elsewhere, Kotan Hoa, now transformed into an adorable mouse, stood watching. Seeing them start fighting, he thought, they're fighting. Even though Kotan Hoa had turned into a mouse, he still kept his hair like a human. He looked like a mini version of Sun Nio in mouse form. Seeing the fight, Kotan Hoa thought, is this Fatty really a person of the Vo-Cuc sect? Then Kotan Hoa used his appraisal eye. Inside Fatty's body was a central connection to his entire body, similar to the ones he was fighting against. Seeing this, Kotan Hoa thought, does his body have one too? Could he be a traitor of the Vocuc sect? Absorbed in watching the fight below, he didn't notice behind him when suddenly a voice rang out. It was rare to hear such a voice, and with it, a hand grabbed the mouse Kotan Hoa. Startled by being grabbed so suddenly, Kotan Hoa's face filled with question marks. From the voice came a man with a gourd-like face. He smiled and picked up Kotan Hoa, saying, I thought everything that could move the earth had already been eaten by the master. Hearing these words, Kotan Hoa broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, something terrifying began to emerge slowly from the throat of Gourd Head. However, as his head stretched and grew, it looked horrifying. Now, the only word to describe him was monster. Gourd Head stuck out his tongue and said, I didn't expect to find such a treasure. Kotan Hoa, being the prey, was horrified and shouted, Don't come near me. Meanwhile, Fatty's eyes glowed yellow, along with yellow sword energy, as he fought against the 6 monsters. The yellow sword energy was powerful, slashing directly at the faces of the henchmen. However, they looked like emotionless humans, after being struck by a few sword strikes. They didn't show any change but kept smiling. The strange thing was that the blood on their faces was blue, not red like normal human blood. Not only that, but the other 3 had the same faces and similar states as the 2 earlier. After defeating 5 of them, Fatty stood proudly, saying, With just this little skill, you dare to be arrogant? Unaware that these were not as easy to deal with as he thought. After defeating the monsters, Fatty pointed his sword at the short man with Buddha ears, still alive on the ground, and said, Take me to your master, and you may keep your body intact. Blood still dripped from his sword, and the liquid was blue, the same as the blood of the monsters. Well, they were monsters after all. The short man with Buddha ears suddenly knelt down, as if admitting defeat, and said, You do have some skill, but your pain seems to have lessened, he said, his expression changing to something very sinister. Not only that, from his throat emerged a leech-like tongue, the same type that had grabbed Kotan Hoa earlier. Suddenly, Fatty's pupils turned purple, as if he had sensed something and was wondering, lying on the ground. Where is everyone? Earlier, there were still corpses lying around, but now they are gone, leaving only clothes and a stream of blue liquid. Fatty looked at his own body, not knowing when the faces of those creatures had crawled onto him. Surprised, Fatty shouted loudly, When did they climb on? The faces, like snails secreting blue fluid, were slowly crawling on him, looking disgusting. The ones who had been killed earlier have now revived and become real monsters. Their heads transformed, mouths still resembling sea leeches, but their heads expanded like cobras on alert. Fatty, shocked, exclaimed, Even behind me. The human faces stuck to him started groaning greedily, So warm, it's been a long time since we've had a meal, the smell of fresh blood is so satisfying. Seeing how disgusting they were, Fatty couldn't stand it, and jumped up, patting himself all over. Ugh, disgusting, he muttered as he gradually peeled off the faces on his body. Without giving Fatty a moment to breathe, the cobra-headed creatures released their small heads, which looked like actual leeches, and charged forward ravenously. Fatty, seeing this, lost his earlier confidence, and at that moment, he gaped in shock and exclaimed, So many? His face showed veins of fear mixed with sweat pouring out continuously. Of course, there were too many for him to handle alone, so he ran away like a scared child, shouting, I'm not playing with you anymore. The cobra-shaped leeches, having not seen fresh meat in a long time, weren't going to let him go. They chased after him, shouting, Don't even think about running. Kotan Hoa had now transformed back into human form and was quietly observing from the side. Seeing Fatty so naive, he remarked, It's a good thing I don't know if you're willing to lead the way for me or not. After being subdued by Kotan Hoa, the pumpkin-headed creature, with huge tentacles resembling those of a demon, responded obediently. But what truly controlled him was the red string tightly grasping the worm in his body. Under Kotan Hoa's threat, the pumpkin head reluctantly responded, I'm willing, because all Kotan Hoa had to do was tug on the red string attached to his belly, and he would die instantly. The scene shifted to a cave, which looked dry and seemed very deep. Inside, Huin Nia, for some unknown reason, angrily smashed the stones, with a mysterious bare-chested man standing behind him. After venting his anger by punching the wall, he turned around and said, You little brat, I've been doing this for so long, can't you give me a hand? I know you're not happy about it, but who told you to be so arrogant? I know when you enter that state, it's easy to lose your mind and just want to charge ahead. But eating a bit will make you clearer. Next time you meet him, be a little more serious. The muscular man listened, holding a pickaxe, but said nothing. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they shone with a mixture of colors, looking beautiful. His eyes had 3 primary colors, blue, white, and red. The three colors were divided into distinct sections within his eyes. Seeing the muscular man open his eyes, Nia hesitated a bit, sweat pouring down his face, and said, my bad, I talk too much, you rest for a while, I'll continue working. Hearing this, the man was satisfied and closed his eyes again, letting out a cold snort before turning away. Behind him, Nia silently cursed in frustration, unable to do anything. After walking for a while, they arrived at a manor located in a remote desolate area, which was certainly strange. Upon arrival, Kotan Hoa looked up at the sign and thought to himself, Wuzhuang sounds like a strange name. However, while he was still pondering the odd name, the door suddenly opened as if the people inside knew he was coming and invited him in. Kotan Hoa didn't hesitate and immediately entered. As he stepped inside, he saw the full view of the manor from afar. It exuded a sinister green aura and felt very gloomy. Shortly after, Fatty caught up and approached the corpse of the pumpkin-headed creature that Kotan Hoa had previously killed. Fatty walked up to the door, which hadn't completely closed, leaving a small gap as if it was expecting more visitors, just slightly ajar so one would know to enter. Fatty looked at the door, his face smug. Who is the mantis, and who is the sparrow? We'll see. Stepping inside, Kotan Hoa entered a space within the tower. The place was empty, not a single person or object in sight. He rushed forward like a dog chasing something. After walking for a long time, he realized he had been walking for ages but still hadn't reached the end. He thought to himself, I've been walking for so long, and it's a dead end. Upon seeing a dead end, Kotan Hoa looked up at the patterns on the ceiling and thought again, this isn't right, it must be an illusion. With that in mind, he used the true sight technique, and his eyes changed, revealing green phantoms as if he could see through everything. After using the true sight, Kotan Hoa saw through all the structures behind the wall, where strange red dots appeared. Upon closer inspection, there were many slimy things inside, resembling white blood cells in our body, stacked in countless layers. Despite that, Kotan Hoa wasn't afraid and went straight into their lair. He drew his sword and sliced through each cell. These red things, despite their appearance, weren't too tough, and he easily cut through them. As he ventured deeper, the real scene finally unfolded. The space inside looked like they had entered the belly of a giant monster. Inside, there was a lot of green slime, resembling the acid typically found in a human stomach. As he ventured further, Kotan Hoa silently remarked on the sour smell. Although it looked terrifying, he wasn't afraid and pressed on. Before moving further in, Kotan Hoa took a moment to observe his surroundings, and noticed a beam of light shining above him. Seeing this, he thought the hole above must be the exit. However, anyone with an active imagination might immediately think this is the monster's anus. Just after stepping through the door into the interior, the large space echoed with horrifying screams. Let us out, someone let us out so we can leave. The eerie voices made it seem like this place was a human torture chamber, with cries of anguish, as if they wanted to die. Those words turned into streams of green energy surrounding Kotan Hoa. He thought to himself, a terrible prediction spreading all around. In an instant, numerous green smoke clouds appeared around Kotan Hoa. These clouds condensed into smaller green clusters, each with sorrowful faces. It seemed like they were malevolent spirits. Kotan Hoa thought to himself that these spirits were trapped here and couldn't escape. Suddenly, a small spirit caught Kotan Ho's attention, and he looked at it, exclaiming, Huh? The spirit seemed to be saying something to him, and after listening for a while, he responded, Is that so? Alright, I'll head over there now. With that, a layer of green energy suddenly enveloped Kotan Ho's legs. From his legs 2 rockets grew out, or rather, jet engines. This allowed him to fly faster, and at that moment, he looked like a superhero in an iron suit. Fatty wasn't idle either. After walking for a while chasing Kotan Hoa, he stopped at a road. Seeing that no one was around, Fatty snorted and said, Blink and he's already gone. Just as he finished speaking, a violent tremor erupted beneath his feet. Feeling the intense tremor, Fatty struggled to keep his balance and muttered, An earthquake? Suddenly, strange noises came from around him, and hearing this, he complained, Have they discovered me already? As soon as he finished, a large stream of water emerged from behind the door. This water looked very strange, flowing in such a large amount that it almost filled the entire door. Seeing the rushing water, with only one direction to flow in the entire space, Fatty turned pale as if his wife had discovered his secret stash of money. The roaring water, like towering tsunamis, surged forward quickly as if about to swallow Fatty. Seeing this, he inexplicably dropped his sword. Not only was there normal flowing water, but inside, there were also countless terrifying leeches. These were leeches that had encountered. It turns out that the fat guy put down his beloved sword, not to sit and await death, but rather to prepare mentally to run away in panic. He shouted loudly, Huinchi, damn it! The fat guy quickly ran out of the water, not allowing the leeches to drain him dry. On this side, Kotan Hoa had ventured deep inside. As he walked, he encountered strange tentacles blocking his way, which forced him to stop and clear them. From his slashes, the tentacles continued to bleed green. It seems the monsters they encountered earlier were the offspring of this giant cave. As Kotan Hoa walked, he swung his sword around, wondering how it was possible that the ghosts here mentioned so many children were imprisoned, but how could they hide people in such an environment? Suddenly, he discovered something. Ahead, there were many bulging sacks. Not only that, but they vaguely showed human shapes inside. Seeing this, he unexpectedly thought that in the Cuc sect of Tienda sat below, there were many children lying in green sacks. Not only that, from their mouths, strange tubes extended out. The scene expanded outward, and Kotan Hoa thought to himself that many people were trapped, and they were all children. He was drenched in sweat and thought, save them first. In just a moment, the tubes connected to the children's throats were pulled out. From the middle of the tube, there was a smaller black thread, resembling an old-fashioned bomb. Finally, he gradually pulled the remaining threads out of the boy. After checking, Kotan Hoa was relieved and said to himself, thankfully, they're still alive. Then, he lifted a child's head and comforted him, don't be afraid. Your big brother has come to save you. The child, looking pitiful on the ground, had already spat blood and appeared to be in severe pain. Not only that, his eyes were tear-filled as he called out for his mother. Suddenly, from behind, Kotan Hoa noticed something that made his eyes widen. It turned out that from within the children's bodies, a terrifying tentacle sprouted and pierced Kotan Hoa's chest. Not only that, it lifted him up high, preventing him from struggling. Huin Kao suddenly appeared from nowhere. She looked at Kotan Hoa, impaled with his belly exposed, and said that person is indeed the elder brother of Tienda sect. It turns out the child was her parasite. Her arms sprouted disgusting tentacles, wrapped in numerous spikes. Kotan Hoa, above, was not completely dead, but it seemed he was gravely injured as he shakily grabbed the tentacle impaling him. He looked down to see the child below, pierced through the chest, dead before his eyes. Ignoring his severe wound, he shouted furiously, unforgivable. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, and veins popped on his face, showing his intense anger. Suddenly, a green tentacle emerged from Kotan Hoa's body, striking toward her. It was so large and fast that Lao Bat could hardly keep up, making it impossible to block. Although impaled, she wasn't frightened but thought to herself, as expected, he's truly despicable. After repelling her, Kotan Hoa seized the opportunity to escape and descended. He said, you captured these children, didn't you? While speaking, he controlled his tentacle and lifted his treasured sword. Even though there was a hole in the middle of his chest, he still looked cool. His right hand wielded the sword with the tentacle, while his left hand grabbed Huin Kao's tentacle. He walked forward arrogantly and declared, so, you are the first culprit who destroyed my Tienda sect. Huin Kao lay on the ground, her body split in two. She smirked, don't talk nonsense. I wasn't in charge of finding the medicinal guide. But it doesn't matter. In the end, it was still Cuc sect that wiped out your Tienda sect. After saying this, her body split in two, began to grow slimy flesh. Her body, once split, now regenerated into two entities, causing Kotan Hoa to be amazed. So, she could split into two bodies, did I miss my strike? She laughed gleefully. No matter what, we are mortal enemies. I just didn't expect you to be so handsome. Later, I might be reluctant to fight you. He stared intently at Huin Kao, as if analyzing something. He looked through her body. Huin Kao noticed his gaze shifting between her two bodies and teasingly asked, why are you staring at me like that? It's making me embarrassed. He ignored her words and focused on analyzing the eggs inside her two bodies, but the eggs in her trachea were only in a small portion. She was different from Huin Nia and Huin Duong. When her body split, she could grow a new one. After finishing his observation, he asked, if you're also a disciple of Huin Tu's generation. Then your name must be Huin Kao or Huin Dan, right? Both entities smiled. One clapped, while the other covered her mouth and laughed, yes, yes, yes. My name is Huin Kao. You're so smart to guess my name immediately. Have you fallen for me? Suddenly, a green fist with tentacles and eyes surrounding it shot quickly toward Huin Kao. Kotan Hoa frowned and said, who would fall for a bug? Besides. He shouted, below you, there's something just like me. Huin Kao dodged Kotan Hoa's earlier attack and said coyly, oh my, I'm actually a male Erlang. Having this treasure is only natural. Then, she rushed toward Kotan Hoa, attacking both sides, saying loudly, if you don't like me, I can hide it away. He responded to her words while delivering a punch, there's no need for that. A giant worm suddenly burst from the ground right where Huin Kao stood, opening its mouth wide to devour its prey. It swallowed one of Huin Kao's entities whole, causing her to panic and shout, "Winchi, what are you doing?" The worm slowly consumed Huin Kao, rendering her powerless. Even so, she stubbornly said, "Third senior brother, you want to live. Don't cause trouble." Winchi grinned, drooling, repeatedly saying he wanted to eat her. "She looks delicious." She struggled desperately, shouting, "You wretch, how dare you defy me?" After the worm swallowed Huin Kao in front of Kotan Hoa, Winchi said, "Kotan Hoa, I was the one who arranged for the transportation of the medicinal guide. But the one who caused your sect's destruction was ultimately yourself." A gaping hole opened up behind the worm, gradually widening in a grotesque manner. "Originally, we could have lived peacefully, maintaining our faith within the righteous path. But you've torn apart that thin veil." Kotan Hoa stood on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. "How can you commit such vile deeds and yet speak so righteously about justice?" He shouted as he charged forward, "The disciples of OCUC's sect are truly disgusting." He exited the hole into a completely unfamiliar space. The surrounding scenery was quite unfamiliar, it was very vast. Even Kotan Hoa was surprised, it was truly a magnificent sight. He looked up and assessed. This person's cultivation level was above Huin Duong and Huin Nia. From below, Huinchi emerged. "You are the only one still alive to make it here." He appeared. His back looked large and heavy enough to crush a person. He said with glee, "This experience is quite new to me." His face darkened, he extended his hand as if to challenge. He sneered, "In a moment I will surely savor your taste meticulously." Kotan Hoa stood across from him, unfazed, and replied, "So, you're used to killing people before devouring them." He subtly mocked him, "I didn't expect a man-eating monster like you to have such a clean mouth." He laughed loudly, seeming rather amused by Kotan Hoa. "Oh, so you can tell, can you? Do you still dare to enter my five manor?" He frowned and raised his face. "I can guess your tricks without needing true vision, using it might scare me to death." He replied, "The five manor you're referring to is actually your five manor temple, the entire estate is your true form." Then his expression turned serious, he lowered his head. "I want to know, are the people of this realm all?" Winchi smirked, "You already know, so why ask?" "They were sealed by me in the five manor temple long ago," he replied. Kotan Hoa heard this and felt a deep anger within, hard to endure. He rubbed his bloated belly and continued, "I, too, grew up in this realm, so after attaining the Tao, I immediately returned. Since it was on the edge, it was often harassed by the Western Xia," Winchi said. 10 years ago, during the Great War, Van Keem's Sun Train was wiped out, the barrier between the two countries disappeared, and this place completely became a war zone. The first time we were invaded by the Western Xia, they killed all the men and abducted the women. This land quickly turned into hell. After the Western Xia left, the imperial court sent troops, but those imperial soldiers demanded provisions from us. This place used to be prosperous. But now only ruins remain." He laughed slyly and said, "The common folk here are truly suffering." Kotan Hoa frowned and asked, "If that's the case, why do you still want it? Aren't you contradicting yourself?" He laughed gleefully and replied, "Suffering is suffering, but they're not exactly pitiful. Spirit roots are an innate talent for cultivation, containing innate foundational elements within a person's body. Those with spirit roots can absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to cultivate. However, the spiritual energy in this world is thin, even those born with spirit roots find it hard to detect. And those who possess spirit roots within their bodies will awaken some form of supernatural ability, as their attributes gradually manifest. The type of supernatural ability will form based on the accumulation and intensity of those attributes. Sometimes, a supernatural ability can be so useful it changes a person's fate. However, in an age of war and case, some supernatural abilities only bring people to hell. A fate worse than death." Winchi arrogantly laughed and said, "Truly, telling you all this is pointless, you won't understand, and I can't remember much anyway." He showed his disgusting grin, "And whenever I recall the past, I feel an unexplainable emptiness." His voice echoed repeatedly, "I'm so hungry," he grinned widely, licking his lips excitedly, "the emptier I feel, the more I want to fill my stomach." From above, a pillar came crashing straight down toward Kotan Hoa. Luckily, he dodged in time. Those pillars didn't spare him but continued to crash down to crush him, yet he still managed to evade them all. Assassins also started appearing below to hunt down Kotan Hoa. Kotan Hoa single-handedly faced them all, both sides rushed at each other. With just a few sword moves, he brought them all down. Winchi grew even more excited. "Wow, what a cool sword technique." Assassins kept charging toward Kotan Hoa. But one of them was crushed by a pillar, while he dodged and remained safe. At this moment, he realized the severity of the situation. Even a moment's hesitation could get him crushed into a meat patty, so he had to end it quickly. The rocket under his feet suddenly launched at high speed. Overdoing it a bit, he wasn't yet used to being pushed forward so quickly, and he screamed in panic, "Aaa!" He flew right past the assassins, flying straight through. Then he charged directly at Huinchi. He drew his sword, pointing it straight while activating his supernatural ability. Watch the sword. The tip of the sword flew rapidly toward him, but he did nothing, just smirked. The sword plunged deep inside, leaving a hollow dent in his face. Kotan Hoa was shocked. No, I can't pull it out. He was sucked in, but his mouth still managed to smile. It sucked him in, gradually, until it caught him inside. It swallowed him whole, leaving only his legs exposed. It was satisfied after devouring him completely, nothing left behind. Its face returned to normal, and it laughed loudly in triumph, saying, "It's not that hard to deal with." Suddenly it felt something strange, a gap. Something squirming near Huinchi's eye emerged. A rat crawled out from the corner of its fierce eye and hissed at it. Gradually, the same rats began to emerge from other parts of Huinchi's body, terrifying and scaring it. Rats, rats. They gnawed at Huinchi's plump body, causing it great pain. Oh! Aya, where are all these rats coming from? It screamed in pain. Stop biting, stop biting. Huinchi's body suddenly turned into a mushy, muddy mess. It softened and became mushy right there. The swarm of rats gathered and gradually formed into Kotan Hoa, who had just barely recovered and looked around for it. Where is it? Where did it go? The pillars above began to crash down as if trying to crush Kotan Hoa once again. Kotan Hoa had just recovered his body when the lower pillars began to move. Huinchi's voice echoed loudly from somewhere. No matter how capable you are, once you've stepped in here, you can't escape. Behind him, the pillars continued to grind down and were closing in on him. He quickly dodged them. Huinchi shouted loudly, "Become food in my mouth." He was startled, feeling something was wrong. The massive pillar suddenly came crashing down toward Kotan Hoa, leaving his fate uncertain. Roigo, seeing Kotan Hoa in such a miserable state, sarcastically said, "You're in such a tough spot, do you really need to be so wary of Fuang Dan?" Kotan Hoa, struggling to break free from Huinchi's grip, gritted his teeth and said, "What? Afraid that if I die, there will be no one left to guide you." It heard this and angrily replied, "If it weren't for the pressure from the great lords, I wouldn't care about you. Clearly, if you wanted, you could easily borrow the divine powers of the great lords, but every time you're so hesitant." Hearing this, Kotan Hoa continued to exert force, frowning while looking at the orb, voicing his thoughts. "First of all, let's not talk about whether my body can handle your divine powers. Your presence now proves that these powers will eventually turn me into your puppet." Upon hearing this, it continued to manipulate his mind. "Didn't you already know the price? This is a fair trade." Hearing this, he hesitated and questioned, "Fair?" Then, he couldn't help but become enraged and shouted, "This isn't funny. Be clear. Either help me, or watch me die." Hearing him say this, it reproached him, "You are truly savage and rude. Look closely at this place. Don't you feel something is off?" Kotan Hoa, panting heavily, glanced around. Roigo continued, "A person of true perception can indeed see through all illusions, but relying too much on your eyes can sometimes cloud your judgment. Use your heart to feel. Perhaps from the start you've fallen into a trap." After hearing this, Kotan Hoa suddenly realized something and thought to himself, "That's right, what's trapping me isn't this place." Thinking this, Kotan Hoa quickly closed his eyes tightly. Then, he focused and thought to himself, "It's an illusion." In reality at that moment, Huinchi was still chanting his spell. It stared at him, drooling and saying, "Only by slowly swallowing like this can I preserve the freshness of my food." Meanwhile, Kotan Hoa was still trapped in the dream. Syrup slowly dripped from his mouth. Then, suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and swung his sword, slashing at the thing that was restraining him. Huinchi was startled, saying, How did you break my illusion?" Kotan Hoa quickly bent down and took off his shoes. Then he grabbed the grotesque creature clinging to his leg and angrily said, "So these leeches are what trapped me in the illusion, huh? A clever trick." Hearing this, Huinchi grinned wickedly, glaring directly at Kotan Hoa and loudly said, "Fine, you've exhausted the last bit of my patience." He was standing peacefully on the water when he suddenly saw something terrifying, leaving him a bit stunned. Then it said, "Even though food that's scared isn't as tasty, this is all I can do." What startled him turned out to be that its lower body had a giant mouth, filled with sharp, long teeth inside. Kotan Hoa stepped back and, confused, asked, "Is this your true form?" Huinchi slowly wrapped its tentacles around his legs and said menacingly, "Behold the celestial form of a true immortal. This is the greatest blessing you could ever receive." With that, it pulled him up. Seeing this, Kotan Hoa used his sword to sever the tentacle and loudly retorted, "There's no immortal as ugly as you. Just a rotten bug, and you dare call yourself an immortal, how laughable." Huinchi, upon hearing that, not only did not get angry but kindly explained to Kotan Hoa, "You don't understand the joy of becoming an immortal. I am now only a half immortal and have already escaped the bonds of life and death. As long as you eat more humans and continue cultivating, you can become a true immortal. As he spoke, he let out a savage laugh, capable of changing this ugly, absurd, and chaotic world. Then, he used the large mouth on his lower body to let out a loud roar, causing Kotan Hoa to fall back. Kotan Hoa gathered energy and shot a beam of light toward Huinchi, shouting, "Hungry, huh? Then eat this." The small beam of light soon transformed into a gigantic one. It then shot straight into his mouth. Kotan Hoa, seeing even his spiritual energy being devoured, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "You're even eating this?" The wandering souls swimming below suddenly shrieked, causing Kotan Hoa to be somewhat surprised, asking, "What, do you want to help me? It seems that the immortals in my body have resonated with you. If this is your request, then I will fulfill it for you." The souls, upon hearing this, immediately gathered together. Then they flew straight into the large mouth of Huinchi. He growled ominously, staring at Kotan Hoa, and said, come on, stop struggling in vain. Let me feel your cries. Your regret." While Huinchi was speaking, something began to mutate on Kotan Hoa's side, as the vengeful spirits entombed in this 5-temple shrine started to emerge. "Let the immortal guide your way." As soon as he finished speaking, Kotan Hoa's appearance completely changed. His jet-black hair had turned white, his pale skin had become green, and half of his face was now just bones. In his hand he held a sword that had evolved, ready to face Huinchi. The overwhelming power emanating from Kotan Hoa was becoming more and more intense. Seeing this power, he couldn't help but tremble, saying, "This terrifying aura, what are you planning to do?" The source of this power, which was continuously radiating, turned out to be from the wandering souls, and Kotan Hoa also began chanting, "The deceased rise, the underworld spirits come forth. From death to life, reverse the course of divinity, immortal form." Then Kotan Hoa shouted loudly like a thunderclap, "All the dead, heed the command of the king. Rebuild your bodies and fight for me." Upon hearing this command, the wandering souls quickly transformed into zombies, baring their fangs, snarling, and flying toward Huinchi. Then they flew straight into the massive mouth on his lower body. The zombies crowded in, charging straight into his stomach. Huinchi screamed in agony, "My stomach, my immortal stomach, it's swelling too much, it's unbearable." Kotan Hoa, hearing that, coldly replied, "The vengeful spirits you've swallowed hate you intensely." As he spoke, the zombies began to tear apart Huinchi's body, having transformed into immortals. "An eye for an eye, they are devouring you alive." While he continued to struggle and issue threats, the zombies had already covered his entire body. "Stop joking around, you know how they treated me back then. If you still harbor such resentment, then I will let you die once again." As soon as Huinchi finished speaking, numerous arms sprouted from his body, and in the center was a mouth. The sight was utterly shocking. He then quickly unleashed the technique, Spiritual Flesh Sound. The sonic waves from the technique caused the zombies to clutch their heads and scream. Taking advantage of the momentum, he slammed his hands down hard on the bodies of the zombies. Then he picked up 2 zombies. Not wanting more zombies to perish, Kotan Hoa loudly intervened, "Enough, let this sword end it all." Hearing this, he opened his massive mouth wide and disdainfully replied, "Kotan Hoa, do you want to fight an immortal like me? Stop dreaming." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly unleashed a red murderous aura straight toward Kotan Hoa. At the same time, Kotan Hoa swung his sword straight toward him. The terrifying power of Kotan Hoa soon split the murderous aura in two. Without any resistance, that power continued flying straight toward the large mouth. The zombies inside, seeing this, began shrieking incessantly. Witnessing the scene, Huinchi couldn't help but stammer in fear, What are you planning to do?" Despite his fear, the power showed no mercy, flying straight toward him. Seeing a strange green object lying before him, Kotan Hoa couldn't help but smile with joy. "I've found you." Then he raised his sword, delivered a powerful strike right in the center of his large mouth. Then, Kotan Hoa quickly transformed the tip of the sword into tendrils and grabbed the strange green object from earlier. The strange object from earlier was now firmly in his hand. Huinchi cried out in pain, "Ah! Return the celestial core to me." As he screamed, his body also quickly began to rot. "Oh! Ah! My celestial core!" Then he turned into a pile of mushy flesh. Kotan Hoa, seeing this, stomped hard, causing a few fat leeches to fall off. Huinchi, seeing this, hurriedly raised his head and softly said, "Please, return the celestial core to me. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. I'm about to form the golden core." Kotan Hoa looked down at the strange object in his hand, sighed lightly, and said, "Can't you see? What you've formed in your spiritual sea isn't a golden core, but something like this." As he spoke, he brought the strange object in front of him, and said, "You turned into this because of it. Such a monstrous thing, and you still want it back?" Even though his body was gradually disintegrating, he stubbornly screamed in rebuttal, "What do you know?" Many people spend their entire lives without breaking through to the peak of chi refinement, and foundation establishment experts are even rarer. All the Golden Core experts died 10 years ago. Kotan Hoa, now slowly returning to his normal form, sneered after hearing this and said, "Your goal in cultivation is to change this world, but do you really think it requires sacrificing so many people?" Huinchi, hearing this, couldn't help but scornfully reply, "Sacrifice? Don't make me laugh. What difference is there between humans and animals? When hungry, they eat their own kind. When greedy, they also kill their own kind. How are humans any better than beasts?" The more he spoke, the more frenzied he became. "Don't forget those children who were taken. If you don't return it to me, I'll take them down with me." Kotan Hoa, hearing this, was filled with rage and shouted, "Have you eaten so much human flesh that your brain has gone rotten? Threatening me like that won't work. I don't even know those children. Do you think I'm some kind of living Buddha?" Huinchi, hearing this, was somewhat confused. Kotan Hoa, while holding up the strange green object from earlier in front of him, loudly threatened, "I haven't crushed this parasite egg yet because ever since I entered, 2 lost souls have been guiding me. They must be your relatives." Huinchi, hearing this, couldn't help but ask, "2 lost souls?" He then screamed in panic, "You're talking nonsense. Why don't I see anything? Where are these lost souls? Where?" Kotan Hoa glared at him and calmly replied, "Just because you can't see them doesn't mean I can't. They are Nina and Ada." In fact, right before him now were 2 wandering souls. Then Keim Mountain Manor, built by the Van brothers, their lineage traced back to Natmak Tien Nguyen. Although the manor primarily focused on weapon forging, it also opened its doors to disciples who wished to learn swordsmanship and celestial arts. 10 years ago, they were ambushed by the Demon Path Alliance, and became the first righteous sect to be destroyed. It was their tragic fate that sparked the great righteous versus demonic war between the righteous sects and the Demon Path Alliance. The area once protected by Van Keim Mountain Manor was invaded by Shisha soldiers, and the common people here fell into a living hell. Beneath the flag with the word Xia on it, a group of people shouted. Suddenly someone spoke, "Brothers, whatever you seize is yours." That person, while sending someone off with his sword, said, "The king has spoken, we can do whatever we want until dawn." After he finished speaking, the other soldiers, hearing this, became even more bloodthirsty, using their swords to send more innocents to the afterlife. "There's no one here. Do what you want. Hiya! Hiya! There's still someone in this house. It hasn't been searched yet. Go inside." "Wah!" He laughed wickedly. "You can't escape. Let's go over there and take a look." He laughed wickedly. "Boy, you're really lucky." A soldier entered and urged the one already inside, "Hurry up, or it'll be too late to find good stuff." The soldier inside angrily retorted, "What are you yammering about?" The other soldier continued, "There are still many people waiting in line. You're taking too long." The soldier, who was busy with the woman, who had become lifeless on the table, was annoyed by the constant nagging and grumbled, "You're driving me crazy. If it weren't for you distracting me, I'd have been done already." After finishing his deed, the soldier let out a satisfied breath, then looked at the other soldier and said, "Next one, come on." Laughing wickedly, "Hurry up. Don't say I never share the good stuff." In a hidden part of the house, there was a hole just big enough for one person to spy through. A man was covering the eyes of 2 children, not allowing them to witness the horrific scene. The 2 children were so terrified they dared not make a sound, sitting still, holding back their sorrow through tears. The 2 soldiers laughed heartily as they looked at the woman they had tortured so much, now collapsed on the table. One of them then said, "Aren't the men of the Central Plains all useless?" The other soldier, hearing this, laughed loudly. As for the woman, after a while of gasping, she finally passed away, her eyes still open. "Not only are they cowards, but they're also small down there." The other soldier laughed even harder, while the man hiding, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. A while later, the man and the 2 children stood before 2 graves. One of the children suddenly said, "Big brother, I'm so hungry." It turned out that the man's name was Adai. Hearing this, he said, "Let's go. Father and mother hid food for us." 2 people rushed over and shouted, "Why are you still here? The Imperial soldiers have arrived." Then came the announcement, "They're searching for food in every house. Hurry home and hide your food." Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked and asked, "Imperial soldiers? Weren't they sent to protect us?" "That's right. Why are they taking our food instead of distributing it? The front lines have been defeated. These are retreating soldiers here to steal food." Adai, hearing this, was startled. At an old man's house, the soldiers had already looted all the food. His grandson rushed out to beg, "Oh, noble soldiers, leave us a little, or else my whole family won't survive this winter. Show some mercy, noble soldiers." At another house, a baby in a bib was crying out loud, while the soldiers casually took the food. One of them suddenly shouted, "Go search over there." 2 soldiers responded in unison, "Yes." And so, sack after sack of the people's food was stolen and piled up. One of the soldiers was counting the amount while recording the details in a ledger. Household of Dai Luke contributed 1 bushel of rice. Household of Vong Fong Dain contributed 2 baskets of sweet potatoes. The people, seeing the general, tried to approach and beg, but 2 soldiers quickly raised their hands to stop them, saying, "Stay back. Stay back. Don't come near. Go home, villagers." Someone suddenly called out, "General." The general frowned and responded, The old man with silver hair and beard, leaning on a cane and supported by a young man, squinted at him and gently said, "I am the village chief here, and the villagers have asked me to plead with you. This place had previously been invaded by barbarians, and the families here have little food left. After the autumn, winter will quickly arrive." Seeing this, the people hurriedly murmured, "It's better to have the old village chief take charge, right? Lin Xing used to serve in the military when he was young. Surely he can handle these rogue soldiers." The general said nothing, suddenly stood up, and grabbed the old man's neck. The crowd, seeing this, cried out in terror, "Oh no, murder! The soldiers have killed someone!" Hearing this, he shouted, "You lowly people! Who do you think I risked my life for?" 2 soldiers quickly shouted, "Fall back!" Everyone retreated, but they were still quite confused. "Village chief, someone has been killed," he continued. "Do you not understand what compassion is? I am only borrowing now, everything borrowed is recorded." Young clerk quickly added, "That's right, it's all recorded. Once the devils are eradicated, I will repay you all. If anyone causes trouble, the army will kill without mercy." The general sheathed his sword and glanced at him, saying, "Young clerk, make sure to collect enough military provisions today. We leave for the front lines early tomorrow. You leave the wounded here." The old man hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed in response, "Yes." Then, he looked at the people and shouted loudly, "Stop staring! Stop staring! Go home and bring out your provisions. If you hide them, you will be considered military supplies." A person, hearing this, said, How could it be like this?" while a Dai covered her eyes with his hand and whispered, nah, don't look." 1 month later, in a desolate place covered with white snow, a Dai was struggling to climb up the cliff. Suddenly, he saw something, was a bit surprised, and exclaimed softly. He then happily caught a snow snake and thought to himself, "Ha, I caught it." A Dai thought as he collected it, "This time Na and a D will be able to eat." Young clerk and a few subordinates suddenly approached, surprising a Dai. Then, the subordinates pressed a Dai down, and he angrily shouted, "Give it back to me, I caught it, give it back to me." Young clerk scornfully said, "You bastard, still somewhat useful," while a Dai continued to struggle and shouted loudly, "Give it back to me, give it back to me." A subordinate pointed at his face and said, "Clerk, you're hurt." Hearing this, he angrily shouted, "Damn it, chop off his hand." A subordinate immediately came forward and grabbed a Dai's hand tightly, causing him to scream in fear, "No, no, no." Then, the sword was swung down. A Dai screamed in pain, "Aah." Young clerk and the subordinates turned away and said, "Humph, ungrateful scum, let's go," leaving a Dai there in pain. One of them suddenly turned back and looked surprised, saying, Young clerk." He impatiently asked, "What now?" His hand, just as the subordinate said, a Dai's hand was slowly growing back. He stared in shock at his arm and thought, "It's growing again." The subordinate stammered, Is he an immortal?" Young clerk heard this and let out a cold snort. Then he shouted loudly, "Immortal my foot." A Dai, hearing this, couldn't help but let out a soft sound, "Ah." Then, coldly glaring at a Dai, he growled with a sly smile on his lips, "This is human-shaped food that heaven has given us, we will never go hungry again." In the village being plundered by the soldiers, the villagers were lining up in an orderly fashion to buy food. One of the soldiers shouted, "Next." The next person stepped forward and said, Only this much?" The soldier coldly replied, "What are you thinking? This is all you get for a string of coins. This is meat." A subordinate with parted hair was massaging the old man's legs, laughing slyly. "Clerk, does this feel good?" Suddenly, a man approached young clerk timidly and said, "Sir, I'm still short 1 coin, could you?" He coldly replied, "Put it down." So the man hurriedly dropped the string of coins into the bin, and the soldier selling food shouted again, "Next." A woman stepped forward, trembling, and said, "Sir, we couldn't find anything like that." Young clerk responded with a hum. Then, the woman resolutely lifted her skirt, trembling, and said, Could this work?" The subordinate with parted hair smirked, crouching down, and said to young clerk, "Oh, young clerk, isn't that against the rules?" He rubbed his chin while eyeing the woman and said, "Well, rules are dead, people are alive. The villagers have difficulties. We can't not help." Saying that, he went into the house and began his business. The subordinate with parted hair laughed loudly at the scene, saying, "Clerk, you truly have a heart of gold." While enjoying his pleasure, he replied, "Oh, it'll be your turn soon." Not far from where young clerk was conducting his business was a die, now bound with chains, and his limbs had disappeared. A die, in a dazed state, slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was the all too familiar horrific scene. It was the sight of a weary woman lying beneath young clerk. A die couldn't help but murmur softly, "Mother, I have erna and a d, I can't die yet." Thinking that, he trembled as he crawled toward them, begging, "Release, release me, my little brother and sister haven't eaten in days. Let me go see them for a bit, and I'll come back. I beg of you." The subordinates, hearing this, became irritated and exclaimed, "Ah! So noisy," and with that, one of them delivered a fierce punch to a die. Young clerk, just finishing his business, hurriedly intervened, all right, don't kill him, we still need him later." The fat subordinate said, "We've sold today's share, but many still haven't bought it yet." Hearing this, he advised, "Enough, even a strong ox gets tired." The fat subordinate clicked his tongue. Young clerk continued, "It seems he mentioned having siblings, what do you think, can they regrow limbs too?" A die had already fainted by now. The underling with parted hair suddenly grabbed the woman's hair and aggressively asked, "You whore, do you know their house?" The frightened woman, trembling, replied, Yes, their house is near the market gate, and they indeed have 2 children." Upon hearing that, Duong Chubo sneered. Outside, it began snowing again. A die's limbs began to slowly regrow. Suddenly, someone approached and said, "Poor child." Upon hearing this, he thought to himself, "Who?" The person continued, "With your talent, you should wield a sharp sword to protect the great righteousness of mankind." A die thought to himself, "Who is speaking?" That person was now standing with their back to him and continued, "Now you've fallen into such a miserable state, truly because the world has been corrupted." Seeing the stranger appear, a die weakly cried out for help, help me. I can't die yet." That person suddenly chanted an incantation, "From heaven comes good fortune, everything shall be auspicious." Next, their tongue extended, revealing a glowing pink pearl inside. After that, the person raised a die and explained, "Follow the heavenly way, self-help and self-reliance. You are the chosen one of heaven's aid, just swallow this golden elixir, and you will have a chance to become an immortal. But before that, you must help your master uphold the Tao. Are you willing?" He shouted in determination, I am willing. At a die's house at that moment, Duong Chubo and several underlings were discussing, "So, they're all dead and didn't regrow. It seems they only had one like that in their family." Hearing this, Duong Chubo turned to the fat underling and said, "Even so, we can't waste it, wrap it up and take it back." The fat underling replied, "Yes." He calmly continued, "Meat is still meat." The fat underling suddenly saw something and exclaimed, "Ah!" He ran outside. Duong Chubo angrily shouted, "Damn it, find them!" Before he could finish his sentence, he was gone, and the underlings likely met the same fate. A die slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Before him were the mutilated corpses of Nina and Ada. A die was so shocked by the scene that he couldn't utter a word. Then, he fell to his knees, tightly embraced the bodies of his 2 siblings, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. The person who had earlier given him the pearl suddenly reappeared and said, "Your true path lies ahead." Then, looking straight at him, sternly said, "Let's go." Hearing this, a die quickly stood up. He then walked step by step forward, and sobbed. The soul of one of the 2 siblings quickly pulled his hand and called out, "A die." Then, holding him back, said, "Don't go." A die, seeing the clear forms of his siblings' souls, couldn't help but be astonished, and exclaimed, "Ah!" Huinchi stood frozen, looking at the 2 siblings gradually fading, trembling as he said, "Nina, Ada." A twisted smile appeared on his face as Huinchi tearfully realized, I remember everything, Nina, Ada, brother." But no matter how he spoke, the 2 children were beginning to disappear, and he suddenly cried out, What's happening?" At this moment, Huinchi was jolted back to reality, lunging forward to embrace the 2 children, begging, Don't leave your brother." But Nina and Ada still vanished completely. Tanhua, now in his Demon King mode, seeing Huinchi crying uncontrollably, lectured him, "The pain of the past has led you into the demonic path. You deliberately avoided these memories, temporarily unable to recall them, but in reality, you can never forget them." Zooming in on Tanhua's face, he continued, "Even painful memories make one a little more human." Huinchi, still crying bitterly, asked, "What should I do to forget these memories? Those months, I lived worse than a pig or dog, so why do I even need to be human?" After saying that, his eyes turned red like a mad dog, and he roared, I don't want to see people suffer anymore. I don't want to be slaughtered anymore. I don't want to starve anymore. Is that wrong? Tan Hoa, still calmly handsome, replied, You are not wrong, the chaos is wrong. We are the same, we both lost loved ones and had to rely on external forces to protect ourselves. Hearing that, Wenqi continued crying, feeling as if his mind had just been cleared. Surrounding Tan Hoa were two souls floating nearby, and he continued philosophizing. But comparing the two, I feel a bit luckier than you, because the one I love is still alive and waiting for me to return. Then, he widened his eyes and told Wenqi, If I had to suffer as you did, I would also choose to take revenge on this world. You've eaten everyone here and brought retribution upon those bastards. Yet you still don't know what to do next. Below, Wenqi gritted his teeth and cried like a student solving a math problem. Before he finished speaking, Tan Hoa added, But there's one thing I know, those closest to me, and the ones I love, all want me to live well no matter what happens. With the face of a powerful CEO, he advised, Nina and Ada are the same. They haven't left, they want to see you live better, but what have you done all these years? How are you any different from the villains who eat people? They don't want to see you like this. Wenqi seemed to realize the shamefulness of his actions and trembled as he said I. Then he begged Tan Hoa, Can you communicate with the spirits, tell them I miss them, I really want to be with them, I don't want to leave them. Hearing this, Tan Hoa looked at the two souls that had been crawling beside him all this time and said, They are both here, waiting for you to come to your senses. As soon as he finished speaking, Wenqi immediately asked, So as long as I give up becoming immortal, can I meet Nina and Ada again? Tan Hoa then informed him, You will never meet again. Wenqi was startled and trembled as he asked, Why? He looked at the unruly person in front of him and explained, You have committed too many evil deeds, you can no longer go to the same place as Nina, Ada, you can only. After pausing for about 5 seconds, Tan Hoa continued, Go to hell with the one who hurt you. Upon hearing this, Wenqi's red eye condition immediately flared up again. Then he reached behind, rummaging for a toy, and said, As for what choice you make? Tan Hoa pulled out a strange object from behind his back and continued, It's up to your heart. At that moment, Wenqi unexpectedly transformed into the most grotesque, pus-filled monster in the solar system. Tan Hoa also held an unidentified object, and handed it to his pus-covered hand. Roigo, upon seeing this, was astonished and warned, Have you been poisoned to the brain? If you hand it over to him, he will kill you. Tan Hoa's stubbornness made it turn blue, red, purple, and yellow with frustration as it reminded, Hey, are you deaf? Kill him now while you can. But he ignored Roigo and watched Wenqi take the toy. Wenqi immediately squeezed the toy until it burst with a pop. Roigo then cosplayed as a blowfish and wondered, Wow, is he looking for death? Tan Hoa also asked, Why? You could totally escape from those CUC sect and fight them with me. Wenqi, now oozing and decaying, said, No, I and the egg parasite have fused together. Once it's about to fully form, it will be very difficult to escape its control. As he was nearing the end, he continued, Just now when you pulled out the egg parasite, I remembered that I was once human. He started to cry and said in the end, I want to leave as a human. Tan Hoa suddenly asked him, Is there no other way to remove the egg parasite? Then he hurriedly proposed a century-old idea, or escape from the control of the egg parasite, suppress the urge to eat people. Roigo closed his eyes, thinking, It's too difficult. In the beginning, if that little girl hadn't eaten the egg parasite, she would have died. Now she won't die but will have to turn into a stinking bug. At this point, Wenqi, decaying like a piece of slime, speculated perhaps it's because my cultivation level is insufficient. He turned green and sent a message to Tan Hoa, Tell Nina and Ada not to worry, I will go to where I belong. Finally, Wenqi made his last words, telling them to rest assured and departed, merging with the Mother Earth. In the distance, there was a young man hiding, camouflaged. He observed everything that had just happened without blinking. Seeing this, Roigo continued lecturing, You little gambler, what if they take the egg parasite again? Do you still have the strength to fight him? As soon as it finished speaking, Tan Hoa's face turned completely pale, and he gagged. Then he vomited a mouthful of strawberry sting onto the ground. Roigo switched to doctor mode and instructed him, Breathe deeply, breathe deeply. You have borrowed too much power from the immortal, that's why. Meanwhile, Tan Hoa coughed like a chicken. He wiped the strawberry syrup from his mouth with his hand and said to it, You are the emissary of the old gods, yet you don't understand humans at all. Looks like you'll need to study with me a bit. Roigo, upon hearing this, questioned its existence and wondered, Do you want a god to understand an ant? Is your head waterlogged? Then it reminded him, Don't you still want to save those kids? Go quickly. Tan Hoa stood up and said, I don't need you to tell me. Then he ran like a dog across the field, deep inside. Roigo perched on Tanhoa's head, fearing the house would break, and shouted loudly, "Hey, hey, hey, if you use the old god's power again, be careful or you'll die." But inside his head, the guy thought, this human is truly capable. Then it recalled the image of Tanhoa along with two adorable souls earlier, contemplating, first used the two souls to disguise themselves as family members of the bug, awakening his humanity. Afterward, Roigo thought about the part where he handed the toy to the nearly dying Huinshian guest. At first, it was to prevent the bug from harming the children. Finally leaving the choice to the bug. Finally it thought about the trembling hand holding the weapon of Tanhoa, assuming, in fact, his grip on the sword was very firm, as long as the bug didn't give up. He would slice it in half. My God is great, sending me to monitor such an evil person really makes things difficult for me. Thinking about it, Roigo laughed foolishly. It remembered its mother's shape and size and thought, although this is my only chance. At the same time, someone appeared in front of Tanhoa. That guy stood in front of him. It turned out to be Huinduong, wearing a VIP skin. He laughed like a dog and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Tanhoa, we meet again." Huinduong, in his pro-VIP outfit, couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, "Tanhoa, we meet again." After finishing his sentence, he arrogantly charged forward, threatening, "Our duel from last time isn't over yet." Then, Huinduong slashed, but Tanhoa domineeringly blocked it. Roigo, perched on his head, was terrified and screamed, "Oh my, wait a minute, you should find a chance to run." Tanhoa, on the other hand, mocked, "What's the matter? You got cut in half by me last time, and you've recovered this fast?" Hearing that made it even more panicked, shouting, "You dare to provoke him? Do you have a death wish?" Huinduong, gritting his teeth in anger, said, "You are truly too much." Saying that, he withdrew his hand. Tanhoa started to have a heart attack, clutching his chest and thinking, the chest pain is getting worse, I need to finish this quickly. While he was having an attack, Huinduong jumped 8 meters high, preparing to attack, shouting, "Aaa." Down below, Tanhoa's arm turned a deep purple as he charged forward with all his might. Huinduong made a playful slash. Tanhoa did the same. Huinduong didn't know what he saw, but he burst into a crazy laugh, thinking, "Ha ha ha, how exhilarating, this is the duel I've always wanted." He used his dog-chasing speed to jump a few basic moves and then slashed at Tanhoa, shouting, having an opponent like he was truly an honor. At the same time, Huinia emerged from the ground, grabbing his delicate legs. Tanhoa was surprised by this. "Not yet, old lady," he shouted. "Huinia is here too." While Huinduong was jumping in, he thought, 2 against 1, what kind of hero is that, then got pulled down by Huinia grabbing his legs. After that, he threw him to the ground with a thud. Huinduong, frustrated, turned to remind his ally, "This duel is between him and me, don't interfere." Huinia replied, "Calm down, you threw your good intentions to the dogs. Did you forget how badly you were defeated last time?" But as soon as he said that, he realized, oh no, saying that would make him even angrier. And indeed, Huinduong was furious, releasing mad dog-like killing intent, asking again, "What did you say?" Next, Huinduong screamed in fear, then rushed off, while Huinia, shocked, yelled, "Huinduong!" As for Tanhoa, when Huinduong approached, a surge of overwhelming power was raging beneath his feet. A powerful source of energy gathered toward him fiercely. Instantly, Tanhoa transformed from a human into a lone wolf. He roared loudly, opened his mouth wide, intending to bite Huinduong. Seeing this, Huinduong was surprised, standing still for a few seconds. It turned out his loyal brother had used vines to hold his feet back. Unfortunately, Huinduong was still bitten painfully by Tanhoa. At this moment, he recalled the scene where Tanhoa taunted him, asking, "How's it, last time I slashed your waist, you've recovered so quickly?" Before he could react, that person appeared again, saying, 2 against 1, what kind of hero is that? While being bitten by the wolf, Huinduong realized he had been wrong from the beginning. He was so angry that he cried, missing his mother, and thought to himself, so they wanted to provoke me. Thinking this, Huinduong turned purple with rage. Luckily, Huinduong survived, as Huincao suddenly appeared and saved him, while Huinia turned and said, "Look, if Huincao hadn't pulled you, you would have been eaten by him already." While he was convulsing from his newly lost arm, Huincao commented, "Don't talk nonsense, he's not that easy to deal with." She then looked at Tanhoa, who was sprouting a dog's head, and helplessly remarked, "It's completely unclear where his limits lie." Meanwhile, Roigo was still floating above the dog's head, marveling at how quickly Tanhoa inherited the divine power of the second former god, taking advantage of this moment. Before it could finish speaking, the wolf head of Tanhoa twitched and went numb, and it wondered, Hey, what's wrong with you?" Tanhoa reverted to his true form, staggering, while Huinduong, sweating profusely, wondered, is he about to make a move? Roigo, enjoying itself, yelled, "Why did you withdraw your divine power? Use it now!" But Tan Hoa was already stunned and turned to stone. There's still hope, it said to him, with one breath, destroy all three of them, but by then Tan Hoa had already fallen. He lay flat on the ground, causing Roigo to sweat from his feet. Roigo was dumbfounded, yelling, "Oh no!" The three others were surprised, and Huin Cao wondered, what's going on? Huin Duong, still frustrated, shouted, "Scoundrel, how dare you use the same trick twice?" Huin Nia didn't care much, chuckling, "Finally, you've learned to behave." Right after Huin Cao's question, she placed her hand on the ground, loudly saying, "Is it real or not, we'll know by testing." From behind Tan Hoa, two thorns stabbed him, causing syrup to splatter, but he still didn't awaken his power. Seeing this, Huin Cao became even more suspicious, commenting, "His pulse is very weak, it doesn't seem like he's pregnant." Huin Duong wondered, "What, it's over so quickly?" The invisible man from earlier, standing behind, muttered to himself, "This kid still has his uses." While thinking, he shivered, realizing, wait, this bone-chilling cold. The three brothers also felt uneasy, and Huin Nia asked, "Do you feel something strange?" Roigo, sweating coldly, realized the presence of this powerful former god. At the same time, a strange energy surrounded the entire cave. A massive creature appeared, causing Roigo to turn pale with fear, yelling, "AAA!" It collapsed in fear, looking up cowardly, saying, "This humble one greets the former Sun Lord." The newly appeared serpent opened its strange eyes wide, shouting, "Who is it?" The giant reptile caused Huin Nia to panic, guessing, This is a dragon. He continued, "Or maybe a serpent." Huin Duong, fired up, declared, "I don't care what it is, kill them all." Huin Cao immediately stopped him, "Don't be reckless, let's see what it wants." The massive reptile glanced down at the dying Tan Hoa, saying, "Hold on, Tan Hoa." Then it roared loudly, asking, "Who has hurt him like this?" Its roar was so powerful that the heavens and earth trembled. Huin Duong, thinking, HMPF, it's just a little serpent pretending to be a heavenly dragon. After saying that, he extended his arm, boasting, "I'm the one who hurt him. If you're brave, come at me. Huin Duong will welcome you." The reptile immediately transformed into a purple-colored person. That girl looked at him, saying, "How arrogant, since when did the disciples of Huin Tu have such abilities?" While Roigo beside her was terrified. Then she continued, "In those days, even your master had to show respect when meeting me." As she spoke, she lifted Tan Hoa. Huin Nia bluntly asked, Who are you really?" The girl stood coolly and replied, "If I told you, it might scare you." Despite her words, she still introduced herself, leader of the Demon Path Alliance, Ma Company. Huin Duong and his friends felt exhilarated upon hearing this. He shouted, "No, that's impossible. Stop deceiving people here." Seeing that this wasn't enough, Huin Duong added a few more words, "Don't talk about the Demon Path Alliance. Anyone claiming to be from it has already been wiped out by us." Huin Nia bragged further, "The Demon Path Alliance was eradicated by our master 10 years ago. How could remnants like you still appear after all these years?" Huin Cao cut in, saying, "No, maybe she's real." The other two echoed, "What?" She recalled the time she had covered herself completely like a terrorist, saying, "In these years, every time I carried out a mission, our master had me disguise myself as a member of the Demon Path Alliance to erase our traces. Our master's arrangements surely had his reasons." Moreover, in Huin Cao's mind, a certain figure appeared, and she continued, "Our master never said that the Demon Path Alliance was completely eradicated. Besides, she carries the aura of demonic energy." While that weak girl was speaking, Ma Ko gently supported Tan Hoa like he was her own child. A snake crawled across his face, and Ma Ko sighed, "My poor little Tan Hoa, your spiritual root cannot be cultivated, yet you are being attacked by such terrifying insects." After saying that, she glanced at the three and asked, "I want to take him for treatment, you don't have any objections, do you?" Huin Cao's face flushed with anger as he declared, "He is the archenemy of our Vos Cuc sect. We cannot let you take him away so easily." Huin Duong chimed in, "Haha, exactly." Huin Nia narrowed his eyes, puzzled, "Huin Cao, even you." She didn't care anymore and said, "Your cultivation level is indeed higher than ours, but if we join forces, you wouldn't necessarily gain the upper hand." Huin Duong agreed, "That's right." Suddenly, Huin Cao made a 180-degree turn, saying, "But this time, we might sell you a favor. You take him away." Huin Duong yelled in confusion, "What? Didn't we agree to go together?" Ma Ko winked flirtatiously and continued to sigh, "This is too good, I didn't want to struggle too much. So I'll take him with me now." Huin Duong, in a mad dog mode, charged forward, ordering, "No! Leave Tan Hoa behind." The other two yelled loudly to stop Huin Duong. He raised his hand high, ready to cut Tan Hoa to pieces. Ma Ko remained silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "I'm giving you face now." Then, she abruptly turned her head back, looking at Huan Duong with a domineering gaze. The giant snake tail slapped him, dislocating his jaw. The direct slap caused Huan Duong to cough up syrup, flying 8 meters away. Luckily, Huan Nia caught him. Huan Duong stubbornly called out that person's name, Tan Hoa. Just as Ma Ko and Tan Hoa disappeared, a scream echoed, "Oh no." The scene shifted outside, the sky looked pale and desolate. A bright purple orb appeared. Ma Ko carried Tan Hoa in a tender pose, stepping out from that orb. She glanced at him and wondered, I saved you out of kindness, yet you're too dumb to realize it. Then Ma Ko asked someone, "You let him go?" startling Roigo, who was sneaking away. He trembled in fear, asking, "May I ask, great former god, what can this humble servant do for you?" Ma Ko picked him up immediately, saying, "You were sent to monitor the transfer executor, yet you almost let him die. As a divine envoy, you are utterly useless." Roigo frantically replied, "This humble one has not yet been able to fully manifest in this world, so. She listened and then asked further, "His growth rate is frightening. This is exactly their expectation, isn't it?" Roigo, on the verge of tears, explained, "He is an important transfer executor that the Lords sent here. Of course, they hope he can assimilate quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Ko waved her hand, and Tan Hoa cooled down in the ordinary world. Ma Ko looked at him, thinking, faster than I expected. At this moment, Tan Hoa's heart seemed unwell. Ma Ko thought to herself, his heart has been corroded, this is the price for borrowing power. She then muttered to herself, how annoying, someone took him before I could. Roigo, being nosy, exclaimed, but aren't you one of the former gods too? Roigo asked Ma Ko in confusion, so, does this mean you're not a former god? He opened his eyes wide, guessing, but you've fully manifested already. Ma Ko proudly bragged, that's right, I and Tan Hoa are the same, both of us are executors. She began to recall standing somewhere like a platform, recounting, I've been to the Divine Convergence Hall too, but my fate and Tan Hoa's were slightly different. I successfully tricked the god. While the two were talking, the young man from earlier was still invisible, eavesdropping. He wondered to himself, who is this woman talking to? So strange. Returning to Ma Ko's place, Roigo asked her, So you are not with the Lords, but rather their enemy? Ma Ko smiled and said, your perception is truly dull. Meanwhile, the snake began to act up. It flew towards Roigo, intending to bite him, scaring him out of his wits. After being bitten by the snake, Roigo screamed, ow, it hurts. As for Ma Ko, she looked at Tan Hoa, lifted his chin, and whispered to herself, the more you want him, the less I'll let you have him. She widened her domineering eyes and said, Tan Hoa, you're stuck with me for the rest of your life. Ma Ko opened her mouth, and a mini snake crawled out from it. The young man, seeing the crude scene, thought, wow, this image is just too stimulating. Returning to Ma Ko, she placed her hand on Tan Hoa's chest. The wound gradually shrank. Done, she kissed Tan Hoa, just like a scene from a Korean drama. As she let go of Tan Hoa's lips, the tiny snake from earlier crawled into his body. 5 seconds later, Tan Hoa slowly opened his eyes. Finey's image appeared in his eyes, and he called out, Finey. Ma Ko, seeing this, got upset and said, how outrageous, kissing me while thinking of Finey, elder sister. Finishing her sentence, she wrinkled her face like a monkey and looked at her hand, thinking that this venom of yours is indeed powerful. Her once jade-like hand was now a sickly green, and Ma Ko thought to herself, if it weren't for my cultivation being able to suppress it, this venom would have devoured his heart by now. Just as the two were about to get closer, a giant yellow object fell from the sky. It crashed onto the ground, shaking the surroundings. Ma Ko quickly dodged to one side. She glanced to the side and said, impressive, you found me so quickly, your sense of smell is even sharper than a dog's. In the distance, a group of people was talking, saying that Ko Tan Hoa had passed the Holy Master's test, and was now under his protection. A group of people approached, carrying Tan Hoa, and one declared, if you intend to harm him, don't blame me for not being polite. They were monks, dressed in monastic robes. In the distance, another group of people arrived. These people were dressed in green, holding weapons, ready to defeat any opponent. They surrounded Ma Ko, and she looked forward, shouting, ignorant, your arrogance is quite large. Then Ma Ko continued, even your master doesn't dare to confront me directly, and you dare to provoke me? Vo Min, standing opposite, domineeringly replied, my master merely disdains lowering himself to fight you, but you dare to offend. She yelled, we have no choice but to act. Immediately, those with weapons rushed at Ma Ko, intending to attack her. However, Ma Ko only needed to wave her hand a few times to stop their advance. Those people were flung back 8 meters, and Ma Ko shouted, a bunch of useless fools. Ma Ko darted toward Vo Min like lightning, her face cold like a reptile's. A monk suddenly appeared in the sky, shouting, demon. Then he summoned something that crashed heavily onto the ground. Trapped beneath, Ma Ko laughed eerily and asked them, Did you think this would be enough to imprison me? Of course not. She transformed into a massive snake, fiercely charging forward. Vogan appeared from nowhere, standing in front of Vomin. He opened his 1,000-year sealed mouth and shouted, the most sacred Brahma sound. Instantly, a sound like a cow's bellow echoed, causing Ma Ko to scream wildly. In pain, she looked at him, wondering, since when did you possess divine power like this? At the same time, Vomin commanded, Vo Tri, activate the great holy light formation. That boy, Vo Tri, closed his eyes, assumed a posture, and responded yes. On both sides of Ma Ko, 2 gigantic hands appeared. While she screamed, impossible, you were able to unlock the body of truth. She glanced to one side and was shocked, shouting, damn it! Old God Tian sat. A voice rang out, the yellow-robed holy master, and the surroundings became radiant as a Buddha statue appeared, blocking Ma company. The man watching from the outside was also in awe, thinking, wow, this time, I've really broadened my horizons. In the tranquil space, Kotan Hoa had returned safely, slowly recovering on a wooden bed. He was a little fatigued, and a young girl's hand held a towel, wiping his face. It turned out to be Finey, looking at him with deep concern. He gently moved his hand, gradually waking up from his stupor. Senior brother, you've finally woken up, she exclaimed with wide eyes, full of joy at seeing the man she cherished in front of her. He rubbed his head and asked, how long have I been asleep this time? My body feels so weak. Finey couldn't hide her happiness. She immediately threw herself into Kotan Hoa's arms, tears of joy streaming down, and he was momentarily surprised by her excitement. The monk Vo Vi has already told me everything. You risked your life for me against the disciples of Vo Cuc sect, and you came back half dead, she said, crying. But she didn't forget to place 2 pomelos on Kotan Hoa's body. He gently patted Finey's head and said, silly, it was my hasty decision to feed you the parasite egg. No matter what, I couldn't let you turn into one of those bugs from Vo Cuc sect. Finey tightly embraces Kotan Hoa and does not forget to hold the 2 pomelos tightly against her brother. If something happens to you, how will I talk to the master and the teacher here? Later, I will not allow you to take risks because of me like this, she said while shedding tears. Kotan Hoa is indeed a lucky young man to be given 2 pomelos by a beautiful beauty. His face bright as if throwing stones. He pretends to be ignorant and says to Finey, oh dear, I have grown up. Actually, he wants to refer to her 2 pomelos, but she involuntarily does not understand. What? She asked while crying. The sound creeps from somewhere into the room. His voice echoes, the 2 masters, although male and female disciples of this temple live together, but the 2 are so close. It seems inappropriate. He is reminding the 2 to stop being frivolous. The handsome young man and woman are involuntarily a bit confused. Vo Vi Su Tai, Finey seriously readjusts herself. Haha, Tan Hoa master, your spirit has improved. 2 days ago you threatened Finey master. The old man in the bowl smiled compassionately. If I had not listened to you to go on a journey to Van Keem Sun Trang, I would not have known that the disciple of the infinite sect is so terrifying, he said while standing up, revealing a muscular body. This is your fate that you cannot escape. Even if the holy master does not lead the way, you will meet it sooner or later. He carefully admonishes, Finey master, please stay here. Tan Hoa master must go on a journey with the monk. So I will go on a journey with Su Tai. I will wait here, Kotan Hoa instructed Finey. Su Tai leads Kotan Hoa into a main hall. In front of them is a glowing statue emitting a strange aura. Kotan Hoa asked curiously, Su Tai, does the holy master have any instructions? Su Tai ordered him, kneel down. As soon as he finished speaking, Kotan Hoa's knees involuntarily buckled and he knelt down. Oh, why can't my legs control? He panicked and knelt. He seriously looked at the statue in front of him and said, you have completed the holy master's trial, now you have the status. Become a servant under the holy master. That's nonsense. When did I say I wanted to become a monk? He hurriedly questioned Su Tai, his face gruff. Furthermore, you fundamentally do not keep your word, he angrily shouted. He said as long as I solve the disaster at Van Keem Sun Trang, you will help me save Finey. But I just saw that there is still a cocoon left in Finey's aura. Su Tai replied to him, it's the monk's fault, it's my misjudgment, please don't blame the holy master. The monk thought Finey's cocoon was just accidental, so he said he didn't know how to remove the cocoon. Su Tai apologized to Kotan Hoa for his nonsense. It's just unexpected, in Finey's aura there is still a worm. 2 days ago, shortly after you left, the monk and the disciples immediately removed the cocoon for Finey. The flashbacks of 2 days ago are images of Finey in pain. At this time, the divine force says to Su Tai, Master, the master has reacted. Su Tai replies, now is the critical moment, do not get distracted. The image of Finey when removing the cocoon is extremely terrifying, each black breath escapes from her mouth. Her reversed white pupils no longer recognize the familiar young lady. Yellow auras cover the space. She has expelled the cocoon from her body, the ignorant announces to everyone. Finey is still in pain, her pure heart and eyes scream in agony. Involuntarily, her eyes have awakened, her heart is red, larvae appear in her eyes. She suddenly transforms, a terrifying inner power spreads around her, her hand clenches into 5 fingers, her face angrily clenches her teeth, her eyes become dangerous. All the monks focus on the process of performing the cocoon removal ritual. The divine force asks, Master, her cocoon has been expelled, why is it still like this? She screamed loudly, her whole body emits a terrifying killing intent, her face remains unchanged. At this time, the master is still focusing all his strength to remove the cocoon for Finey. He holds the sphere with her shadow inside. Mistaken, I remembered incorrectly, he said to everyone, his face a bit awkward. Everyone thought the cocoon that the girl caught was just a water egg, but it had already taken root early. Finey's divine appearance no longer seems like the young girl it used to be. Externally it is not visible, or it can be said that the cocoon in the girl's body has been planted for more than 10 years. The cocoon no longer maintains its original yellow shape. They have started to grow red roots covering the outside. Each root begins to grow long and spread throughout the body. Su Tai helplessly says, it has even formed a golden egg now. The cocoon is no longer compact like an egg, it has turned into a complete larva. In this case, even the Holy Master cannot separate the cocoon, Vo Min says. Vo Van says, cannot keep this maiden? At this time, Vo Tri loudly cries, no, Master has agreed with my request, we absolutely cannot harm my sister. Do not rush, remember the Holy Master's teachings, do not disrupt the battle. Su Tai begins to extend his talons to cover the space. Finey, he shouted calling her name. Su Tai says, I know you are a strong maiden, if you cannot overcome the cocoon's will. The Tan Hoa child will be so desperate, he continues, his face uttering these words full of sadness. Tan Hoa, Tan Hoa, Tan Hoa, he calls Ko Tan Hoa in despair. That child can calmly accept her own pain, but cannot accept fate being controlled by others. At this moment he is fighting for you, you ruthless person. Seeing his pitiful figure, he sadly says. Hearing these words, Finey's mind seems to awaken a bit, her meridian gradually shines. Brother, finally I have overcome the cocoon's temptation. Finey's head spins in confusion. Oh, she begins to awaken, the cocoon makes her head ache. Her eyes close, she clenches her teeth. That's right, use your legs to control the cocoon, Su Tai says. Holy Master Almighty, please grant us strength. Holy Master, save the confused lamb before us, Vo Min shouts. The monks now concentrate, and combine their strength, their eyes sparkle with light. The statue began to radiate a wide golden aura. Each hand successively split into hundreds, then thousands of hands. They appeared more and more frequently. They merged, concentrating into the orb at the center of the statue. The orb began to glow, with light beams seeping through the cracks in the orb. Finey screamed in madness, her eyes filled with a sinister gaze, and 2 antennae grew from her head like a larva. Instantly, her form changed, her clothes disappeared, green wings sprouted, her hair gradually turned white, and the 2 larva antennae reappeared on her head. This is a world where 2 identities exist within Finey's body. The real Finey conversed with the larva Finey. So, you've always existed within me. The larva Finey had just awoken. Unclothed. Oh, she groaned. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, said Finey. The larva Finey immediately recoiled from the woman before her. Although I don't quite remember when, now that you've taken form, can we live together in peace? She pleaded earnestly, after all, this body is mine, could you not be so angry? The larva in Finey's form instantly felt disgust, her face showing a bit of anger, grinding her teeth. In a flash, she aggressively lunged, her wings flapping awkwardly as she lunged at the real Finey, her mouth curled into a malicious smile. Finey continued, you're really quite restless, acting out like a child. The dust on her wings scattered into the air. This will give senior brother a headache, so you need to be obedient and listen. The real Finey advised her, and the larva Finey immediately realized something. Her wings began to droop, and she started to fidget, her mood becoming a bit agitated. The real Finey constantly reassured her, I know you're scared, but don't worry, as long as I'm here. The larva Finey was a little surprised, oh. The real Finey gently wrapped her arms around her from behind, warmly comforting her. You will no longer sleep deeply in the lonely darkness, she quietly reassured the larva Finey. Several hands rested on her shoulders, and the larva Finey began to feel the warmth from the real Finey. Her gaze softened, and her mood was no longer as tense as before. She closed her eyes in peace. A hum of agreement was heard, and the 2 bodies merged into one radiant orb. Meanwhile, they were still performing the egg-cleansing ritual for Finey. Finey's body began to lower in front of the monks, who were somewhat surprised. Everyone felt uneasy, anxious, and stood up in a defensive posture. Do not come any closer, you greedy insect. Vomin, leading the group, said. Before them was Finey, now transformed by the larva. The girl in front slowly opened her mouth to speak each word. I am. Before she could finish, the nun interjected. Vomin, you're too tense and have momentarily failed to see the true form. She responded. Could it be that this person can truly control the insect? Vo Tri on the side, his face happy and elated, said, Little sister, say it loudly, tell them who you are. The beautiful girl with a kind face had returned, but the larva horn remained on her head. She introduced herself. I am Lang Finey. As soon as she finished speaking, the familiar silhouette of the insect was in her eyes. Perhaps she hadn't yet fully resolved it. Kotan Hoa began to worry. So with such a method, how can the characteristics of the ancient insect be dealt with? We can't let Finey eat people, can we? The nun said to him. Actually, there is something else that can be used as a substitute. Kotan Hoa was immediately overjoyed. Hey, I knew the nun had a way, don't keep it secret. But the substitute is not something ordinary. Furthermore, finding this item may require peeling off a layer of your skin. Hearing the nun's words, Kotan Hoa's hair stood on end. Again, they want me to kill someone. It's not over yet, is it? The nun laughed. Haha, you have already received the saint's recognition. From now on, all you need is faith in the saint. Kotan Hoa, upon hearing this, was a little confused. The saint's recognition, what do you mean? Being told to kneel was to receive the saint's gift. The saint only needs your faith, it's that simple. Both of them looked toward the statue of the saint in front of them. And Kotan Hoa knelt down. So, will the saint help me resist the ancient gods within me? He asked the nun doubtfully. Faced with Kotan Hoa's question, the nun only bowed her head and said, Don't doubt, choose to believe. As soon as the words were spoken, the nun's expression began to change. He still didn't know that there was an additional ancient god's power within his body. Ah, he sighed. Truly chaotic, the nun lamented, picturing Kotan Hoa's jittery and inconsistent form as he dealt with various strange powers. The scene shifted to the saint, who was practicing some sort of light in the palm of his hand. The golden light suddenly turned red, it flashed for a moment, and shot straight into the forehead of Kotan Hoa. This feeling, he felt somewhat familiar with the earlier sensation. A light shone on his forehead. So warm, his eyes awakened. His consciousness had wandered into another dimension. Here everything was pitch black on all sides, only mysterious blue lights appeared, and a voice from nowhere called his name. Tan Hoa, Tan Hoa, Tan Hoa, he suddenly wondered, who is calling me? A light flashed in the distance, and the voice from the light said, The road ahead will be arduous, take care. The light made him squint slightly. He said, Stop pretending to be mysterious. If you want to find me, reveal yourself directly. A strange light appeared, and he tried to see what this light was. All-knowing, all-seeing, can you say something I can understand? The light flashed, making him squint like a monkey. As soon as he finished speaking, he was transported to another place. He still didn't understand what was happening. Beside him was the monk. You've returned. Wow, it wasn't an illusion earlier, the one who spoke to me was the saint, so that illusionary space was real. The nun replied, Not necessarily, the gift the saint gives each believer is different. It's just a mystery, in which the believer must find their own understanding, the nun said to Kotan Hoa. After listening, he felt a bit puzzled, thinking to himself why people from this sect are all like this, speaking without being straightforward, always pretending to be mysterious. He responded to the master, Forget it, maybe I'll understand later. So, am I now considered a disciple of the sixth family of the Tiansung sect? He patted his head and asked. Kotan Hoa thought, Are all disciples of this sect flawed? It must be an important condition to enter the sect. As for me, they are all either visually or hearing impaired. But Kotan Hoa is perfectly healthy with all limbs intact, he has everything. The master read his thoughts and replied, Yes, this sect only accepts those abandoned by the heavens and earth, and you just happen to meet the requirement. After all, you are a rootless person, so the one thing you lack is a spiritual root. Hearing this, he got flustered and said, Hey, it's called a spiritual root. Missing a word there makes it not right. Since you've received the Holy Lord's gift, it's time for you to leave this place. Before that, there are a few things I want to remind you. His face started to tense up as he asked Kotan Hoa, Do you know about the flesh of the Tai Sui? The flesh of the Tai Sui is the thing that can replace human meat that you just mentioned? Kotan Hoa asked. He replied, Yes, although it is strange, it indeed exists. In the 28th year of Jianan, a meteor streaked across the territory of Haotian sect, and at that time, the light from the meteor momentarily dyed the night sky red. Although the sky showed strange signs, the Great Song State was in rebellion, and the Heavenly Dynasty was sending troops southward, so no one investigated it. In the mountains and forests, A doctor of 3 generations of medical practice was gathering herbs. Appearing in the pouring rain in the forest was a man washing his face. His eyes were drawn to something by the stream. He discovered a strange herb at a mountain stream. It looked like a small cluster of shimmering purple-red moss, with each of its roots growing long, piercing down into the water. From then on, his reputation spread far and wide. Patients from nearby regions all came to seek his treatment, and the scene at his clinic was always bustling with people coming and going. No matter how serious the illness, the patients were cured under his treatment. Inside the clinic, patients came one after another, all recovering from their ailments. The entire clinic was run by the doctor and his wife, and despite the many patients, they never accepted disciples. The herbal prescriptions were always handed over to each patient in turn. Strangely, the couple had no children for many years, yet afterward, the doctor's wife became pregnant. Even more strange, they never revealed their formula. Every time they retrieved the herbs, they would enter a back room behind a curtain. Behind that curtain was a very secretive room. Later, someone reported them to the authorities, saying the doctor mixed something strange into the medicine, and brought a group of officials to the clinic. A group of officials stood in front of the clinic, with a man who had called them to accuse the couple. Officials, it's right here. The doctor was alarmed, but he thought about how the mother of the county magistrate had also been treated by him, so it should be nothing serious. He cautiously asked the officials, "Gentlemen, what's the matter?" His pregnant wife also stepped out curiously because of the commotion outside. The man reporting to the authorities insisted there was something sinister in the medicine, saying he had fled from elsewhere and was certain there was something strange in the medicine. He stood firm, frowning and shouting at the officials. "I'm sure this medicine definitely contains something extra, this pill clearly has it. Adding that stuff to the medicine is truly unforgivable. Who knows how many people the doctor has harmed while treating patients." Before he could finish speaking, a blade appeared right in front of him. "Officials, it's not like that," the doctor exclaimed in panic. The officials rushed in. Inside, there was a faint and strange fragrance. Although it smelled pleasant, it made people feel uncomfortable. They began to inspect the medicine storage room, where familiar red-smelling smoke from the rare herb rose. All the officials had to cover their noses because of the smell. The doctor tried to explain, but the leading officer discovered a clue. He glared ahead, where the scent was emanating. The strange fragrance was coming from here, from a tightly sealed jar, emitting a pungent odor from within. Could it really be? They hesitated before the strange herb in front of them. "It really is," the doctor broke into a sweat, his face filled with anxiety, his eyes unsettled. At this moment, the red herb he found by the stream peeked out from under the jar lid, its fragrance revealing the truth about the rare medicinal plant. After clarifying everything, the doctor was proven innocent, but from that point on, no more patients dared to come to the clinic. The local yamen couldn't handle such strange events, so they had no choice but to seek help from Tienda sect. The scene shifted to Tienda sect. Tienda sect is a prestigious sect of the Orthodox faction, uninterested in worldly matters, solely focused on the pursuit of the Tao and crafting high-quality elixirs, which they offered to the emperor. The reason the object was misunderstood was that it was a living creature capable of constant growth, which led Tienda sect to take it in. Different elixirs serve different purposes, naturally depending on the medicinal guide used. There are taboos in the crafting of elixirs, but it can replace things that can't be crafted. The mentioned item looked like a larval egg, its red color resembling the medicinal moss found by the stream. Later, when the Western Xia army invaded, Tienda sect descended from the mountain to protect the people, and the entire sect was wiped out. Rumor has it that the remaining disciples fled with the valuable elixir, and the object disappeared with them. After hearing the master's story, Kotan Hoa hesitated. He thought, this all sounds too strange. To have Finey eat this thing for the rest of her life, and to spend time searching for something that might not even exist, is that really the right thing to do? The master read his thoughts and said, whether you can find it depends on your fortune, and besides, Finey's goo worm has been temporarily suppressed. That spiritual meat is just for precaution. Kotan Hoa felt a bit embarrassed after his thoughts were read. Mind reading is truly annoying. Kotan Hoa asked the master, you possess wisdom beyond ordinary people, so surely you know what omniscience and omnipotence are, right? This thing must be related to my future destiny. The master replied, if it's a gift personally bestowed by the Holy Lord, then you'll have to find the answer yourself, I can't tell you. Kotan Hoa embarrassed. Thought, actually, I guess you would say that. He scratched his head tiredly, feeling that he had suffered a bit of a loss this time, not only failing to solve the goo worm issue but also losing his father's treasured sword. The master continued speaking to Kotan Hoa. I've had them prepare your luggage for the journey. There's something good that will help you. He excitedly asked, is it some powerful magical tool? The figure of a bald boy appeared, laughing loudly. It turned out that the good thing the master mentioned was Vo Tri. He deflated a little with disappointment. The master wants me to take him along. In the end, is he helping me, or am I looking after him? Finey stood by, giggling. Vo Tri started to chatter quick with his words. Brother Tan Hoa, I'll obediently follow you. I won't run around. He tugged at Tan Hoa's sleeve, acting cute. Over there were Vo Min and the other disciples. Though Vo Tri had the mind of a 4-year-old, he could see the essence of things. The master's decision to have him follow you was a painstaking one. They gathered outside the temple courtyard to send Tan Hoa off. He said to the disciples, forget it, there must be a reason for such an arrangement. Finey asked, Master Vo Min, how will you arrange the children captured by the Vo Cuc sect? Vo Min replied, we will do our best to reunite them with their families, and if we can't find them, we'll have the locals adopt and raise them. Finey was satisfied. That's good, I hope they can all return home. Tan Hoa felt a bit uneasy, that Vo Min bowed his head in farewell. The master had other matters to attend to and couldn't personally see you off. So, she had read Tan Hoa's thoughts again. Haha, more mind reading. Tan Hoa said to Vo Min, alright, we won't disturb you any more then, goodbye. Vo Min gestured decisively with his hand, waving them off for the last time. The mountain road ahead was covered with mist, and they were preparing to depart. The carriage was ready. Tan Hoa said, let's go. Vo Tri was allowed to accompany Tan Hoa, grinning joyfully, laughing, haha, we get to go out and play again. The three of them looked as happy as a small family. Vo Min stayed behind, watching their figures on the carriage as they gradually faded into the mist along the path. She looked at their figures, feeling a bit concerned. That was the figure of Tan Hoa, and she suddenly thought, if only. The figure of a man appeared. It was Vo Min's memory. The memory took her back to when she was a child, seeing a familiar man bidding her farewell. He left her behind with Su Tai, leaving the poor little Vo Min at the temple. The sound of Vo Ven broke the silence, saying, let's go back. She suddenly awoke, her mind returning to the present. She quietly turned away, sorrowfully walking forward without looking back at their figures. They entered the temple, and before them was a grand red door. Vo Min asked, has the master not come out yet? A disciple without legs replied, that's right, it's been nearly an hour. Vo Min told them, I always feel like the master is hiding something from us. I don't know if I'm overthinking it. A man with long white eyebrows said, why don't we just barge in? Vo Min responded, we can't. If it's the master's command, there must be a mystery behind it. Vo Van protested, but the demon core. Vo Min was very doubtful. Master, could it be that you have? The scene shifted to a room with only Su Tai. The surrounding space was dark, illuminated only by the light beneath her feet, her hands holding a glowing orb, with a strange figure inside. The image of a woman appeared inside the orb, with familiar fangs and a skull necklace around her neck. This was the demon core. She said, old hag, you really have some skill? The disciple you trained can now challenge me. Su Tai told her, haven't you always wanted to see the inside? So I arranged for them to bring you here. The demon core replied, I was indeed a bit curious before, but now I find there's nothing particularly impressive. Moreover, rather than looking around, I want your life more, she said with a sinister face. As soon as she finished speaking, she tore the orb apart, flying directly at him with a vicious expression. Did you really think your disciples could imprison me? Facing the demon core now right in front of her, Su Tai calmly replied, I've been close to death for some time now, but I wanted to meet the son of an old friend, so I've held on. Her eyes widened like a wild boar's, and she said, I brought you here because I have a favor to ask. Could it be, she doubtedly asked the master. Su Tai, with a kindly smile, said that child has a pitiful body, he can't endure your torment. If possible, please spare him. Su Tai's expression began to darken, wanting to negotiate with the demon core, as golden spots of light appeared all over his body, spreading through the air. She angrily said, you're just an old servant of a former deity. What right do you have to give me orders? Su Tai uttered her final words, this is my last request. Saving others is saving yourself. You still survive, why not follow his path? Perhaps you could have a new future. As soon as she finished speaking, she dissolved into nothingness, the spots of light fading into the mist, disappearing. It might be the turning point for this world, or perhaps for you, as Su Tai no longer had a head, but was just an empty shell. Su Tai's face vanished, and her final words were, let go of the attachment in your heart. Only then will you find peace within. The demon core furiously said, who wants peace within? Old hag, don't talk as if you know me. The demon core gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with murderous intent, thinking to herself, what do you know? No matter what the cost, that old man must die by my hand. Suddenly, the door of the room swung open, and the disciples arrived, frantically shouting, Master! Vo Min told them, the master's aura has disappeared, he has ascended. They called out to the master in vain, unaware that a snake was slithering out of the room, heading toward the gate. The python flicked its tongue, its eyes glowing brightly. The scene shifted to the Vocuc sect, a remote and desolate place with an eerie atmosphere in the darkness. This was Huyn Lim and Huyn Cao. They had arrived at Vocuc sect. In front of them was a gate, towering and formidable. On this side were 3 people, Lao Tam and 2 women. Before them was an enormous gourd, inside it was a wrinkled orb, pulsating like a living creature. The girl said, "Senior sister, this place stinks." The other woman replied, "Don't talk nonsense, this is our rare opportunity." They whispered to each other. In the gloomy air of the room, the 3 of them knelt down, bowing in celebration of the master's return. A voice rang out, "Haha, Lao Tam, your time spent in seclusion has been tough." Before them was a man with a grotesque figure, his hands bony and skeletal. He crawled on the ground, his eyes glowing red. Lao Tam bowed, asking for forgiveness from the master. He cautiously reported, "It's all due to my poor supervision, which led to Huyn Qi's tragic death." The master replied, "Ah, all 12 of you were enlightened by me. How could I blame you for Huyn Qi's death? It's just that this world is about to collapse. And all sorts of evil beings want a piece of the pie, which has brought demons into the world." The 2 women kneeling trembled in fear. He sternly said, "We must protect the righteous path of this world. From now on, Vocuc sect will strive to eradicate the evil cultivator Kotan Hoa. We cannot allow demons to harm the people anymore." Lao Tam reported, "Understood, I will relay the order to the others." The 3 of them were terrified, carefully withdrawing. His emotions momentarily froze. Yes, the 2 children stay. The 2 girls were extremely terrified upon hearing his words. Master, but the 3rd junior carefully warned, "Listen to the Grand Master. You will immediately receive eternal life," said the 3rd junior, his eyes gleaming red, while the 2 girls were extremely worried. A frightened girl said, "Master, no. No." Meanwhile, the other girl quickly bowed before the master. She knelt down and said, "The disciple's understanding is still shallow, but I am willing to spill blood for the sect. Please grant this disciple the golden elixir to become an immortal." The other girl was extremely surprised at her younger sister's action. He immediately floated into the air. "You don't necessarily have to drink the elixir to become immortal. Your potential is average, and the golden elixir might not be suitable for you. You should choose another path." When she was rejected by the master, she became extremely worried. Her face pale with fear. His eyes were glowing red as he jumped down toward the 2 girls. His appearance was extremely horrifying. "Become part of the original body, and you too can gain eternal life." The 2 girls were so terrified by his appearance that they lost their wits. His face darkened. He said, "Foolish child, ha ha ha." Outside, the 3rd junior had appeared. "You have arrived." His eyes gleamed blue as he looked at them. Huyn Lim cautiously asked, "Does the master have any instructions?" There were a total of 3 people standing in front of the 3rd junior. The 3rd junior said, "The master wants us to capture Kotan Hoa with all our strength, and tell the other disciples to temporarily disregard the previous orders." He continued, "One more thing, make sure to capture him alive." His face darkened, looking dangerous. Huyn Cao immediately felt that this task was really difficult, hesitantly saying, "Senior brother, Kotan Hoa is no pushover." Huyn Lim immediately interrupted. "If it's the master's order, don't waste words." The 3rd junior just happened to reprimand, "Lao Bat, learn a bit from your senior brother Huyn Lim." Huyn Cao cautiously replied yes. The 3rd junior glanced at the 3rd man with them, then said, "I haven't seen you before, are you a newly admitted disciple?" Huyn Lim reminded, "Lim Dong, the granduncle is speaking to you." Only then did he hurriedly respond, "Disciple greets the granduncle." He carefully introduced himself. "I was originally a poor peasant from the territory of Tienda sect, but thanks to the master's rescue from the harm of the Ma Dao Min, I have now been accepted as a disciple of the Lim branch." The 3rd junior placed his hand on his shoulder, saying, "There's no need to be so formal. If you've been acknowledged by the master and Huyn Lim, then from now on, we are one family." Lim Dong quietly said to Huyn Lim, "Master, 3rd granduncle seems so young, why?" Huyn Cao replied, "Brother, little junior, seniority is never ranked by age. 3rd senior brother was accepted by the master 10 years ago after the Great War, and he is the 3rd disciple." She continued, "Before 3rd senior brother joined, he was already the top disciple of another sect, not only powerful but also..." Her face turned shy, cheeks flushed as she looked fondly at the 3rd junior. They whispered to each other. Lim Dong said, "So granduncle came seeking a teacher, but what sect was he the top disciple of?" Huyn Lim replied, "It may not seem like much now, but 10 years ago, he was the leader of the righteous path, of the Tienda sect." The image of the 3rd junior appeared, his eyes flashed blue, his body strong and muscular, his face youthful. The scene shifted to a bustling marketplace. In the morning everyone was busy, freshly baked green onion pancakes. Come look, guests coming to the small shop can stay here. Come and see. At this moment, Kotan Hoa and Finey had arrived, wearing conical hats that covered their faces. Speaking softly, Finey said, "Senior brother, entering this crowded market like this seems a bit inappropriate." Kotan Hoa quietly responded, "If we don't go through here, we'll have to pass 2 more mountains." Kotan Hoa continued, "Besides, they might assume we would take the mountain route. So this way, we might avoid them." Finey replied, "What you say makes sense." But her face was suddenly full of worry. They hadn't had a moment of peace when their quietness was broken by the shout of the boy Vo Tri. "Wow, I'm so hungry, I'm going to starve to death. Big brother. Big sister, do we have anything to eat? I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry." Everyone in the market immediately turned their gaze toward him. Finey and Kotan Hoa stiffened. Their faces turned pale. Kotan Hoa was furious at Vo Tri's shouting. He yelled, "All the provisions your senior brothers gave you have been eaten by you already. Finey and I haven't eaten anything yet. And now you dare to cry that you're hungry. No wonder your master wants me to take you away." Vo Tri's face was full of grievance, his eyes brimming with tears. Biting his clothes, the little junior said, "But those provisions were just a normal meal for me." Even the donkey nearby looked famished. Finey, standing beside, was a bit embarrassed. "Senior brother, we don't have much money left. We might have to spend the night in the wilderness tonight. Watch out. Wow, are you in a rush to be reborn?" Ouch, ouch, ouch. A man riding a horse looked extremely panicked. He urgently shouted, "Help! Can anyone help me? The horse won't listen anymore." The townspeople were horrified. "Oh no, the horse is wild. Running like this is dangerous." At that moment, Kotan Hoa immediately stepped in front of the horse, in the direction it was charging. However, Finey immediately stepped in front of Kotan Hoa. "Senior brother, let me." She raised her hand and unleashed a strike. Waves of energy surged from her hand. Finey's magic waves enveloped and controlled the horse. Finey shouted, "Immortal technique Tui Lao Kot." At that moment the horse was encased in a floating water prison, unable to move. Everyone around was in awe and gratitude, immediately applauding. The little junior said, "Ha ha, amazing, amazing." The crowd also murmured, "Is that an immortal cultivator? Impressive." At that moment, a beautiful woman stepped out from the carriage. "Afuk, this is all your fault. You couldn't even control a mere beast." He trembled with relief. "My lady, I told you not to choose that horse." The lady stepped forward to thank the two of them. "Thank you, gentlemen, for your help, otherwise, who knows what trouble that beast would have caused." Kotan Hoa shyly replied. "My lady, you are too kind, it was just a small effort." The lady said to them, "Are you travelers from afar? Judging by your worn-out look, why don't you rest at the manor for a while?" Her face lit up as she held Finey's hand tightly. "You can also let my parents thank you for saving me." Finey was extremely embarrassed. Her face flushed. Oh, that's not necessary." Kotan Hoa couldn't hide his joy either. "Haha, little brother, you're in luck, already meeting her parents." The morning sun brilliantly shone on a grand manor. Inside, the sound of laughter echoed. A middle-aged man spoke. "They say heroes emerge young. I didn't expect you two to be from the righteous sections. Today, our manor is truly honored." The wife of the man sitting next to him chimed in. "Our master in his youth was also a disciple of the righteous sects, but later had to return home to inherit the family business and left the sect." The man proudly confirmed, "Yes, I studied under the great Thua monastery, so I am still somewhat of a cultivator." Kotan Hoa smiled, raised his cup toward the middle-aged man, and said, "Then Lord Vang is indeed a senior in the same path as us. I have a poor tolerance for alcohol, so I'll toast with tea instead." Finey, sitting beside him, also raised her cup and softly called, "Lang Master." The Lang Master politely responded, "All right." "All right." Lord Vang asked, "Are you three planning to head to Tianhak sect?" Kotan Hoa said, No, we are heading to the realm of Hao Tian sect." The Vang couple was shocked. Hao Tian sect? Sensing something was off in their demeanor, Kotan Hoa said, "Your expressions are grim. If you have something to say, just say it." Lord Vang's deep voice replied, "I am also concerned for you young heroes." He continued, "Do you know about the incident when Ma Dao Min wiped out the Tienda sect?" Kotan Hoa didn't hide anything and responded, "Oh yes, we know a bit." Upon replying to Master Wang, Kotan Hoa's face darkened. He thought, well, it seems they're blaming the massacre on the Ma Dao Ming. Wachi sect is quite clever. Madame Wang continued the story. "Recently, there have been rumors that Ma Dao Ming is on the rise again. Some neighboring areas are not peaceful, and strange events frequently occur." Master Wang sighed. "We are also worried about this. Lately, The young ladies of wealthy families have often gone missing. He continued, the people outside are terrified, saying that Ma Daoming is using the bodies of these young ladies for alchemy, and even the government can't do anything. The missing person notices are almost covering the wanted posters. Our place is located at the intersection of several territories, very far from the nearest righteous sect, Tienda sect. For the safety of my daughter, I have an unreasonable request. But after a long pause, he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Madame Wang hurriedly coughed and said, if my husband finds it hard to speak, let me say it. Only then did Master Wang speak up, we want to keep the young hero as a son-in-law in our Wang family. Both were shocked upon hearing this. Finey shielded Kotan Hoa and loudly exclaimed, we are cultivators, this is an unreasonable and difficult request. A young junior disciple who was enjoying his meal chimed in, great idea, if the missing ones are virgins, then once Miss Wang is married, there will be nothing to fear. Finey, furious, shouted Vo Tri, can't all that food you're eating shut your mouth? The young lady of the Wang family gently held her father's hand and softly called, Father. He patted the back of her hand, reassuring her, let me handle it. Watching the father and daughter, Kotan Hoa leaned close to Finey and whispered, Finey, don't get worked up, maybe I'm not even the one they have their eyes on. Finey vaguely asked, could it be there after Vo Tri? Master Wang interrupted the two, if young hero Ko has to set off, I can cover all your travel expenses. Finey sat still, warily watching him, while Kotan Hoa smiled and said, well, thank you very much. The Wang family continued, reaching out to Finey, please, young hero Lang, stay and become the son-in-law of our Wang family. It was like a thunderclap, and Finey stammered in surprise. What I? The Wang family's daughter shyly approached Finey, saying, after being saved by young Master Lang at the market, I developed admiration for young hero Lang. Finey's entire body shivered at every word she said. The Wang family's daughter looked at Finey with sparkling eyes, even though you'd be a son-in-law, my family only has me as the sole child, and in the future, you will be the master of the Wang household. At this point, Finey could no longer bear it, turning pale and stammering, but I can't. Kotan Hoa, inwardly delighted, comforted, junior brother. You're really lucky, I'm so envious I could die. After saying that, he laughed heartily. Finey, feeling awkward, said, senior brother, please stop laughing. Kotan Hoa truly couldn't hold back his laughter as he looked at his junior sister and said, who would have thought that disguising yourself as a man for modesty would backfire with someone taking a fancy to you? Finey cried silently, their whole family is so enthusiastic, how are we going to decline? He then became serious. Although we did this to avoid danger, the main problem still hasn't been resolved. This way, more young ladies will continue to disappear. Vo Tri, you can see what we can't. Is there anything strange about this town? Vo Tri, while eating, thought, I haven't noticed anything yet. Finey turned to Kotan Hoa and asked, senior brother, do you want to save the missing young ladies? Kotan Hoa replied casually, no, this matter doesn't seem simple. We still need to set off, better not get involved in this murky situation. The missing persons have never been from prominent families, these young girls, even if they weren't Kamwai Nak, were at least from ordinary households, incomparable to us. The one after them has a very sinister nature. Although we are of the righteous path, we cannot ignore this, but now we mustn't reveal our abilities. If it's just a common flower thief, we can handle it easily. Finey agreed, then I'll follow your lead, senior brother, and not think too much about it. Vo Tri looked regretfully at his senior sister, and said, I thought we could get some silver from Master Wang, now how are we going to cover our travel expenses this time? Finey angrily retorted, Vo Tri, are you really willing to leave your sister here just for some food? Kotan Hoa stood up cheerfully and said, don't worry, I'll go borrow some now. He revealed his muscular chest and closed his eyes. A green symbol appeared on his skin. Kotan Hoa thought, having this power fulfills my desire. An open space appeared, with rings of various sizes emerging. Then the rings became clearer, creating an immense force. It was easy to sense everything, even the sounds of rats. The squeaking sounds came from the roof of a house. The voices of a man and woman echoed, Ghost Ha, don't rush like that. The man excitedly replied, Hee, if I don't rush, then who will? I get it. A coin was gnawed on by a rat. Swarms of rats rushed to the main door. They filed through the door, each one holding a gold coin in its mouth, rushing out. Soon, a small pile of coins had formed in front of Kotan Hoa. Finey exclaimed in surprise, Senior brother, these rats see you as a god, offering tribute to you. Vo Tri, still confused, asked, but why have them bring coins? Wouldn't it have been better to bring food? Kotan Hoa, surrounded by a swarm of rats, said, Vo Tri, is food all you think about? I told them to borrow one from each household, this way, we gather a small fortune without worrying about Travel costs. Meanwhile, Finey, feeling awkward, gently returned a gold coin to a rat. Sorry, here you go. He turned to his junior brothers and sisters and said, It's already late at night, soon we will quietly leave. Suddenly, he sensed something wrong. A rat, possessed, had its black eyes glinting sneakily in the grass. A sinister doll appeared. A bright red wedding sedan. The sound of hurried footsteps. And whispers of something indistinct. The voice of a frightened girl shouted, Oh no, who are you people? A ferocious-looking doll turned to face the girl. The young girl panicked and ran away, shouting, Help, someone has bad intentions toward the young lady. From the doll's belly, a tentacle emerged. It clung tightly to the young girl's back. The young girl was suddenly pulled backward into the sharp-toothed mouth of the ghostly doll. Even as the mouth gradually closed, the young girl's eyes remained wide with fear. After fully swallowing the troublesome young girl, the ghostly doll nonchalantly burped. They lifelessly lifted the palanquin as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward the red palanquin. Kotan Ho appeared, blocking the way with squid-like tentacles, saying, If you want to leave, don't even think about it. An onslaught of attacks was launched toward the ghostly dolls. These ghostly dolls were no ordinary beings. They dodged the attacks swiftly, showing no fear of their opponent. A strike landed squarely on the chest of one of the ghostly dolls. Finey rushed in to capture them. Vo Tri beside her continually praised, Ha ha ha, Finey, you're amazing. She relentlessly attacked the opponent, releasing a water burial spell. The ghostly dolls were struck, the attack piercing through their bodies, tearing the ghostly dolls apart. Suddenly, a ghostly doll appeared behind Kotan Hoa. It opened its blood-stained silk stomach toward him. A strand of spider silk stuck to his arm. Kotan Hoa looked in horror at the thing clinging to him. It was spider silk. A giant spider with glowing red eyes was staring at him. Kotan Hoa thought, It certainly resembles a spider. The doll's head twisted around. Before he could get a closer look, Kotan Hoa quickly dashed aside, saying, Are you also disciples of Vo Cuc sect? It didn't respond but opened its sharp, fang-filled mouth and roared. In a swift motion, it tore the giant spider in two. Lord Vong rushed in, asking, Young hero, has something happened? The young man beside him shouted, Ah, a monster! Lady Vong, pale with fear, asked, What is that? Finey turned to the group and said, Someone tried to kidnap Lady Vong, but now it's all settled. A panicked voice echoed, the palanquin grew legs and ran away. Kotan Hoa called out, Finey, we absolutely cannot let them take your wife. Finey blushed, Senior brother, how annoying. Seeing this scene, Lady Vong fainted, crying out, Oh, my lord, our daughter is in the palanquin. Lord Vong ordered quickly, Bring me a sword. The bridal palanquin didn't just move, it flew over the rooftops. Then suddenly it stopped on a rooftop. Finey and Kotan Hoa followed in pursuit, and Finey said, Senior brother, it wants to escape the city, we must stop it. Kotan Hoa declined, No, given that Lady Vong is safe, we must follow them. I want to see who's behind all this. Finey said, As always, Senior brother is so thoughtful. Lord Vong chased after the two, calling, Young heroes, please save my daughter, there will be a great reward. Observing Lord Vong's behavior, Kotan Hoa felt quite awkward. He thought, Lord Vong, it seems that in his youth, he was truly a cultivator. With others around, it's difficult for me to use the power of the old gods. At that moment, the bridal palanquin spewed out a spider web, attacking them. Kotan Hoa shouted, Finey, dodge. Finey responded, Yes. But the one most affected was Lord Vong, unable to dodge. He cried out, Oh ah! It's spider silk. Finey asked, Lord Vong, are you alright? Kotan Hoa told her, Anyway, as fellow cultivators, your wife is more important. After speaking, the two of them rushed quickly toward the palanquin. The quiet river in the ravine, a cold feeling. The gentle sound of water. A group of dolls carried the bridal palanquin. They seemed to be quite happy, moving in groups, chattering away. That night under the blue sky, 5 red palanquins, led by someone, moved along the road. Suddenly, one of the red palanquins sprouted legs like a spider's, unlike the others. It was the only one blocking the way of the other red palanquins. Kotan Hoa gently lifted the curtain and whispered to Finey that with so many palanquins, other young women had been taken. Finey said, Senior brother, they are heading toward the river. Those girls, we must act quickly. He said, Wait, she asked, What is that? They saw something rising from the quiet river. Something caused the water to splash all over. The boat, no, more like a monster in the shape of a boat, set out to sea, much larger than the others. Kotan Hoa excitedly said, A big fish has surfaced. The bearers of the sedan chair curiously turned around. What stunned them was an octopus, its tentacles wrapped around the sedan, preventing them from moving. Kotan Hoa and Finey both approached. He said saving people is important, she agreed. Finey confidently said the riverbank is my territory, so I can handle them in one breath. Not disappointing expectations, she began using magic. Her body created eternal whirlpools of water, as if sweeping everything away, a geomantic technique of dragons playing with water. The whirlpool changed the situation, throwing away the sedan and the people. At the same time, the monster also gradually calmed down. It stopped moving. Kotan Hoa took the opportunity to rescue the girls wrapped in paper like mummies from the giant octopus. Those mummies landed safely on the ground. Unable to get what they wanted, Tati angrily carried the sedan and attacked them. They gradually combined, growing from small to large. Finey clearly stated, they are converging together. Transforming unpredictably, they turned into a giant spider, blood and 6 eyes, ruler of the river. A move of purple poison rushed toward the two, from the mouth of the venomous spider. Finey protected Kotan Hoa. She said water-type attacks have no effect on me. But she sensed something strange in the air. What is this smell? Then Kotan Hoa realized, telling her the smell from these things is very toxic. Step back. His hands began to cast magic. A super powerful light move seemed to annihilate the enemy. A beam of light devoured the prey and eradicated it completely. However, the strike only severely damaged the body of the giant venomous spider. It screamed in agony as if hit by excruciating pain. Due to the overwhelming power, it self-destructed, releasing highly potent toxic gas. Kotan Hoa covered Finey's mouth, holding their breath. That toxic air was like the mushroom cloud of a nuclear bomb. A single breath could kill. Deadly weapons surrounded them, forcing them to endure to survive. It spread the remaining toxic fumes in many directions. Then the boat and sedan returned to peace. One by one, the 5 red sedans moved by spider legs. They moved on to the large boat. Meanwhile, Finey was still being covered by Kotan Hoa's hand over her mouth. She mumbled, He too tried, hold on. Suddenly, the hero in him emerged. The chamber could breathe again. Kotan Hoa saw that it was the power of the imprisoned one. Then he took Finey to a place with fresher air. Someone seemed to be waiting for the 2 young warriors. He asked Finey how she was. She replied her whole body was itching, probably because her skin had been exposed to the poison. Kotan Hoa saw her hands were full of red spots, worriedly saying indeed, her body was covered with small red spots. Quickly sit down and focus your energy. Don't let the poison flow into your internal organs. That man grabbed his shoulder, hurriedly asking, Ko, where is my daughter Hui? Finey had sat down and was regulating her energy, while Kotan Hoa pointed to the mummies, saying these people are the ones I rescued. I don't know who is Lady Vang Hui. He responded, these people were all captured. He worriedly called out, Hui ni, if you can hear your father, move a little. Kotan Hoa told Finey there's something on your face. She replied, I'm fine. This toxin is no joke. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to move their entire body. Her voice was slightly weak. Brother, even though we didn't want to get involved, now we've been dragged in. He said, I understand you, no need to say, I won't let those people go. Time made the river begin to flow again. It seemed that large boat had fallen into the spider's trap. The purple candlelight moved with the rhythm of the boat. And it tightened its grip. It wanted the boat to head toward the position it desired. But Kotan Hoa had been watching and detected it. He wondered what was pulling the boat from afar. The boat was moving along with it, following the course of the large boat. Kotan Hoa was surprised to see that. He saw the apartment building and thought the ship was too big, right? Instead of calling it a ship, it's more accurate to call it a mobile fortress on the sea. It looks like apartment buildings, like a town. Suddenly, the ship started to slow down. Kotan Hoa thought of taking advantage of the moment. He threw himself onto the ship, and at that moment, the spider had caught up to him. Kyo with spider legs was also inside the ship. Kotan Hoa observed, many spiders were there. He thought these strange ships without sails were responsible for bringing the girls here. Suddenly, a gate closed. Kotan Hoa realized something. He used all his abilities, observing each red Kyo closely. He saw that Vong was here. But Kotan Hoa had a feeling, the Kyo next to her was. Why is she here too? When no one was around, Tati came to check. Many dogs from each Kyo were on duty. They were bringing wrapped girls to where they needed to go. But when one Tati opened the door, unexpectedly, the only girl still conscious attacked them with a sword. She shouted, which sect are you from, daring to be so bold? The other Tati noticed. She landed and said, what you are doing now is despicable. Words of righteousness. Release my junior sister and all the girls, and we might spare your lives. Tati gradually transformed into a venomous spider. Surrounding her were huge grotesque monsters. Nu Hai realized they were evil cultivators. But she was not afraid, even as they attacked from behind. Nu Hai deftly dodged each of their strikes, without a hint of fear. Another one attacked from above, it screamed. She used her strength, the celestial art of forest protection. Graceful beauty. Each of Nu Hai's strikes was swift, leaving them no chance to counterattack. The monster was gradually eliminated. Kotan Ho observed from above and thought, oh, junior sister Nu Hai's cultivation level is not inferior to Finey. Suddenly someone behind him asked, what are you hiding here for, young master? She suddenly saw a rat appear. She saw the rat. Its yellow eyes and blue lips were strangely alluring. At that moment, Nu Hai was still fighting. A strange voice appeared, stop, all of you. The monsters one by one called, mother, mother, mother. The sound was chilling. They gradually turned back into humans, mother, mother, mother. They all gathered around her, all of you are Mother Nurturer's precious darlings. Nu Hai raised her sword as if challenging, wicked woman, return my junior sister to me. She said, what a brat without manners, despite your high cultivation, you have no manners at all. The Tate kept calling her mother. She said, you're the disciple trained by that cheap woman Bak Lin Swang, you really have her temperament. Nu Hai realized she knew her master, she responded, who are you to call my master's name? The nightmare mother, using a fan to hide her emotions, scoffed, she slapped me twice before, now I'll return it to her disciple, which is you. Hearing that voice made Hai a bit startled, as Tate was ready for battle. Nu Hai was shocked and turned around. Tate stabbed her from behind. It was poison that infiltrated the girl's body. Nu Hai, exhausted, collapsed, hateful. She gradually fell unconscious, while Noang then laughed gleefully, haha, this little girl is still too naive. She said this girl has a fierce personality, bring her to me, and I will personally teach her a lesson. She sure replied yes, yes. At that moment, Kotan Hoa, in the form of a mouse, secretly witnessed everything. He thought, this is good, Vo Cuc sect, you dare to touch a disciple of the Hoadu sect. He spoke in mouse language, you too, no matter what, go report to Finey, let her figure out a way to inform Lang Swang, the elder of Hoadu sect. They replied, we will not fail in our mission. But Kotan Hoa still worried, wondering if Finey could detoxify herself. That night, at the old house, Finey was trying to regulate her body's energy. Vo Tri was helping her wipe off sweat, they said, now the old master and the young hero are having a hard time saving themselves. But you say don't talk so pessimistically. Vo Tri asked, still can't expel the poison? She replied, that's right, the poison has drained all my spiritual energy. Finey sighed in exhaustion. He said, Lang, the young hero, I still have 100-year-old ginseng, maybe it can boost your energy. Vo Tri disdainfully said, oh, what good will these things do? The medicines you refine are either for vitality or blood restoration, none of them are useful. Finey interrupted, all right, stop talking. But he replied, when I was young I only learned a little, so I only know this much. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in and said, Master, just now someone knocked on the door. When I went outside, they were already gone, but they left something behind. He discovered it was the master's sword, which the senior brother had said was lost at Van Keim Mountain Villa, and now it's been returned. The subordinate said it was a chubby Taoist, and when I tried to stop him, he disappeared. Finey asked if they got a clear look at him, while Vo Tri excitedly opened the bag. There's another bag. He was a bit disappointed. Oh, it's just medicine, I thought it was something tasty. But the master unexpectedly said that this is an extremely precious grand elixir. He said, such bright colors, this alchemist must be at the truck co level. Vo Tri was uninterested, handed it to Finey, and disgustedly said, yuck, it smells like medicine and fish, it doesn't look appetizing at all. But she said, who sent such a valuable thing, could it be a trick? But the master worriedly said, if the little master said it was refined medicine, there shouldn't be a problem. The lady cried, wah, young hero Lang, please drink it. Only if you get better can we save our Hui. But Vo Tri was angry and said, you only care about your daughter. At the same time, Finey confidently drank it, then I'll drink and channel energy to test it. After channeling energy it worked, and Vo Tri saw, aha, it's effective. Finey seemed to feel relieved, indeed, it's no ordinary item. As soon as I drank it, I felt revitalized. He was equally surprised, ah wow, no wonder you said this pill is powerful. The master asked, oh little master, what did you see? Vo Tri said, I saw the spirit of a fierce beast. It seems that the alchemist used it as an ingredient in refining the pill. Finey's body seemed to ignite with power. The master asked the lady if she saw anything. She saw nothing. At that time, someone was observing the situation. The fat man they mentioned stood on the rooftop, dressed like a well-read scholar, silent and calm. Returning to the ghost ship, Kotan Hoa, still in mouse form, looked at the sea. Mouse, oh mouse. He thought, oh no, the mainland is getting farther and farther away, where are Finey and the others? It's sometimes difficult. Suddenly, a young lady unexpectedly opened the door. She wore only an undergarment, making her waist and shoulders visible. She naively said, it's so stuffy. I should open the window for some air. They said, Kim, help me check it out. Come here. The mouse's hand clung to the wall. Kotan Hoa, still in mouse form, struggled to climb, whose Kim almost made me fall into the sea. If it weren't for this mouse's life, I'd be dead by now. Scared me to death. His eyes burned as he looked around. It was a paradise of women, as they played games that they found normal. The young lady was playing happily. Haha, ouch, did Zhao Keguan use too much force? You squeezed too hard. No, I just wanted to help you tighten it. Don't know if Master Lu will come. They joked with each other as if it were normal. I heard that the young master of the Wu family is also here. Haha, does that make things rounder? But Master Tan seems to prefer slim girls. Don't tease me, haha. Kotan Hoa, in mouse form, was enchanted to the point of a runny nose. Hee, no peeking, no peeking. Far away, something was approaching. He realized from afar. It was mysterious ghost ships heading his way. The large ships kept moving fast. Noang then and the group of Shishir stood watching. She seemed delighted. Haha, the guests are coming soon. You girls need to entertain them well. Kotan Hoa, still in mouse form, observed from the wall. He seemed to understand a little. Got it, the girls brought here are for that purpose. I need to think of a way to rescue junior sister B first, so I have some backup. Suddenly, Kotan Hoa, in mouse form, jumped up when he saw Ryo. Oh, why are you here too? It angrily said, good thing I'm smart enough to escape that dumb snake. If not for the orders from the big boss, I wouldn't bother with you. He felt guilty. Pfft, who needs your help? Ryo also said that the power of the old god is very useful, didn't he? Do you really think a mere mortal like you can control divine power? Keep abusing it. The closer you get to the god, the more you will turn into the appearance of the god. Chut Kotan Hoa was shocked. What? Kotan Hoa's hand turned into thick, indescribable fur. He said if Bui junior sister saw him like this, she would think I am a demon cultivator. He still had rat teeth. Roigo laughed at others' pain. Ha ha ha, all you need is a tail, and you would be a big rat. Kotan Hoa felt insulted and retorted, it's all because of your side effects that you didn't mention earlier. He was dragged along and said, wow, you didn't ask either. He sneakily glanced and said he couldn't use Vo Trangia's power anymore. It would be very difficult to sneak in next. Roigo, in pain, replied, you are so clever. It won't be hard for you to beat me. He noticed that there were guards everywhere. Then Kotan Hoa grabbed Roigo tightly. Wow, what are you planning to do? Showing his rat teeth and rough skin, with a terrifying gaze he said, you definitely know more about my power than I do. Tell me how to resolve this current predicament. Roigo, nervous, replied, how should I know? Your eyes can't freely pass through like mine. It tried to struggle and said, how about I help you scout, but it will take some effort. Kotan Hoa noticed that the eyes could move freely, and he pondered. And then he said, if these eyes were blessed with divine power, they are no longer ordinary tools. Unexpectedly, he destroyed his own left eye. Roigo was bewildered. Wow, are you crazy? The pain in his left eye made Kotan Hoa endure it. A little painful, but I was right. It still said, you're insane, you're really crazy, you're probing the power of the gods. The eye in his hand, he said, after leaving my body, it can see even farther. He then launched the eye into the air to explore everything. The eye saw a giant ghost ship moving continuously. Kotan Hoa activated the panoramic view mode. He tried to search, not here, and moved, not here. The eye saw two people working. Hurry, 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 the guests have boarded the ship, be quick. Still moving constantly, not here. Suddenly Kotan Hoa noticed an unusual spot, but it wasn't here either. It was the place where Nong then was giving orders. The servants greeted the noble guests, welcoming them aboard. He tried to search, but this place wasn't it either. Roigo next to him also found it terrifying. This kid is so cruel to himself. What if he became my enemy? Suddenly, Kotan Hoa seemed to see something. He seemed to be discovering that room. It was the place where the Shishir ladies were sitting on the palanquin. Kotan Hoa seemed relieved, found it. Meanwhile, on the shore, the officials spoke humbly. Lord Vong, we have no clues right now, we can only rely on you. The Lord was furious. But he couldn't do anything, he said. I'm just an ordinary citizen, how can you officials do nothing? Vo Tri whispered, sigh, I didn't expect the officials to come seeking help, he said, but after all, they are just commoners, it's not something they can intervene in. Vo Tri understood. Finey said, you're quite perceptive. The concubine said, Lord, we shouldn't wait here anymore, quickly think of a way to save Finey. He replied helplessly, sigh, what can I do? Ko, the young hero, is currently missing, she said, how can I save her? Then Finey said, Lord Vong, please prepare a boat, even if I have to find a needle in the ocean, I will definitely save Huini girl. The Lord, tearfully joyful, said, Havu, my good son-in-law Huini didn't choose wrong, as long as you can bring Huini back, I will immediately arrange for you two to become deities. The wife also said, we only have one daughter. In the future, the royal family can be replaced by the Lang family. Finey stiffened a bit and said, oh, you two misunderstood. I only help out of courtesy. I don't want to marry Huini. At that moment, some rats appeared in the bushes. Vo Tri noticed and said, wow, it's Brother Tan Hoa's rats. He asked, hey, you must be delivering a message for Brother Tan Hoa, right? They replied, that's right, Commander, in rat language. Suddenly, a broom swept over, nearly killing them. Oh my, where did these rats come from? They were scolded by the Lord. Why are you causing trouble now? The wife stopped the Lord. Don't be angry, they didn't do it on purpose. Vo Tri comforted them. Sorry, you're not a believer of the Holy Master, you cannot enter the Holy Gate. Finey also said, sorry, don't be afraid, I won't harm you. Tell me what message my senior brother asked you to deliver. They trembled. The rats showed a message, Hoa Du. She realized, Hoa De, it's the wild sunflower. Meanwhile, at sea, Nu Hai was being called, senior sister, wake up quickly. She slowly opened her eyes. In front of her was her junior, Mak and I. Mak and I had the appearance of a young lady with black hair tied up neatly. She happily said, Mak and I, that's great, I finally found you. Mak and I was also happy, senior sister. Nu Hai found it strange seeing Mak and I dressed oddly. Mak and I, why are you dressed like that? She wondered. And where is this place? Why is everything embroidered with pillows? Suddenly, she felt a light pain in her back. Mak and I worriedly asked, senior sister, were you also poisoned by them? Nu Hai replied, maybe, just trying to use energy makes my whole body itch. Mak and I said, with our level of strength, we cannot eliminate this poison. After being poisoned, we can't use any immortal arts. Nu Hai said it was her fault for not taking good care of her sister, allowing her to be kidnapped by the demonic cult. Mak and I understood and said, how could we blame our senior sister? If it weren't for my insistence on resting, we wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Nu Hai sighed. It's been several days since we left. I hope our master realizes that something has happened to us. Nu Hai said, that's right, they made you wear this, you weren't bullied, were you? Mak and I said no, just. Suddenly, chains pulled Makni's leg inward, making Nu Hai worry. Mak and I was still being dragged into the pillows, with Nu Hai following behind, shouting, Miss Mak and I. Mak and I gradually got buried under the pile of pillows. Nu Hai arrived and called out, don't be afraid, senior sister is here to save you. Crowded in the pink pillows. She tried to find her sister, calling out, Mak and I, shout so I know where you are. She shouted loudly, Mak and I. Before she could speak, Nu Hai was grabbed by a strange hand. It was so big that it easily grasped her body. Nu Hai screamed in pain, ouch, Sha. Trying to endure without shouting, the brute called her a giant peach baby. It lifted Nu Hai up high and asked, who are you, why are you in my bed? You want to steal the porridge of the Great Lord, don't you? Speak quickly. Being squeezed tightly, Nu Hai gasped, what kind of monster are you? Suddenly, Mak and I rushed out, saying, Great Lord, please don't harm my senior sister. She revealed her cleavage and said, let this servant play with the Great Lord instead. He gently released Nu Hai like a feather, saying, Mak and I, I've found you, hiding like a cat all day, you're such a troublemaker. She was numbed by the ointment applied to her body. Meanwhile, Mak and I was clung to and had her cheek rubbed by him, who said, the Great Lord has finished his porridge, shall we play together now? Mak and I responded, yes, what does the Great Lord want to play today? He said, Great Lord, I want to be a horse. Mak and I rides the big horse. Nu Hai, still numb, thought this eerie place is indeed too strange. Mother was right, it's difficult to serve here. Hearing her voice, she became alert, while the other woman said, you wanted to see my junior sister, now you've seen her. She said, now we can talk, he asked, haven't we? But Nu Hai jumped up, saying we are from different paths, what is there to talk about? She remained furious, saying if you want to kill us, just do it, don't humiliate us here. Perhaps mother didn't want to harm her, saying, when did I ever say I wanted to kill you? We are on the same path, it's just that you were chosen and I. She approached and said, your resilience reminds me of my past self. It's this resilience that has allowed me to survive until now. But Nu Hai still said nothing. She turned around and said, from what you're saying, do you want me to join you? Then mother spoke, causing some small spiders to appear, saying managing a palace on the sea like this is exhausting, I truly need an assistant. Moreover, the flower sect, sooner or later, will be devoured by our infinite sect. Nu Hai said, the infinite sect? Impossible, nonsense. She said the infinite sect is the leader of the righteous path, how could they allow the demonic like you to tarnish them? It's not enough that you dare insult our flower sect. Now you slander the infinite sect as well? Mother coldly laughed, leader of the righteous path? You really are a child who doesn't understand anything. In this world, there's no absolute distinction between righteous and demonic. But Nu Hai remained resolute, saying just like right and wrong, right is right, and wrong is wrong. It's because of demonic beings like you that the world has become so muddied. She sat on the spiderweb, saying, since you're so adamant about right and wrong, do you know which figures are currently being entertained in my palace on the sea? Nu Hai remained angry. Mother said, wrong? Anyone who can come to my palace on the sea is a distinguished guest. Let me put it this way, the civil and military officials of that old emperor's court. She was overjoyed, and furthermore, they are all my distinguished guests. Here, they can indulge in their desires, release their nature. When girls and boys are involved in romantic affairs, haha. Here, they can reveal their most primitive instincts, even twisted desires can be satisfied. She added, even a country's chief minister, who holds sway over the entire court, is one of my distinguished guests. Men and women in their desires, upon the throne. The servant brought the food, bowed, and said, Master Chancellor, your pill has been prepared. Only then did he notice. He stood up to fulfill his official duties. He opened and took out the green pill. That is Li Qinghua, the national advisor, and he said the quality of this elixir is quite good. Then, he fed it to various strange creatures. Ru Shi was extremely terrified and said, what exactly do you want to do? Lady Nurture laughed, ha ha ha, now you are not one of us, but if you join my sect today, you will understand. She angrily said, impossible, you are just a heretic, the Wuji sect would never do such a thing. Evil cultivator, just wait, when my master arrives, he will definitely slice you into 1,000 pieces. Lady Nurture seemed angry. Bai Lingxiang, in the past, I might have feared her a little, but now I believe that even she. Then she stuck out her tongue and said, even she could not resist the temptation of the dark elixir. Ru Shi was stunned. This is. She couldn't control her body. Something felt wrong. Why did she feel this way? She was uncomfortable, her heart uncontrollably swelling. Ru Shi realized that this elixir seemed to contain very powerful spiritual energy. The only thought in her mind was an overwhelming desire, over and over again. Lady Nurture said, as long as you become my disciple, you can receive this elixir and immediately reach the foundation establishment stage. Then Ru Shi bit her lip until it bled. The woman was surprised. You actually. Ru, as if being held by Shishir, said that was truly a clumsy trick. I was indeed a bit obsessed just now, but as long as I maintain my righteous thoughts. She firmly said, with heretical methods, you will achieve nothing. Lady Nurture, slightly intrigued, said, I knew I didn't misjudge you, you truly have the arrogance to back it up, but tonight, that pride of yours will be crushed. She ordered, take her down, she is the belle of the evening. They replied, yes, Lady Nurture. Gu Qinghua had witnessed everything. He saw it all and was pondering. Wondering, what does belle mean? At that time, there were young women leading the distinguished guests. Sir, you've had too much to drink, ha ha ha. Oh, not at all, let's head back to the private room and continue drinking. Take it easy, sir. They saw a rat. Oh, a rat. He laughed, hee hee, this rat is quite strange. It sat down, and he noticed, even this master doesn't know how to hide, impressive, impressive. Suddenly it grew larger behind him. Who are you? It stuck out its tongue and said, it's mine, the rat lord wants it. Meanwhile, the bell rang in the hall. The old man holding the gong said to the distinguished guests, look over here, the most exciting moment has arrived. He said, the flower-throwing banquet tonight is about to begin. Our belle tonight has been carefully selected by the ship's owner, fully deserving of the title. They gossiped, it's here, the show is about to start. Truly exciting, let's see which beauty it is. The old man said, the old rules apply, raise your hand once for 100 taels. The highest bidder wins. It was a handsome young man in a red and green outfit. The girls whispered among themselves, oh, what a handsome gentleman, I wonder which noble house he belongs to. A circle appeared above, and everyone eagerly awaited the person to appear. The old man said, no more delays, the belle is taking the stage. Everyone was awestruck. Wow, what a rare beauty, like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, stunning. Naturally, Ru Shi had been transformed, from her outfit to her makeup. She wore a red dress revealing her shoulders and delicate feet, adorned with floral hairpins and the most beautiful makeup. She looked divine. The wandering man couldn't believe it. Why didn't I notice before? After dressing up, junior sister Bui has such a different aura. The old man in charge announced, the starting price for the belle tonight is 500 taels. Then they began bidding higher. I'll bid 1,000 taels, causing shock. Wow, it doubled so quickly. One after another, others wanting her shouted, I'll add 100 more taels, ha ha ha, I'll bid 1,200 taels, Lordly bid 1,200 taels, anyone else? I'll bid 1,300 taels, I'll bid 1,500 taels, 2,000 taels, 2,400 taels. Ru Shi, from above, was horrified, these disgusting men, it's all because of my incompetence, disgracing my sect. Lord Chen bid 2,400 taels, anyone offering higher? She hated herself. That wretched heretic lady, she didn't even give me the chance to bite my tongue, for she had already placed the spider in my mouth. The old man excitedly declared, the highest bidder is Lord Chen, with 3,500 taels. Any other distinguished guests want to bid? Lord Chen laughed and said, hee hee, I love helping cute little sisters confess. She felt even more humiliated. The old man said, if there are no further bids, tonight's bell will belong to Lord Chen. Suddenly, the young man spoke up, wait. He calmly said, I'll bid 5,000 taels. The others laughed, wow, 5,000 taels for one night, truly generous. The man was furious. Which noble house does this young master come from, willing to bid 5,000 taels to take the virgin? They congratulated him, admired him. Wow, this gentleman bid 5,000 taels, anyone else wants to raise the bid? If not, then the courtesan tonight will belong to this gentleman. He rejoiced, well, I won't be polite then. The master was about to say, please invite the young master onto the stage, when wait, was heard. He turned around to see who was speaking. The man named Chen said, I find this boy too suspicious. He said Mr. Chen had never seen such a young colleague at court, so you must have followed another official onto the boat, right? May I ask which official's young master you are? They whispered among themselves, indeed anyone can shout out a bid, but they had never seen real gold or silver. Daring to compete with Mr. Chen, could it be that his father holds a rank higher than third class? Perhaps he's the young master of a senior official. He was not very happy. He even said if it's inconvenient to say, that's understandable, but present the silver first. His mood was sinister, wanting to seize what he desired. He said if you don't show it, even if I don't pursue it, the owner of this place won't let you off. But he laughed, with your 5th rank official status, you dare to inquire about my name. He stepped forward lightly. Winning the courtesan was just for fun, but if this small matter disturbs me, then don't mention your 5th rank, even a 1st rank official would lose a layer of skin. The rogue pressed closer, saying, you're not worthy of knowing my name, but I can tell you. He confidently declared, my surname is Li. This stirred up even more gossip. Li, no wonder. Could it be the current national chancellor? No wonder he's so generous, meeting the young master of the royal family for the first time. Unexpectedly, the national chancellor even brought his son onto the boat this time. If he's really the national chancellor's son, then Mr. Chen has surely hit a brick wall. Chen was alarmed. The rogue said, do you still want to inquire about who I am? Mr. Chen replied, no, there's no need, I understand now. It was Gu Qinghe. Roigo was astonished, initially sneaking in to rescue people, yet you still pretend to be the son of an official, aren't you afraid of being exposed? He saw through everything, because these people are mere puppets. They don't dare to confirm if I am or not, they just know who to flatter and pretend to respect. They all bowed to him, greeting young Master Li, hoping young Master Li would speak kindly of them. To the national chancellor. Young Master Li is truly a dragon among men. Gu Qinghe looked at them like powerful pigs. These people govern the court, no wonder the world is in chaos. He whispered to Roigo, you should thank these people, otherwise you wouldn't have had the chance to sneak in. Roigo replied, even without them, this world is already on the brink of collapse. Mr. Chen grabbed him, young Master Li, earlier I was blind, please allow me to cover your expenses. No, I mean, give me the honor of serving you. But Gu Qinghe said, oh, are you afraid I can't pay? He laughed, saying it's better to share joy with others. Let Mr. Chen cover all the expenses for everyone tonight. This made everyone as happy as if it were a festival. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chen, so generous. Mr. Chen covered his ears, haha, thank you, Mr. Chen. Gu Qinghe gave a sly wink as if everything had gone as planned. She found this man looked familiar. Then, Nu Hai was shackled with chains on both arms, her body exposed in many vulnerable places, truly seductive for the courtesan of the night. She cried out in utter despair. Normally, these restraints wouldn't be able to hold her. Nu Hai heard the voice, welcome, esteemed guests. The old man laughed pervertedly, heh, this woman has a fierce temperament, I hope the esteemed guests will be lenient. He played along, aha, I like a fierce temperament, haha. Gu Qinghe, dressed in red, approached. Nu Hai wished for death, father, master, if there's a chance, I will end my life, so as not to bring shame to my family nor my master. In the room, Nu Hai's hands were tied up high, tears welled up in her eyes, she could only grit her teeth and endure, waiting for her buyer to arrive. As he entered, he said nothing, quietly removing his outer coat. She glanced at him with fear in her eyes. Suddenly, he draped the coat he had just removed over her and reassured her, Nu Hai, junior sister, there's no need to be afraid, it's me. Hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise. Then, a sharp pink-purple claw extended, swiftly cutting the chains. Finally, her bound hands were freed. She rubbed her wrists, looking at him with suspicion. He quickly hid his octopus-like wriggling hands behind his back. There are many of them. I had no choice but to approach you like this. Then he smiled, pointing at his face. What's wrong? You still don't recognize me? Gu Qinghe of the Heavenly Tao sect. Gu Qinghe. Oh, why are you crying? I came to save you. Yet she remained silent, tears welling up in her eyes. Then, unable to hold it in any longer, Nu Hai threw herself into Gu Qinghe's arms, making him blush in surprise. Seeing her crying so bitterly while holding him, he gently comforted her. I understand, you must feel deeply humiliated, very wronged, right? But don't worry. Everything that happened here is just between us. I won't let it get out. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Then she frowned, turning away, leaving him confused, thinking, what's going on? It seems she hasn't spoken a word since we met. Thinking that, he asked, Nu Hai, junior sister, is there something in your mouth preventing you from speaking? She couldn't speak but pointed to her mouth, mumbling. He hurriedly said, then we must quickly get it out. The pink curtain swayed, obscuring the scene inside, only faintly revealing the silhouettes of the two sitting opposite each other on the bed. Nu Hai's face showed discomfort, her eyes tightly shut. Gu Qinghe stared at her, feeling something was off. But he quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. What are you thinking, Gu Qinghe? Stay focused. He mustered his courage, pursed his lips, and opened his eyes wide. Then, he reached out, cupped her face, and said softly, forgive me. Her face was squeezed, causing her to open her mouth wide. Inside her mouth, a spider was lying still. Roigo appeared beside him, staring at the spider in surprise. Oh, this little thing looks quite unique, but he didn't care what it was saying and furrowed his brow, reaching out with his tentacle-like hand. Then, the tentacle began to slip into her mouth. Rui slightly opened her eyes, thinking to herself that something seemed to be crawling into her mouth. The tentacle slowly began to enter her mouth. Then it grasped the spider's head tightly. Kotan Hoa looked at Rui's face and became alarmed, thinking something wasn't right. She seemed to be in great distress. Roigo, on the other hand, was confused. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. That thing is about to enter the esophagus. He flustily grabbed her hand and lifted it high, saying, Rui, junior sister, hold on a bit, I'm almost there. The tentacle wrapped tightly around the spider's neck, making Roigo exclaim, careful. You might as well just pull it out. His brow furrowed tightly as he spoke, Rui, junior sister, the situation is critical, don't blame me. With that, he let go of her hand. Next, he pressed Rui down onto the bed, his whole body pressing against hers, making her blush. Tears streamed down Rui's face as she thought about this posture. Her whole body struggled, her legs tightly gripping the bedsheet. She wanted to speak but couldn't, so she could only moan a few times. Seeing this, he said, just hold on a bit longer. Suddenly, her leg kicked up strongly, unintentionally hitting Kotan Hoa in a vulnerable spot, making him feel as though his eggs had shattered. Some things can be endured, but this pain was unbearable. He was in so much pain that his reflexive tears flowed, his face turned purple, and he shouted loudly. At the same time, the tentacle finally had enough force to grab the spider's head and pull it out of her mouth. His eyes were bloodshot as he raised the spider he had just pulled out high. This disgusting bug dared to crawl in. Rui stared at him, her face flushed as if she were about to explode. He frowned, looking at the spider struggling in his hand. This thing probably has poison too. Fortunately, I pulled it out. Otherwise, it could have been life-threatening. She quickly sat up, wrapping his robe around her. Thank you, senior brother, for rescuing me, but I don't understand. Her gaze was full of doubt as she looked at him. Why are you here? Could it be? Kotan Hoa panicked. No, junior sister. You can't think of me like that. He quickly corrected himself. I came aboard the ship to save other girls like you. I didn't expect to meet you here. After hearing his explanation, she said, I was overthinking it. But earlier, when I went to the Heavenly Tao sect, I heard that your sect was destroyed by the Demon Tao Alliance. Now suddenly, what exactly happened? Instead of answering her question immediately, he first warned her, what I'm about to tell you might shatter your previous understanding, but it's all true. Over here, Finey stood on the ship and promised everyone before leaving, Master Wang, Madam Wang, rest assured. I will definitely find senior brother, and return Lady Wang Hui safely. Master Wang looked at his son-in-law with eyes full of hope. This journey is fraught with danger. You must bring Hui back. Madam Wang stood beside him, crying non-stop. Please, great deity, protect my Hui and bring her back safely. Seeing the two of them like this made her head ache, holding her forehead and sighing. They've already called me their son-in-law. If they find out about my real identity, they'll definitely be disappointed. She sat down and wondered aloud, I'm not sure what senior brother's reminder means. Fortunately, Master Wang could send someone to inform the Huayu sect. Vo Tri, sitting beside her, responded, that reminder wasn't very clear. He explained, with so many female disciples missing, it's likely that some female disciples of the Huayu sect were also taken. Brother Tan Hoa wants to get the Huayu sect involved in rescuing people. She was surprised. Didn't see that coming. I seriously doubt you were pretending all along. Her face turned serious as she continued to ask, speaking of which, after getting on the boat, you kept looking into the water. Is there something interesting down there? He replied, I was just a little curious. Looking at the blue water, something about it felt off. There was only their ship sailing on the river, and overall, the atmosphere felt very eerie. The river, though it nurtured life, seemed devoid of vitality. Then the two of them climbed onto a larger boat. He looked around, clearly fascinated. Ha ha ha, is this your first time on a large boat, Vo Tri? The man with the hat struck up a conversation with her. Master Wang has given orders. We will fully assist the young hero in the search. She clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for your help. The man looked at the scenery and said, but young hero, as you can see, with the weather so gloomy, I'm afraid it will make the search more difficult. But she responded, no problem. You just steer the boat, and once we're at sea, I'll start searching from higher up. The man saw Vo Tri crouching down and was confused. Hey, what are you hiding there for? She was also puzzled. Vo Tri, what's the matter? He pointed to a spot. Can't you two see? There's a fat bug here. Hearing that, she quickly reacted. Wait, it's from the Infinite Sect. Vo Tri walked over to the column and used all his strength to pull it out. Come out now, stop hiding. He had to speak up. Really, there's no one here. Suddenly, she hurriedly flew over. Danger! Vo Tri quickly fled from the spot. But he raised his hand and shouted, wait, wait. He grabbed the man and smiled, clearly amused. Ha ha ha, caught you. The man was drenched in sweat, nervously explaining, I had no ill intentions. I'll reveal myself, I'll reveal myself. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. Infinite Sect. The person in front of him emitted a frightening green aura, scaring the man into stammering, what's wrong with her? Vo Tri, also a bit surprised, answered. The parasite in her body has awakened, likely because she saw you. Her eyes were completely white, emitting an increasingly powerful green aura. If this is all about parasitic people, does that mean we can communicate? Then suddenly, she went mad, lunging at the two of them, screaming, die. Vo Tri was so shocked that his jaw dropped, cold sweat pouring down. Sure enough, it's because she saw you. The Infinite Sect member standing nearby looked no better. I didn't come to trouble you. The man was dazed, sitting there wearing nothing but a pair of pants, still unable to come to his senses. Over here, Mac and I was sitting on the back of the high-ranking official, letting him gleefully crawl around the room. Oh, riding the big horse. Macnee's face was drenched in sweat, but she still managed to smile flatteringly at him. The high-ranking official is so powerful. I deeply admire the high-ranking official. The other girls in the room were terrified as they witnessed the scene. One of them whispered, only Mac and I can control the high-ranking official's temper. The girl next to her responded. That's right, ever since Mac and I came, we've felt much more at ease. Macnee's entire body could be easily lifted by the high-ranking official with just one hand. The high-ranking official has been playing for a long time and is probably tired. So why don't we give him something to eat and then let him sleep? But upon hearing this, he was not pleased at all. Why does Mac and I want the high-ranking official to sleep? Does Mac and I not want to play with the high-ranking official anymore? She hastily explained, how could that be? Mac and I loves playing with the high-ranking official the most. So she thought of another way. How about we continue playing horse riding? Mac and I loves playing horse riding with the high-ranking official. He didn't agree, placing his hand on his chin, thinking for a moment. No, the high-ranking official is bored of that game. Let me think of something else to play. Then he smiled and said, high-ranking official, I've got it. Let's play hide-and-seek. It's been a long time since we played. It was just a simple game, but upon hearing it, Mac and I turned pale with fear. The other girls behind her were no better off, trembling all over. She hurriedly placed her hand on him, trying to persuade him. After playing with the high-ranking official for so long, Mac and I is a bit tired. How about we play horse riding again? As soon as he heard this, the high-ranking official's face turned red with anger, like a monkey's rear end. Mac and I is being so stubborn. He slammed his giant hand on the ground and roared, the high-ranking official wants to play hide-and-seek. The sight made her, sitting on his lap, tremble with fear to the point of tears, and she could only shudderingly agree, fine, let's play hide-and-seek, let's play hide-and-seek. Upon hearing this, the girls ran away in panic, while he stood up excitedly, saying, let's start. They hurried to run as fast as they could when they heard him say, I'll close my eyes and start counting. Each person scattered, one hurriedly pushing a pillow to crawl under it. Another struggled to hide her whole body under a pillow, too. After hiding, one girl peeked out, her eyes filled with tears. After finishing the count, he said, "The high-ranking official is opening his eyes to start looking." As soon as he said that, his massive foot stomped down on the ground, causing large clumps of fat to gather. Next, the high-ranking official spread his arms wide like a bird's wings and jumped high into the air. From above, he looked down at the pillows scattered all over the floor. "Let the high-ranking official see where you're hiding, I guess." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his whole body forcefully to the ground. Over here, he was lifting up pillows to search. Nothing here, but he didn't notice the pillows trembling across from him. Suddenly, he turned his head gleefully. He, the high-ranking official sees you moving. Then he jumped again. "I've got you." The girl hiding in the pile of pillows panicked and started to run. But the impact of his landing was so strong that it knocked her out. She then tried to gather momentum to run to another side. Tears streamed down her face as she frantically used her hands to dig through the pillows while he was still unaware. I used too much force, now I'm dizzy." The girl inside was also crying a lot. When she saw someone approaching, she panicked. What are you doing? Get away! You'll get me involved." But she didn't leave, instead clasping her hands together in desperation, begging, please let me hide with you." The high-ranking official was confused. It was clearly here just now, why is it gone?" The girl didn't show any sympathy. "You'd better hide somewhere else." Her eyes glanced sideways in shock. No, it's too late," and with a grimace, she said, "Don't blame me, I'm only trying to save my own life." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl grabbed her hair violently, making her scream. Then she kicked her. "Get lost." The strong kick sent her flying into the middle of the room. But just as she was about to use her strength to crawl forward and hide, the high-ranking official leaped up. Then he landed right where the girl was, laughing loudly in delight. "Got one, ha 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 ha." His body was covered in blood, but he didn't care. Instead, he praised, "Sticky and warm, this feels great." He excitedly said, "The high-ranking official loves hide-and-seek the most. There's another pile of pillows over here." Inside, Manhwa was crying in fear, trying to cover her mouth with her hands to avoid making any noise. Blood covered the floor and his body, but he crouched down to gather momentum to continue. Time to find the second person. As soon as he said that, he gathered momentum and jumped up again. The high-ranking official's voice echoed, "This time it's over here." His attention was focused on a pile of pillows. Unfortunately, that was where Manhwa was hiding, her eyes widening in horror. The high-ranking official, with his large, plump body, jumped straight onto the pile and happily yelled, "Here I come." Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, stopping the high-ranking official from crushing her. Perhaps due to the high-ranking official's hefty body, the person struggled, pressing their foot down hard on the ground to hold him back. Then that person mustered all their strength to push the official to the side. Under the pile of bags, Manhwa saw this and cried uncontrollably, asking herself, Who will come to save me?" Gucingha, while supporting the body of the official, gritted his teeth and said, "Junior sister Manhwa, quickly leave." At this moment, Manhwa, scared, poked her head out from under the bags and stammered, You know me, no, I can't leave, if discovered I'll be killed." Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and whispered, "Manhwa, don't be afraid, it's me." Upon seeing this person, she joyfully cried out, It's senior sister." He placed her hand on her shoulder and said, "Senior brother Qinghe is here to save us, quickly leave before that evil woman discovers us." Hearing this, she only managed to reply with a single and followed. The official, now lifted high, saw Manhwa being led away and hurriedly shouted after her, "Manhwa, where are you going?" Seeing her leave, it angrily yelled at Gucingha, "Quickly let me down, if Manhwa escapes, the official will definitely not forgive you." Hearing this, Gucingha sneered sinisterly and replied, Fine, I'll let you down right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he used one hand to lift the flabby body of the official. Meanwhile, his other hand transformed into a monstrous shape, resembling an octopus with eyes on its tentacles. Without hesitation, he thrust his entire arm through the official, causing blood to gush out. The official, struck by such a fatal blow, immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Moreover, it was then flung far away by Gucingha. In the end, it lay motionless on the ground like a lump of flesh with a long trail of blood. Hearing the commotion outside, a maiden emerged from under the pile of bags and asked, "What's going on?" Another maiden crawled out and, upon seeing the scene, panicked, "The official, dead, I can't believe it." Seeing that there was no longer anything threatening the maidens, Gucingha sternly said, "Go, no one will bully you anymore." Immediately, the two maidens swiftly ran out of this hellish place. "Run quickly, go!" He then turned around and glanced at the official. After checking and confirming that it wasn't moving, he finally felt at ease and turned to leave. But unexpectedly, the official's eyes had already opened, filled with intense murderous intent. Roigo accidentally noticed this and quickly shouted out a warning, "Watch out!" Instantly, Gu Qinghe swiftly leapt high into the air to dodge the official's crushing blow. Unfortunately, it charged toward the two frail maidens who were trying to escape. They heard the loud noise and turned back to look. And as a result, they were crushed to death by the official, right in front of Gu Qinghe. Seeing that it didn't manage to crush him, it furiously shouted, "You've got some nerve! The official loves Mac and I the most, and yet you dare to kidnap her." This statement left both Gu Qinghe and Roigo frozen, as the one who kidnapped her was clearly it. Suddenly, a bloodied hand from one of the two maidens stretched out. The official mercilessly stomped on that hand with its sinewy foot, crushing it. By now, it had transformed into an enraged giant with 6 muscular arms and eyes filled with murderous intent, staring directly at Lin Dong. It growled and shouted, "Then you come and play with the official in Macne's place." Elsewhere, a mouse was running full speed down the hallway. Chasing after it were Mac and I and Ruhi. Seeing her senior sister running after it, Mac and I curiously asked, "Senior sister, are we really chasing after these little mice?" Ruhi, while running, explained, "This is a technique from senior brother Qinghe. The mouse will lead us to a small boat, and only then can we escape." This statement left Mac and I in shock, exclaiming, "So the Heavenly Tao sect has such a technique? I've never heard of it before." Hearing this, Ruhi smiled confidently and affirmed, "Don't worry, senior brother Qinghe is more reliable than we think." In her mind, she suddenly recalled the first time she met him, the last time he came to the Heavenly Tao sect to pick up junior sister Fi and I. He always showed goodwill toward the sect and even smiled. At that time, she had a poor opinion of him, but now she had a different view. Mac and I had thought he was a reckless person, but who would have thought that this time he would be the one to save us? However, deep down, she also felt a bit guilty. We are the descendants of the righteous sect Qiguang, yet this time we made a mistake. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on Ruhi's lips. As they were running, the mouse leading the way suddenly stopped, possibly sensing something unsafe ahead. Mac and I, seeing this, nervously asked, "What's wrong?" Ruhi quickly explained, it probably sensed danger ahead, and the guide mouse frowned and waved its hands as if signaling something. In the dark, deserted hallway, Mac and I questioned again, "But there's nothing ahead." She then urged the guide mouse, "Little rascal, why aren't you moving anymore?" Just as Ruhi also didn't understand what was happening, and said, "I also," before she could finish. A noise suddenly rang out from behind. The bald-headed butler, seeing Mac and I suddenly appear, irritably said, "Isn't this the favorite concubine of the official? Why are you running outside?" Realizing they had been discovered, Mac and I and Ruhi quickly picked up the pace. "This isn't good, run quickly." The butler, panicking, shouted loudly, still daring to run. While running, Mac and I anxiously said to Ruhi, "Senior sister, if we can't use our energy, we won't be able to outrun them." Behind them were grotesque monsters with jagged, sharp teeth, chasing after them, and one shouted, "Don't think you can escape." Then, one of them jumped high into the air, and from a tube on its stomach, it suddenly shot out something resembling spider silk. The spider silk, as if alive, chased after Mac and I and Ruhi. Suddenly, a sword fell from the sky, slicing through the horrifying spider silk. The spider-like monster was startled and asked, "What? Where did that sword suddenly come from?" Before it could understand the situation, a beam of light split in two appeared right in front of it. And that beam of light also split the monster in half. The two companion monsters were extremely terrified upon seeing this. One of them didn't have time to flee and was also sliced in half. At this moment, Mac and I turned around, saw the defeated monsters, and excitedly shouted, "Senior sister, look quickly, they've all been eliminated." Upon hearing this, Nu Hai also turned around, when suddenly a voice spoke from nowhere, "Fortunately, you encountered me." This unfamiliar voice left the two sisters bewildered and confused. Suddenly, a figure holding a sword gradually appeared and said, "Otherwise you would have been captured by now." A middle-aged man with a bright expression smiled warmly and introduced himself, "I'm Huin Dung, ladies, don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you." Mac and I immediately recognized him and shouted, "He's a disciple of the Vo Kai sect." Upon hearing this, Nu Hai was displeased and gritted her teeth, cursing, "Damn it." The sisters seemed quite hostile towards him. Huin Dung, frightened, explained, "Hey, don't go, I'm a good person." Suddenly, Fai Ni's voice rang out, reassuring Nu Hai, causing her to startle and turn around. "Wait, you two, he's really on our side?" She tried hard to calm the two sisters, but it was already too late to explain. "Please trust us, we're here to save everyone." The younger disciple kept signaling. "Silence, if this keeps up, we'll attract the bad guys." Mac and I, upon seeing Fai Ni appear, felt relieved and said, "It's senior sister Fai Ni, Everyone from Tienda's sect has arrived. Nu Hai smugly added, great, finally we're saved. Meanwhile, in another place, a group of people had gathered, seemingly unsure of what they were doing. Lithoquok spoke up, each time I trouble the sect master to research and make elixirs for me, I feel bad for the old master. The demonic cultivator humbly bowed and replied, the national minister praises me too much. My master has instructed me countless times to always remember the favor the national minister has shown me. The woman flattered further, moreover, the national minister works tirelessly for the people of this nation. Sharing your burden is my happiness. This is what righteous people like us should do. These words, of course, pleased Lithoquok, who laughed heartily and said, well said, working for the welfare of the people. For this reason, he agreed to lend them some assistance in front of the emperor, but he also reminded them, I'll say a few words to his majesty, but you must perform well at the Dai La Thien ceremony next month. With nothing left to do here, he turned and left. The demonic cultivator respectfully bowed to him, bidding farewell to the national minister. Immediately after, a paper figure emerged from behind her and called out to her, Mother. Understanding what it wanted to report, she turned and sharply ordered, any intruder, kill them without mercy. On Dai Quan Nan's side, instead of walking on two legs as before, it now crawled like a spider on its muscular arms. Kotan Hoa, seeing it transform into such a terrifying form, felt a little uneasy. Suddenly it lunged at him, but he quickly dodged to the side. Its eyes followed him with intense anger and malice. Taking advantage of his distraction, it reached out its hand, attempting to grab him. But instead of catching Kotan Hoa, countless rats suddenly poured out from its hand. Among those rats was Kotan Hoa in disguise, fleeing while smugly thinking, he doesn't even know that Dai Quan Nan is waving its hand at me, trying to catch me. Come on, come on. As expected, Dai Quan Nan caught him. Realizing he was captured, he angrily cursed to himself, damn it. In an unimaginable way, Dai Quan Nan's fingers suddenly transformed into tentacles, capturing all the rats. Grinding its teeth in fury, it said, "Got you, you little rats!" And then it quickly shoved the entire pile of rats into its mouth. It devoured the rats as if they were a delicacy. After chewing up all the rats, it was still angry and muttered to itself, "That bastard, he's already kidnapped Moni from a high-ranking official." Suddenly, it shifted to a crying state and lamented, "Moni, how could you just leave like that? That official truly liked you more than anyone." Unable to accept the truth that it had lost its favorite toy, Dai Quan Nan rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum, crying out, "Moni." Suddenly, in the middle of its crying, it noticed its stomach was twisting strangely. Just as it screamed, something burst from inside its stomach. What is this? Pierced by an agonizing blow, it rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. It hurts so much, hurts like hell. Damn it, why would you do this to Dai Quan? Meanwhile, the thing that pierced it escaped and had the form of an octopus. Dai Quan Nan angrily stared at it and uttered each word slowly. What are you? That thing suddenly transformed, its tentacles becoming more muscular. From one of the tentacles, a large red eye opened, with blood vessels surrounding it. Followed by a series of other eyes also opening, each weeping blood tears. At the center of those tentacles, something dangerous looking was slowly emerging. Roigo saw this and happily exclaimed, "Finally, you've awakened the ego of the ancient god." The person it referred to was none other than Kotan Hoa, now in a terrifying winged monster form. He looked at his hand and said, "Subconscious divine awareness? No, it's the divine consciousness manifesting itself." His eyes showed a hint of contemplation over his transformation. Each time I'm in danger, the divine power activates on its own. Even though I don't want to rely on it too much. The divine power of the ancient god tempts me to use it. From a corner, after seeing Kotan Hoa's new form, Dai Quan Nan became even more enraged and shouted, "You must be the villain that mother spoke of. Dai Quan Nan and people like you cannot coexist." As soon as it finished speaking, it quickly crawled towards him on all fours. Seeing this, Roy immediately reassured him, "Don't be afraid, get ready to face the enemy." Kotan Hoa excitedly spread his wings and shouted, "I feel like I have an endless source of energy now, seeing his overwhelming spirit like that." Roigo immediately encouraged, "Go, kill that fat bug." On the other side, Dai Quan Nan also angrily rushed toward him and shouted, "You heretic, Dai Quan Nan will now teach you a lesson." Immediately it punched Kotan Hoa with such force that the ground erupted. But unexpectedly, instead of killing him, it was blinded by Kotan Hoa's tentacles, and it panicked, roaring, "What are you trying to do to me, Dai Quan Nan?" He was floating above it, with one arm transformed into a tentacle controlling it. He spoke disdainfully, "You're always quick to call others demons. Do you not understand the difference between good and evil?" The monster's face contorted as it roared angrily, "If you act despicably while preaching about kindness and morality, you don't deserve to be called righteous." Then, Kotan Hoa lifted Dai Quan Nan and mockingly said, "Since you like playing jumping games so much, let's play one more time together." His tentacles mercilessly tightened around Dai Quan Nan's plump face, pulling it up. And then he slammed it straight into the ceiling, causing a loud explosion. Next, he retracted his tentacle hand and challengingly asked, "Are we done playing yet? Or do you want to keep going?" It can be said that at this moment, Dai Quan Nan was thoroughly defeated. As it fell, it cried out in pain, it hurts so much, I don't want to play anymore." Ignoring its pleas, Kotan Hoa darted toward it, his tentacle hand ready to strike again. Seeing that it was about to receive another blow, it frantically shouted, No, I don't want to play anymore." Unfortunately for it, the tentacle punch didn't stop and hit its flabby stomach directly. The fierce punch sent Dai Quan Nan crashing back into the ceiling again. Elsewhere, people panicked as they felt the ship shake and became alarmed. What's going on here? It's rare for the ship to shake like this. The shaking also affected the paper figures, causing them to lose balance and fall over, while the evil cultivators were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A sense of unease crept into her heart. What's going on? Could there be something beneath us? Before she could guess further, Dai Quan Nan suddenly crashed down from the ceiling. With its bruised and battered face, having been beaten by Kotan Hoa, it pitifully muttered, "Mother." Seeing her precious son being beaten so badly, she tearfully cried out, "My little treasure." Through the hole in the roof, Kotan Hoa flew out. He stopped midair, hovering near Dai Quan Nan's belly, then stretched out his leg. His voice was full of fury as he growled, "Go to hell and repent to the girls you killed." Seeing that her son was about to be sent to his death, the evil cultivator hurriedly rushed forward and shouted, "Don't hurt my little treasure." Ignoring her words, Kotan Hoa kicked hard into Dai Quan Nan's bloated stomach. Instantly, the blow sent it plummeting from the sky to the ground. Seeing her son about to crash headfirst into the ground, the evil cultivator spread her arms in an attempt to catch her precious child, worriedly calling out, "My little treasure." Two paper figures rushed over to help her catch her son, and the moment its body touched her hands, a massive explosion occurred, sending debris flying everywhere, while Kotan Hoa remained calmly floating in the air, observing the situation. In the hallway, the explosion caused tremors. One person in the group observed, "Such a strong tremor, it seems like Kotan Hoa has arrived." Mac and I chimed in, "Those two massive disturbances just now must have been caused by senior brother Tan Hoa. His cultivation level must be very high, right?" Finey didn't respond and urged, "We should get out of here quickly." Little brother suddenly stopped Windung and said, "Wait, I vaguely hear some girls crying for help." The older man softly advised, "Little monk, we can no longer concern ourselves with others' lives." Hearing this, Finey turned back and objected, "We are from a righteous sect, how can we ignore people in danger?" Windung, however, disagreed, but both junior sisters just took their medicine. Their strength hasn't fully recovered. Hearing this, Nu Hai said, "Don't worry about us, if we can save the other girls, we will give it our all." Mac and I agreed with her senior sister. Junior sister is absolutely right. Suddenly, a sound made little brother's ears twitch. And then he loudly said, "I know where the girls are." Seeing his haste, Windung anxiously warned, "Hey, little monk, don't rush ahead." Before he could stop him, he saw Finey rushing forward, her face filled with determination. "Wait, hey, why is even senior sister lean Finey?" "Senior sister? If senior brother Tan Hoa were here, he wouldn't let you take such a risk." Finey coldly glanced back at him and disdainfully said, "We are from a righteous sect. If the people of OCUC sect don't want to save anyone, then you can leave first." Being scorned like that left Windung somewhat flustered, and he nervously explained, "Wait, I didn't mean it like that." Of course, no one cared about his explanations, as both NACNI and Nu Hai had already run after Finey, calling, "Senior sister Finey, wait for us." Feeling misunderstood, he thought indignantly, "This hateful Finey, I just want you to be safe." With no way to stop everyone, he could only cry out as he ran after them, "Wait for me, I'm coming too." Outside, Kotan Hoa had already landed on the ground. Roigo appeared beside him and remarked, "Impressive, you're becoming more adept at using your extreme god power." As soon as he spoke, Kotan Hoa's monstrous form slowly receded. But Roigo continued, "You may have just defeated one, but now you'll have to face an even scarier bug." As soon as he said that, from near the crater created by Dai Quan Nan's plump body, came the desperate cries of the paper figures, "Mother, mother, mother, mother." Suddenly, a group of people appeared upstairs. When they saw Kotan Hoa, they whispered in surprise, "Isn't that young Master Lai? What's going on with him?" Seeing the group, Roigo asked, "How do you plan to deal with these people?" Kotan Hoa simply smiled and replied, "They've come at just the right time." He then addressed them loudly with some rather unfortunate news. "Ladies and gentlemen, you've all been deceived by those CUC sect. On the surface, they appear to be a righteous sect. But behind the scenes, they've committed many inhumane acts. The group upstairs murmured in disbelief. How could that be? But young Master Lai, even your master has come here. Could he have been deceived too? This ceremony has been held so many times already. Seeing that these people were somewhat stubborn, Kotan Hoa walked closer and asked, do you all think this is a place for fun? But have you ever considered where the young girls here come from? He gritted his teeth and declared, the Vo CUC sect is truly evil cultivators. You are all aiding the enemy. Leave this place now. The paper men, after hearing him insult their mother, became enraged, exuding killing intent as they said, how dare you disrespect the noble lady and the great lord? How dare you disrespect the noble lady and the great lord? Without hesitation, they shouted orders to each other and charged toward Kotan Hoa, kill him for me. In addition to them, several monsters also rushed toward him. After seeing them, the others finally believed him and said, wow, there really are evil creatures here. Kotan Hoa's form had now shifted into his godlike state, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, you wouldn't listen to reason, if you don't want to die. He yelled as he unleashed his power, destroying the monsters, get out of here now. The head of one of the paper men was twisted off by Kotan Hoa and rolled across the ground in front of the crowd. Seeing this, the group panicked, running wildly and screaming, help! Save me! There's a monster, help! Kotan Hoa, seeing them flee, felt smug and thought, run, you pigs, and after escaping, spread the word about this place and ruined the reputation of the Vo CUC sect. But before he could revel in his victory, Roigo suddenly spoke up to remind him, be careful, your next enemy isn't going to be easy. The two of them looked toward the hole and discussed it. This time it seems to be even more troublesome than that fat worm from last time. From the hole, demonic energy surged upward, accompanied by the eerie, haunting voice of the evil cultivator, little bow, little bow. From that hole, spider webs covered everything, and her mournful voice continued to echo, little bow, answer me, why aren't you answering me? You're my only family. Little bow, why does everyone want to harm us? At the bottom of the hole was the evil cultivator, now transformed into a spider-like creature, lying on top of her beloved son. The 4 eyes on her face welled up with angry, resentful tears as she screamed, you, all of you will be buried with my little bow. As soon as she finished speaking, a mass of spider silk shot up from the hole. Seeing this, Roigo urgently said, she's coming, she's making her move, the bug is attacking. In front of Kotan Hoa, a massive web suddenly appeared, ready to engulf him. As the web closed in on him, he tore it apart with his sharp wings. But the fleeing people weren't as strong as he was, and they were unfortunately caught in the spider web, struggling and crying out, what is this? How is this web so huge? Help! Please help us! They desperately struggled to escape, continually crying out for help, is anyone there? Please save us! Unfortunately for them, before anyone could rescue them, the web dragged them all into the pitch-black hole, along with their terrified screams. This scene left Roigo a bit unsettled as he said, she pulled all the captured people down into that hole. At that moment, Kotan Hoa rushed toward the hole, thinking to himself, trying to kill them to silence them? They're still useful to me. Suddenly, 2 massive, grotesque monsters rose up from behind him. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed, these troublesome bugs. He quickly flew up to dodge the attack of one of the monsters. But dodging endlessly wasn't an option, so he extended his arm and sent out his tentacles to fight back. His tentacles slapped one of the monsters in the face, knocking it off balance. More and more monsters began to pour out from the doors. Roigo, floating above, saw this and anxiously said, wow, there are more and more bugs surrounding us. He shouted to Kotan Hoa, signaling him, over here. There are so many more, so many more. By now, Kotan Hoa was completely surrounded by the monsters, and Roigo continued to shout in a panic, there are bugs everywhere. Without hesitation, he struck down the monsters, killing them instantly. Seeing the flood of monsters, Roigo warned, they're trying to drain your divine power, don't waste your time on these small bugs anymore. After hearing no response from him, and instead seeing him grow more and more frenzied as he tore into the monsters, Roigo realized in horror, oh no, his divine power is too overwhelming. He's about to. At that moment, his eyes had completely lost control, devoid of any humanity, which terrified Roigo as he shouted, he's about to lose his mind. Somewhere in a corridor, the paper men were moving quickly down the hallway. Tienda was hiding behind a wall, cautiously observing them. As soon as they were far enough away, he quickly led the group out of their hiding place and said, it's here. I can hear the sobbing of the women, it's here. As they moved forward, they finally reached a large, grand red door. Finey observed the door and speculated, there are celestial seals on the door. It would take a lot of energy to open without the caster. Suddenly, Nu Hai approached her and suggested, Junior Sister Finey, let's open it together. Hearing this, she quickly agreed. The two of them focused their celestial energy. Then, together, they unleashed their celestial energy on the red door. They used the celestial dragon fist to force the door open. However, they didn't realize that this action had awakened the supreme being aboard this ship. After breaking the door, Mac and I admired and said, "Now I realize that both of you practice wind attributes." Nu-Hai smiled faintly and said, "I practice wind and wood." "How about you?" Finey replied without hesitation, "Water and wind." Nu-Hai suddenly brought up the past with a hint of regret. "I remember, we almost became fellow disciples, what a pity." Finey smiled at this and said, "It doesn't matter, even if we aren't in the same sect, we still walk the same righteous path, so we can still consider ourselves sisters." The conversation between the three girls continued enthusiastically, with Mac and I even inviting Finey to visit her sect. "After we leave here, you must visit the Flower Illusion sect. I believe my master will also like you very much." Of course, she accepted the invitation, definitely. Seeing everyone enjoying the conversation, Windung thought to himself, if I use this opportunity to speak with them, I might be able to approach Finey. With that thought, he quickly called out. But before he could say anything, the three young ladies looked at him warily. Mac and I timidly asked, "What is it that you need?" Nu-Hai bluntly refused, "We have nothing to say to you." Finey didn't even bother to acknowledge him and turned away. "Let's leave him and go save people first." Of course, her words were supported by both Mac and I and Nu-Hai. "Let's go." As the three of them walked away without hesitation, Windung hurriedly explained, "Wait, I mean no harm." He cried out in grievance, "Although I was once a disciple of the Infinite Sect, I have left it already." Feeling pity for him, his junior brother offered him some words of comfort. "You can't rush to eat hot tofu, take your time, and things will work out." Suddenly, Windung whispered to the young monk beside him, "By the way, I've always been curious, why is there poison from the cursed insects in me? Aren't you and the insects supposed to be opposites? How can you be sure I won't harm you?" The junior monk smiled mysteriously and replied, "Not only do I know you won't harm us, but I also know what your relationship with Sister Finey is." As he walked ahead, he cryptically said, "What secrets could there be in front of the city lord?" His words caused Windung to feel a pang of guilt, startling him. Deep down, he wondered, is he playing dumb or genuinely clueless? A moment later, the group was walking through a dark tunnel. Suddenly, Finey saw something and exclaimed in shock, "Are these all kidnapped girls?" Even Mac and I was horrified and said, "I can't believe the Infinite Sect would do something so cruel." What they saw were pitiful girls trapped in cages. As soon as they saw Finey's group, they started to stir. "Look, there are others here." The girls began shouting for help, "Save us. We don't want to become prostitutes. Please let us go, we beg you." In the giant cages holding the girls, their mournful cries echoed everywhere. "Our family has a lot of money, we'll give you whatever you want, just release us. My father will surely reward you generously." The sound of footsteps echoed on the ground as Finey's group rushed toward the cages. She shouted, "Hurry, let's rescue them." Nu-Hai agreed, "Yes." While everyone else rushed to rescue the captives, Windung stood still, panting. His eyes were filled with a trace of terror. He was recalling his own imprisonment in the dark dungeon. Moreover, at that time, he was sold off, "Follow me." But he struggled to escape because he didn't want to be separated from his sister. "Please don't take us apart." Eventually, one day, his sister was taken away as well. She screamed in despair, "Brother!" He too cried out in anguish, "Finey, no! Please, don't take my sister away!" As a child, he was taken to some dark place, his hands and feet bound. Fear enveloped him. Is this hell? Windung was terrified as he looked at the corpses of others his age around him. He wondered, why is everyone dead except me? As he was in a daze, he suddenly heard a voice say, "Don't be afraid. They just no longer belong in this filthy world." As soon as the voice finished, someone appeared beside him. The darkness concealed the face of the old man, and his voice was cold-blooded. "If not for a hint of immortal fate, even if you survive now, one day you will become nothing but dust in a new world." The old man continued speaking as he placed his hand on Windung's belly. "Whether we become master and disciple depends on your fortune." The coldness of the old man's hand frightened Windung, making him beg, "No, please, no." Windung's face was filled with horror and fear as he cried out desperately, "I don't want to die, please." But the mysterious old man showed no mercy. He stuck out his tongue, and on it was a gem. He called it rebirth from death, breaking the cocoon to become a butterfly. Then, he used his tongue to place the gem inside Windung's belly. Returning to the present, the memories overwhelmed Windung, making him clench his teeth in terror. He collapsed and gasped for air. Finey, seeing him, worriedly asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" To ease her concern, he smiled foolishly, wiped his sweat, and said, "Maybe I ate too much earlier, and the smell here is a bit overwhelming." Inwardly, he was overjoyed, thinking, "She's worried about me." Seeing he wasn't well, Finey advised, "Then go outside and wait, don't get in our way while we're saving people." Her words moved him, and he tearfully replied, "Okay, okay." Tears streamed down his face, and in his heart, he was incredibly happy, thinking, "Father, Mother, I haven't let you down. I found Finey." On the other side, Nuhai was guiding the girls to escape. Slow down, we must make sure everyone gets out." The junior monk, standing in a corner, noticed something odd and asked, "What's going on here?" Mac and I misunderstood and said, "Little monk, if you're not helping, don't just stare at the women. Are you really a monk?" He unexpectedly pointed in a direction and said, "Don't you see it? They're acting strange." "Curious?" she asked. "Strange how?" What puzzled the junior monk was why all the escaping girls had invisible thin strings attached to their bodies. Meanwhile, Finey was still rallying the girls. "Everyone, don't panic, leave in an orderly fashion. We'll make sure you're all safe." Suddenly, one of the girls called out, causing Finey to turn her head, "Young Master Lang?" The girl cried as she hugged Finey. "I knew you would come back to save me. I thought I'd die here." Seeing her so frightened, Finey comforted her, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, I'm here now." Nuhai suddenly appeared and asked, "Sister Finey, with so many people, how are we going to leave later?" Finey quickly responded, "Find the boats that brought them here, and we'll take everyone away. We won't leave anyone behind." Hearing Nuhai call Finey sister, the girl became confused. "Sister?" Seeing her confusion, Finey awkwardly explained, Lady Vong, we'll talk later. For now, let go of me." However, the girl's body began to tremble, and she panicked. "Wait, something's wrong. I want to let go, but I can't control my body." Suddenly, she grabbed Finey by the neck, making her cry out in confusion, "I can't control myself." Standing nearby, Hun Dung saw the girl's actions and angrily shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing to Finey? Let her go." Then, suddenly, other girls rushed over and hugged him, leaving him embarrassed and puzzled. "What are you doing? Men and women should not touch. I don't know why this is happening." Nuhai wasn't spared either as the girls rushed toward her. She immediately realized these girls are under some sort of spell from the Infinite Sect. Even Mac and I was grabbed by a girl, causing her to cry out in confusion, "Vo try, tell us what's going on." At this moment, the younger brother stood calmly among the women surrounding him, disdainfully saying, "Trying to play tricks? In the eyes of the Holy Lord, it's just a petty game." The women, confused and not understanding what was happening, thought, "Why am I moving like this? What is going on? I can't control myself." Suddenly, he pointed at the ceiling and shouted loudly, "Just a bug hiding in the shadows, do you really think you can toy with all beings?" Right where he pointed, unexpected laughter echoed, and that was also the origin point of the strings attached to the women. From the darkness, a half-human, half-spider creature appeared, laughing slyly and saying, "So, you figured it out, huh?" He gave a small compliment to the younger brother, saying, "My puppets couldn't even get close to you, this young monk is truly impressive." At that moment, Xian Dung suddenly had an idea. "Threads, huh? Then let's burn them with fire." No sooner said than done, he quickly blew a large flame toward the threads. Immediately, the threads were engulfed in flames and burned away. Nuhai then angrily scolded the monster, "How dare you use such a vile trick?" The women, now freed, said in a daze, "We can move again." After escaping the control, Lady Wang from Finey's side hurriedly apologized to Finey, saying, "Brother Lang, are you alright? It's all my fault." Hearing her call him that, she blushed slightly and replied, "It's okay, you're not to blame. It was all the demon's sorcery." As soon as the women had all run away, the monster swung down from the ceiling on a spider thread. As he landed on the ground, he laughed joyfully, saying, "I thought my lifetime of learning would be wasted here, but thankfully, heaven has not forsaken me. Many guests have already arrived, so stay and have some fun." He seemed unable to stand up straight, so he limped toward Finey's group, introducing himself. "I am the chief disciple of Hun Tri Kin." Sensing that things were not looking good, Finey immediately urged, "Lady Wang, quickly find a place to hide." Confused, she asked, "Huh?" Suddenly, Finey's face became very aggressive, her teeth clenched tightly to the point of bleeding, and she said, "I can't control her anymore." Outside, Kotan Hoa, covered in the blood of the monsters he had defeated, stood among their corpses scattered on the ground. Seeing that he had not left yet, Roigo anxiously urged him, "Wake up. You've already wiped out the parasites. Use this opportunity to escape quickly." When he didn't respond to his words, Roigo helplessly thought to himself, it's over, he's lost his mind, he's completely lost it." Unexpectedly he grabbed Roigo, making him jump and shout, Hey, what are you trying to do?" Roigo was terrified when he saw him baring his teeth as if he wanted to eat him, and quickly yelled, "Hey, snap out of it! I'm not even tasty!" Before anything else could happen, a spider leg suddenly emerged from the pit. Seeing a potential savior appear, Roigo quickly redirected Kotan Hoa, "Why eat me when she's much tastier?" At that moment, a giant spider carrying four-handed Ta-Tu appeared before him. With her disfigured face, she arrogantly said, "In the presence of an immortal, why don't you kneel?" Ta-Tu raised her hand, and immediately dark energy began to spread. Seeing this, Roigo anxiously said, "The pressure is even greater than before. How is this possible?" He sweated profusely, saying, "She's even stronger than that fat worm from before." Tan Hoa frowned tightly and said, "That's because she ate the fat worm. Her cultivation is now near the golden core stage." Hearing this, Roigo happily said, "Wow, you've finally snapped out of it." He teased it, saying, "Yeah, I've come to my senses now, just scaring you." Hearing this, it angrily cursed, "Despicable. Shameless." At this point, Ta-Tu spoke up, "You disciples of Wuji sect, after revealing your true forms, each one of you is uglier than the last. But even with such forms, you still boast about being righteous, truly full of nonsense." Hearing this, Tan Hoa just snorted coldly. She continued, "What right do you have to speak like that now? I wasn't looking for you, but instead you came to me. That only shows that you've done too many evil deeds, and that's why I can meet each of you one by one. Heaven has ordained it. The 12 branches of Wuji sect will be destroyed by me." Hearing these vile words, Tan Hoa was furious, gritting his teeth. Then he quickly charged toward her. But she showed no fear and continued to gather her demonic power, saying, "Humph, such arrogant words." Immediately, her power shot straight toward Tan Hoa. But his agile body quickly dodged the attack. Still, she didn't stop, continuing to taunt, like a mouse, always dodging back and forth. How annoying. Ta-Tu's power severed Tan Hoa's horn, preventing him from counterattacking all this time. That beam of power struck the tall building, then ricocheted to the left. Not content with that, she continued her onslaught. After a moment, she raised both hands, using her demonic power to attack him. His wings were also cut off, but he didn't fear. He kept charging at her. Suddenly, Tan Hoa's legs transformed. He soared into the sky, flying straight toward Ta-Tu. She attacked him with her 8 hands, arrogantly saying, "You cannot escape my heavenly thunder palm." A barrage of dazzling arrows shot toward him. But Tan Hoa remained calm and dodged them all. Ta-Tu was still relentless. On the other side, he wasn't backing down either, twisting his body to avoid those laser beams. Then he flew up high, challenging, "Is this all the skill you have?" Suddenly she said, "You've already fallen into my trap?" At this moment, Tan Hoa couldn't move. He struggled desperately, worried, thinking, "Why can't I move at all?" Roigo beside him said, "Oh no, I didn't see clearly earlier, you've been caught by the net." It turns out he was already surrounded by many spider webs, making it hard to escape. He furrowed his brows and thought, "That's right, earlier she deliberately shot at the tall tower. Her main goal was to cling to the spider web." It didn't stop there. The evil cultivator clasped both hands, and a light appeared. On the other side, Tan Hoa was dizzy. He painfully thought, "Oh, what is this bone-piercing pain?" Roigo, extremely worried, said, "The thread stuck to you will grow, penetrating your skin, like branches growing inside your body." The tentacles one by one pierced into the spiderwebs. They snaked their way inside. Roigo immediately realized, "It's venom. The thing holding your flesh is venom." At this moment, Tan Hoa was in extreme pain, sweat continuously dripping. He gritted his teeth thinking, "It's over, my consciousness is starting to blur. I want to use the power of the voidless one, but I can't." The evil cultivator, preparing to approach, said, "I know you want to turn into a rat and escape again, but it won't be that easy now. My venom has seeped into your bone marrow. I'm afraid you won't even be able to utter a single word." Roigo beside him repeatedly said, it's over, this venom, even someone with the body of an ancient god like you can't resist it, this time you're doomed." Tan Hoa at this moment was in unbearable pain, unable to counterattack. The evil cultivator seeing this burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha, you harmed my little treasure, I can only stuff you into its belly to regenerate its true body," and the spider under her feet gradually cracked open. Gradually, a grotesque face was revealed. She continued, "Though senior brother ordered us to capture you alive, a supreme being like you is most suitable as an inner core for my little treasure." Both gazes filled with murderous intent met. Suddenly, that grotesque face opened its mouth, and countless tentacles shot out. They wrapped around his face. Roigo said, "Hurry, think of a way, or you'll be swallowed alive." Tan Hoa, frustrated, thought, "Damn it, if only I could use my divine power. Could it be that I can only go this far?" The tentacles at that moment were crawling into his eyes, nose, and mouth. Suddenly a question popped into his mind, "What are you hesitating for?